data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think
guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
victory
1.
feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
is
is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15
I think
seconds.
she
Guidance
is
is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
is
is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
is
is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
is
is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
is
is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
is
is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent
Live. I'm here with a very special guest, which is Pim de Witte of General Intuition. So General Intuition has really exciting news for today. I just saw your post. You announced $320 million Series A at a $2.3 billion valuation. So welcome, Pim. And first of all, like, if you can just share about how you're feeling about the news, like what this raise is going to enable you to do at General Intuition.
Yeah, really great. Thank you. It allowed us to lock in quite a large compute cluster to go build our next stages of models. And so far, that's proven to be really good. And so we're excited to keep scaling and beginning of something very special.
Yeah, so right before we went live, you were talking to me about this idea of action models, right? So if we can get like a little bit nerdy for a second, can you tell us how you're thinking about action models and like what do they enable and what do they mean on a technical level?
Yeah. So we're largely known as one of the best labs for world models, but the thing that people need to know is we actually train world models in favor of building general agents. So our business is general agents. We're focused on like world models to us are kind of similar to what code is to someone like Anthropic, for example. And so we view these worlds as the environment. We use a combination of classical sim environments as well as world models to teach very general skills to these agents. But our primary business is action models, and action models are interesting because if you think about it, as humans, talking and typing and text are just subsets of actions that we take. We can choose to express body language. We can choose to apply forces, and text is really just a very, very small subset. And so in order to build a very general intelligence, you must map the action space. And so, therefore, right, in order, and our data set is a perfect fit for this, because in order to progress across 10,000 games, you need to be able to predict text. You need to be able to predict actions. You need to be able to predict actions in 2D, in 3D, in interface use. And games perfectly marry this information density of the internet, which made LLMs thrive, as well as these spatial and temporal dynamics of the physical world. And so we just view this as the next stage of pre-training and for these large action models to kind of become a more general solution to embodied intelligence than LLMs will ever be.
Yeah, so I guess like to understand video games and what makes them already very complex, because like video games are an extremely complex medium. There's like so much like geometric information embedded in them. And then there's like, you know, I just imagine that like there's so much that you can take from video games that people are not thinking about. So what are like some examples of like, how would you paint it to the audience? Like there's a certain game and this is what we can use to train a model.
Yeah, so think about the complexity of Factorio. In order for a model, right, and think of because we have that data at a ground truth level, for instance, right? We're able to train across so many different games that in order for the model, right, a model can memorize one game. This is known. In order for the same model to be able to progress through 10,000 games, it has to be a sufficiently general intelligence in order to do that. And so it is about the breadth of actions that it teaches, and over both long and short horizons. And so exactly, every game teaches something interesting. It's not necessarily about any individual game. It's more so about that when you then add in physical world data, the model has a reference frame to lots of different concepts. So like, yeah, surgery simulator is not going to get you anywhere near surgery, but it's definitely helpful if you are actually trying to start from zero on this problem. So you're not going to see us, right, sell self-driving car autonomy systems. You're gonna see us enable the next company that wants to build self-driving car software to do it 10 times cheaper. That's how to think about it. And we think that you can take a similar path to how Anthropic focused on code to the frontier. We're focused on spatial workloads.
Awesome. So like Jan LeCun talks about this idea of JEPA, right? Which is basically like shifting from predicting the next pixel and then focusing on like the like sort of higher dimensional like concepts and like learned representations to actually understand something like more fundamentally than just prediction. So does this like sort of mirror how you're thinking about things? Are you guys taking a similar approach?
Yeah, I think so. I would describe JEPA as uh, if it works, it's an optimal approach. But it might not be the most practical. For example,
Hmm.
extracting action labels from video is extremely difficult, and the scaling laws are completely unknown because in some sequences, for example, if you're landing a plane and you're moving the rudder, that's not going to be visible in the video. So for a model to learn that, you're going to encounter lots of problems along the way that we just don't have to deal with. So we are taking a very practical approach, and if JetBot works, right, and it scales, then right, it's a technique that we'd happily support, potentially happily embrace, right?
Hmm.
So we view it as and we love Jan because you need to be very principled, and he is, if he is correct, he's going to be the most correct, but it might
Hmm.
not necessarily be the fastest or most practical. And I think, but that is also, what you need to respect about him. Like he really pushes what he thinks is right, and I share the beliefs that is in theory a correct approach.
Yeah, yeah. So like when you talk about action space, obviously there's like a different action space that like a car can take versus a human, right? Or like a humanoid.
Yeah.
So how do you distinguish between those two? And like is what you're focusing on literally the general intuition that can be shared between like any object capable of like manipulation or motion? Or
Yeah.
is it
So across
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so across the games, there's about 100,000 different actions across a
Mhm.
few hundred different embodiments. So indeed, the goal is to provide a general intuition behind many types of embodiments.
Mhm.
And even we also use physical world data in order to produce these models, right? So it's not that we're saying games are going to get you all the way. They're just going to get you much further. Another way to maybe make a comparison, this is like what the BERT was to the LLM. The general capabilities trump specialized approaches.
Mhm.
And that's the beauty of these models. And so, um, yeah.
Awesome. Is there any like game that we wish existed that doesn't yet exist? Like, and also like, how do you think this like sort of collaboration will evolve over time between like maybe video game developers and companies, and like obviously selling data and working with companies like General Intuition?
Yeah, yeah. If somebody wants to build this, please reach out. But one of the things that I want to do is I want to take these models and fine tune them, if you allow us, just on like your data, and then that model controls your character in a game, but you cannot touch the game. You can only
Mm.
teach the model. You can only teach the model by playing other games, so it basically becomes a true mirror of you. And so you can only get better um, uh, at dodging if you play lots of Overwatch. You can only get better at driving if you play lots of Forza, right? And
Mhm.
so I think these passive games that kind of start mimicking your behavior is something that I'm almost like an idle game where you just watch your character do things that are so true to you, are going to be kind of interesting and very entertaining for sure. And I also think just in general, the limit of all games is going to go up, right?
Mhm.
Because largely the limit to how entertaining a simulation is the intelligence of the things you interact with, right? And if the things you interact with all of a sudden become very intelligent and capable of matching your intelligence, then all of a sudden, everything you're doing in deterministic programming, right, player controllers, behavior trees, all these things, they become much more promptable, much more flexible.
Mhm.
You can build much better games. And so it solves, for instance, a player liquidity issues, right? If you have really, really good bots, it's going to enable gaming companies that don't have the resources to make good bots for their games to have some that are available out of the box, right? And so we kind of view it as a technology that just lifts the boats of the game industry. That's also why we don't make our world models public at the moment. We just
Mhm.
we think that the best approach is to kind of inject this life into the industry through these models and not necessarily build models that directly compete with them. Um, and uh, yeah, all this should be available before the end of the year.
That's really cool. Do you think like we could have like fully probabilistic games? like a game that sort of is like generated, and even like some of the like NPCs or whatever that we like interact with are just fully probabilistic?
We have a very good paper coming out on this note not too long from now, so I won't
Cool.
spoil it, but I encourage you to watch our publications in the next
Awesome.
2 weeks.
Yeah, and so can you tell us a little bit about Gaia 2, which is your world model for the audience?
So Gaia is from a company called Wave. Anthony who led the research on Gaia and 1 and 2 is our lead scientist
Oh,
on world
cool.
models. But so it is a generative world model. I believe originally on top of the Diamond or Delta Iris architecture, which was invented by my co-founders. So what it does, right? The difference is a world model needs to be able to predict the um, full space of possible outcomes for any given action input, whereas
Mhm.
a video model is going to predict the next likely frame or next entertaining frame.
Mhm.
But it shouldn't be the next likely or entertaining. It should be the most precise reaction to what the action that was taken, which is why these models are typically so hard to train, right? You need a lot of data in order to get that entire action and state space essentially mapped. And so this is what these models do. And what it enables, it allows you to simulate what would be really expensive either in the real world or in classical simulation. So
Mhm.
car accidents, for example, these are very expensive to do in the real world, and they're quite difficult to do in simulation to an accurate degree. So what do you want to do? You want to train on lots of data of people crashing cars, right? And you want to simulate that in order for your self-driving car model to avoid such incidents, for example. So you might imagine we load in a bunch of um, crashes, and we want to
Mhm.
see whether the policy or the agent is successfully able to mitigate those crashes inside what we know is an accurate world model of that game. And so, but that won't just be useful for us, right? That capability would be useful for every self-driving car company.
Mhm.
And so, um, I look at it also as a way of simulating what would be hard to simulate dynamics. So, for example, if you're playing with a classical physics engine, you need to program what every agent does and then how they're going to react to every other action of every other agent. So you kind of imagine sitting in a sports stadium and it becomes basically impossible to compute very quickly because it's super stochastic. Everyone behaves super differently. And what world models do is they basically learn the dynamics in
Mhm.
pixel space, right? Or latent space, but it starts with pixels. And then they learn to predict those dynamics so that the world unfolds in a more realistic way, but you don't need to program all of those dynamics, which makes it a really, really nice tool in the tool belt for training agents because you know how much compute you're going to spend to teach a model about certain behaviors that otherwise would cost a lot more compute in a classical physics engine and would actually need to be built by an entire team. Um, it's it's essentially synthetic data generation for like highly stochastic, hard to imagine scenarios.
Nice. So, with data, is there any data that would be useful or like increasingly useful past just video data? Like, is there any other way of collecting spatial data, maybe like haptic data that could also be
Yeah,
helpful for
I'm really
world
interested
models?
in force data. I'm really interested in force data at the moment, and just seeing, like, I'm really interested in learning about the other modalities that people are
Mhm.
using. Our approach is to predict at the level of the game controller, and of the keyboard and mouse space, because
Mhm.
then for the most part we reduce the problem to an environment transfer problem, and we don't need to learn an entirely new input space, right? And so I'm very interested in that, although our models are going to be excellent at vision-based workloads where there's not that much sensor data required initially. And we're
Mhm.
very curious to see how far that scales. But we know that at some point, right, the last mile integration is hard, and you're going to need all sorts of different types of data to make that work.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely in robotics.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
imagine that requires like data we can't even imagine right now.
Yep.
What is like resistant to world modeling? Like what like phenomena have been the most difficult to like sort of solve with world models?
Spatial memory is really hard. So
Mm.
it's one thing for the environment to be predicted correctly, and then it's another to remember slight changes that you made to that environment within
Mm.
the context window.
I
So
see.
if you move a chair or you have a car that was parked and then you drove past it and then you drive past it again 2 minutes later, you want that car to still be there, right? And often that's a very difficult problem to solve. We, to a certain degree, don't have this problem as much because we
Mhm.
can use the clips themselves as baselines and just like use the very short sequences. And so a lot of the sort of spatial memory is within the first frames that we feed into the world model. But if you want longer horizon tasks to work well, you need to solve this problem.
Yeah, totally. And then something that I think is like obviously one of the first and like most impactful like applications of world models is like anything autonomous vehicle, right? But like with autonomous vehicles, there's all these like events that can happen, like near collisions and like
Yeah.
random pedestrians like walking into the frame. So like what is the most difficult about this and like how are you thinking about it?
Yeah, I view all this as maybe subsets of event conditioning or text conditioning, where you can steer it with text in addition to the
Mhm.
frames. You could even solve this, for instance, just an image space, right? Like you could take the last generated frame, you could run it through an image model. You could
Mhm.
use it to predict a slightly modified frame. And world models, in many ways, are just really great predictors of unfolding um, dynamics
Mhm.
through pixels, right? And so a lot of these things, if you solve state zero, use an image generator. I think it's other world models have used this approach too, where you generate an image or a series of images and use that to condition the first set of generations in the world model. Then you can imagine that maybe you don't even need to add like full text steerability to world model. Maybe you just need to be able to feed in a different set of images, right?
Mhm.
And so you can solve these problems in very creative different ways. You don't necessarily need to solve them all, but text steerability is, in my view, how you add a lot of this sort of what you would consider to be stochastic
Mhm.
behavior.
Do you see us like sort of like graduating from LLMs in the future, or do you think that like text is still like sort of fundamental to a lot of these things?
I think it's unclear. My intuition
Mhm.
is that everyone's modeling the same thing. LLMs will have some amount of architecture changes and data that they need in order to become better at predicting temporal and spatial dynamics.
Mhm.
Likewise, world models will be able to at some point, right, generate and if it's a large action model like ours, predict text. And so the question is, where are strengths, where are the weaknesses? It could entirely be, for instance, that LLMs just import world models as tool calls for more
Mhm.
spatially heavy tasks, or something of this nature, right? There's a lot of options here. I don't want to make any sort of preemptive claims. I also
Mhm.
think, for instance, world models and these action models could generate text using, or could rely on an LM to generate text if needed, and then just
Right.
construct a really good prompt based on its history of actions, right? And so there are all these options, and I think they all kind of come together in a way that is somewhat central and easy to use. But I don't know which flavor exactly is going to be the architecture that ends up taking it. My bet is obviously that the world models are the better approach, especially as that's the other thing, right? Anthropic won on code by just being deeply focused. And so you
Mhm.
don't need to win on every aspect of text generation in order to win. If you just focus on one domain and do it really, really well, then there will be customers for those models, and you can be a little bit behind on text generation or something like that, because your use cases will just be very different.
Yeah, totally. Is there anything other than like world models and code that you think are like extremely crucial for like AI progress in the next few
Yeah,
years?
classical physics engines
Mhm.
to be in verifiable domain. I think there's a lot of really interesting progress. I think Unreal Engine is insanely underrated and Epic as a
Mhm.
company right now. I think a lot of people are very excited about the potential there. I Yeah, it's one of the things that you just critically need, and
Mhm.
because otherwise, how are you going to verify that a state has changed in an environment in a very specific way without knowing the exact angles of a specific joint or something, right? And so a world model is not going to give you that information. So classical simulator is super important, and I really just look at all of them as a tool in the toolkit.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
And then I guess last question before we wrap is like, if world models work, world models where they are today or where you see them going in the next few years, what do you think is the first like tangible experiences or products that like the public will get out of them?
Yeah, so I think it's a very critical piece on the road to some form of general intelligence because it's going to make the delivery of every single physical system safer. It really, the use case is simulate lots of things that could go wrong, right? And in games, you have lots of examples of that. And then by doing so, you cut the delivery times of every single physical world system because you can evaluate them faster and you can make them more predictable and generate a ton of training data, which you can then use in order to train safer systems. So my guess is that that's going to be the main curve. And then I also, at some points, think that it would be really, really interesting to, like, I saw this use case on Genie that I loved, which was exploring parts of history. And so I think there's a huge I actually think the consumer moment for world models is probably somewhere in education. And
Awesome, yeah.
that just captured my attention, and I never experienced it that way. So that's
Yeah.
my intuition right now. My
That's
general
fascinating.
intuition.
I surely hope so. Well, thank you so much, Pim. This was great.
Yeah.
Congrats on the raise. So excited to
Thank you.
keep like monitoring what General Intuition is building.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Great.
Bye-bye.
and we'll be
See
right
you.
back.
Bye. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone, welcome back. So I am chatting with Andrew Trask, who is the founder of OpenMind, but OpenMind, MINED, rather than a mind brain, and a senior researcher at Google DeepMind. And Andrew has basically spent years working on privacy-preserving AI, how models can learn from information that they can't see directly. So welcome, Andrew. And sort of a first question that I have for you is basically talk to me about like how model fusion can be better than individual models themselves.
Yeah, great prompt and big story happening at the moment. And thank you much for having me on. So it's great to be here. So yeah, model fusion is basically this idea that when you combine models, they can give you higher accuracy than any of the individual models that you're using. And in some recent studies, they're actually showing that they're able to deliver such a significant jump in accuracy that it's actually a lower cost option than buying some of the premium models. So for example, there's a few different companies showing the higher accuracy claims. So Sup.ai, Sakana, and OpenRouter are all releasing results in the last year, couple months, and we replicated some of it internally at OpenMind. And some of the most surprising stuff, though, is that they're reaching past Fable level quality with non-Fable models. And in the case of OpenRouter, at half the price. And if you know about the scaling laws, this shift signifies some pretty big kind of tectonic plate movement on where the scaling laws are about to take the AI industry. So it's an exciting time. Yeah.
So is this recent? Like, do we just have evidence now that fusion models are better?
Oh, great question. So in 2013, 2014, like NeurIPS ICML land, this was in the heyday of achieve SOTA results, get your first author publication, and then get into a top, grad school and then go work for, DeepMind or something like that. And one of the subtle techniques that people started using to achieve SOTA was basically ensembling models. And there's a reason that it works, which is basically when you combine the outputs of multiple models, they make mistakes in anti-correlated ways, but when they get it right in the same way, which means that the mistakes kind of cancel each other out. And so there was this big slew of papers all kind of like doing subtle ensembles at the time. And it kind of got sort of shadow banned from the top AI conferences. Not because it doesn't get you better quality, because it's not academically interesting. It kind of clouded the results when you wanted to know, like, was this particular LSTM algorithm better than another one? And so it sort of fell out of favor and fell out of vogue, not unlike beam search and other things like that. But now that we're in the age of just like build the best product for the lowest price, that is kind of like coming back into people's memory. And so it's actually a very old technique that's extremely reliable. It's so reliable, it kind of almost became, in an academic context, viewed as sort of like cheating in a way. But again, for just building the best product, it's just a stock standard way to get greater amounts of accuracy. So yeah, it's actually an old idea that's sort of new again, if that makes sense.
So like for consumers, obviously this is a win. For the labs, this is probably not a win. So like, is there anything that they are pushing back, or that you suspect that they'll push back on if people catch on to the fact that like fusion models are going to be this good?
So, I don't know if the labs would characterize it as not a win, more as like the next kind of continuation of how the competition is going to be run. And really the idea there is like, you can think about benchmarks today as kind of very slow manual routers, right? When Sundar Pichai announces a new model, what does he do? He tweets out a picture of here's the top 10 models on the top 10 benchmarks and why, the new Gemini thing is the best. And like Dario does the same thing and Sam Altman does the same thing. So in a way, they're kind of leaning on benchmarks as this like routing thing, but it's people look at it and then they choose to use a different product. What this really signifies is that is two changes happening at once. One, routing is about to become automatic, meaning people are going to subscribe to some like price point and capability, and their product shift is going to just like boom, it'll be like that. It'll just be really, really fast. The second there's a better capability for a lower price, people will shift to it. And the second one is that instead of buying one model at a time, people will buy these kind of like fleets of capability that together are offering the greater value and lower price. And so what the competition will then be is, can your capability be better or more novel in a way that causes you to be more heavily weighted in the ensemble or in the competition? So it's sort of like it's sort of like the competition used to be like discrete and clunky and slow, and now the competition is going to kind of become more continuous and rapid and like kind of fast twitch, if that makes sense.
So do you visualize it? It's like the consumer will have more of a menu of capabilities that they're able to sort of like buy, or how does that work?
Yeah, exactly. So think like we're going to shift from buying intelligence like a holistic product, like you kind of take off the shelf, sort of like when you went to, went to like Best Buy in 1996 and bought the latest, Windows operating system, like this kind of big chunky thing, right? And instead, we're going to get like a free market for intelligence, right? Where there's, thousands of models that are available that each are good at different things. And any given moment in your AI client, you'll be like, I need to dial up knowledge of today's news, or I need to dial up, coding ability, or I need to dial up or dial down these different things. And what the readers will then do is translate that into the best possible price for that level of capability at any given moment. And this is, this is kind of it's actually, there's a paper from 1958 that would pitch this as the actual final version of the internet. That like the internet that we know and love today was are you familiar with ARPANET, like ARPANET and NSFNet and these like
no,
these, like,
if you want to talk about it.
Amazing project. So basically, in the 1960s, mainframe computings were the thing. Like it was like if you wanted to do computing, you went to a physical building with these big, hunky machines, and you would get in line and use these big mainframe computers. And they were built by, IBM. And there was this vision that like, the world in the end will only need 5 or 6 massive mainframe computers to organize society and cause sort of progress.
Right.
Kind of stuff. Along comes, JCR Licklider, who's this a psychologist and technologist, and he pitches a project. He writes a paper called "The Computer as a Communication Device," and in it, it got 3 sections. One is it defines communication as the alignment of mental models between 2 people. So, like you have a mental model of the world, I have a mental model. We throw bits at each other to align models as communication is. Chapter 2 basically describes the internet as we know it today. This thing where we can broadcast information to the world, and one person can speak to millions. But then the chapter 3 actually talks about agents, and he literally says agents in the bottom portion in 1968, and that was about the ability to then listen at scale and hear a million voices at once and respond to them at that level of scale. And then he went to ARPA, and the thing that he pitched was linking together all the mainframe computers over telephone lines. And they did the first prototypes of this, and that eventually became NSFNet, which then became the backbone of the internet as we know it today. And they got through basically chapters 1 and chapter 2, but we didn't get to chapter 3 because we didn't have basically the kind of machine learning AI technology to even do that yet. And so his vision really was this kind of like much closer to this like marketplace for intelligence, where like you can broadcast what you know about the world to the whole world, and you can people can purchase that at scale, which is in effect listening to thousands of people at once, pulled into specific predictions that you're trying to suss out. Like, what's going on in Ukraine today? Like, okay, boom, like I hit 10,000 servers and now I'm getting back, some particular level of accuracy and fine-grained detail of what's going on in that particular part of the world. It's sort of the other half of the internet, like the listening as opposed to the speaking half, or the broad listening as opposed to broadcasting, if that makes sense.
Right. So like you see the market for intelligence becoming like hyper efficient, like to the point where it's like from one person's needs. I was about to quote like communism, from one's according to their ability to one according to their needs. But it's like it's literally just like what I need to, like the types of intelligence that I might need or capabilities that I specifically need will be tailored to me.
Exactly. And the part of the beauty of this is it addresses a lot of the current tensions that we have between like openness and closedness, or open source and closed source, or national security versus privacy, or concentration of power versus AI capability. A lot of this stuff is kind of like there are these false choices that exist because we're kind of using half the toolkit, if that makes sense. And so there's basically a very incredible collision happening between deep learning, cryptography, and distributed systems. And when those things congeal, we get a very efficient market for intelligence, where you can purchase this kind of like units of intelligence from huge numbers of sources at a time. And the biggest steps forward from that I've seen recently are, the kind of like open router type moments where you see this route is already starting to deliver greater capability for dramatically lower cost. I mean, it's like not close, right? Happening at the same time that we see some big things happening in cryptography, like encrypted computation, and like all the leading NVIDIA chips, for example, are shipping with enclaves in them. This is like a whole latent thing that, like, if they were just turned on tomorrow, everyone gets encrypted inference, meaning that the cloud provider and the AI provider can't see the inferences coming through them. They can provide basically an end-to-end encryption guarantee. This is the potential energy here is like there because it's already in all the chips that the people are using, if that makes sense. And when all this stuff comes together, we'll get that kind of free market.
I see. I mean, that's fascinating. So, do you think there's anything like else that is going to shift about the way that we like buy and consume intelligence? Like, do you think like there will be a shift to local models? Will models like become efficient enough that we can like actually run a small model each on a computer of our own and then like get utility from it?
Fantastic question. So for this, I always go back to the scaling laws because the scaling laws are the best predictors of where capability is going to come from. And with that, you have to ask, okay, where is there the largest amount of data computing talent that that doesn't exist yet, right? And the biggest amount that there isn't being accessed yet, or isn't being fully leveraged. So think like we were all training Bayesian models on CPUs. There was this huge latent resource of compute power from the gaming community that was going unused. Andrew Ng's famous paper, networking together a couple PlayStations sort of set off a whole new revolution, right? There's a similar moment right now with data in the sense that Common Crawl has, the largest Common Crawl web crawl is about 550 terabytes of text. 550 terabytes, you could put it on your desk. It's big, but it's not that big. The folks who buy and sell hard drives and estimate how much data is actually out there will estimate there's about 1 billion times more data, meaning that there's something around 200 zettabytes of data that exists. Now, a lot of the copies of similar things, and some of it will be dirty data and this kind of stuff, but there's many orders of magnitude increase in data availability. And the other thing that this kind of market does is it provides what's called attribution-based control. And this will I'm about to come back around to your question here in a minute. And what that attribution-based control means is that if I'm a data owner, instead of selling a copy of my data to someone else, which is a terrible deal, right? I can sell responses to individual prompts, meaning I'm helping the response to that prompt be slightly smarter. That's what I'm selling.
Okay.
The former, when I sell a copy of my data, every customer becomes a competitor for the future sale and use of that data, right? I'm literally handing someone every possible future use of these medical records or, this classified data or whatever the case might be. I can't prevent misuse. I can't exploit all the economics myself. It's a terrible deal. And that's why the vast majority of the world's data remains siloed. But in this kind of free market for intelligence, when I can purchase not your data, I can purchase a slight increase in the accuracy of my response. And the only thing that I see is the slight increase in the accuracy of my response. You retain sole control to bring your data to market. And that is a massive change in the incentives for how information is traded. And so when you ask, like, will models be big or small on our own local machine? What this actually represents is the splitting of the model into server and client, right? Where basically the server holds the vast majority of the local information and only lets it out in a way that the client can translate into a slightly more accurate prediction. So this is very much in line with like Carpethi's prediction around cognitive core. So like the client models, which I think will most likely be open source, are kind of, they won't necessarily have encyclopedic knowledge of the world. They know logic and grammar and syntax and reasoning and these things that we use all the time to kind of stitch concepts together and stitch ideas together. Yeah. But the bulk of the kind of intelligence and knowledge and this kind of stuff will move up the supply chain to these locations where there is, a billion times more of that raw resource than what we're currently leveraging today. And so we will see a massive increase in the capability of AI systems while also seeing a massive change in how they're governed and a more collective governance model that also allows you to purchase and potentially even regulate some AI capabilities differently than you purchase and regulate other AI capabilities.
Sure.
Does that make...
Yeah. That's fascinating. Do you think like we will all sort of be like data vendors in a way? Because like people or like knowledge workers, a lot of us have like very specialized knowledge about maybe a certain field or whatever. And do you think we're going to have like that sort of proprietary like ownership over very specialized things and be able to monetize it? Like almost like a creator economy, but for data.
Honestly, I think that there are three core kind of concepts that individuals will bring to market, and you hit on, I think, the main one, which is access to rare information or rare perspective, rare knowledge, niche knowledge, long tail knowledge. The second is taste, and the third is trust. So taste, trust, and rare data. So taste being like someone has to define a benchmark that says what is good and not good, and no one agrees. Like everyone has their own little local definitions of what's good for them, good for their community, good for their city, good for, this for their peers, this kind of stuff. And so everyone's going to be in the business of creating benchmarks for all the different stuff in their life, all the products and services, this kind of stuff. But it's actually way too much of that to even do just themselves. And so the next one is trust, which is the relationships that you build where you can say, you know what, I don't have time to taste make on that, but I believe that they are a good tastemaker. I'm gonna develop this relationship with them. And so, but the thing is, even that won't scale enough. And so what people are also going to do is try to not just purchase your taste making from you, they're going to purchase not just your data, but also your taste making. And when your taste making isn't enough, they're going to purchase access to the trust networks that you also have and say, hey, could you forward this query to someone that you think is really good at recommending movies or, coffee makers or, food and water and like entertainment, all the millions of decisions that we make in our life. And each person will become incredibly valuable in this intelligence economy by their virtue of being able to sit on rare data, cultivate trust networks, and taste make what's good and what's not good. And for me, these are like the fundamental, this is the place where you really go looking to defend, say, jobs and employment in kind of a post AI world.
Yeah, fascinating. So another thing that I wanted to ask you about is benchmarking. So we have like, we have all of these, we have like Arena, right? We have Epoch, we have like all of these different orgs that do benchmarkings, and they already have a lot of trust that like people that use AI pull into them. Do you think that there's anything like missing that is needed for there to be a better sort of like ecosystem? I'm sure you do. I can already see on your face that you do. But what are the most important things that like still need to be benchmarked? And like, how can we just have a better ecosystem with faster feedback loops?
Oh man, this is a big topic.
Yeah.
So OpenMind does a lot of work on evals. I want to go for the jugular first because this one's really tough. Benchmarks that are public have an expiration date. And the reason they have an expiration date is if there are very strong incentives to chase that benchmark, there's a very old weakness in the AI machine learning community where benchmarks basically expire or saturate. And the reason for that is that I have a model, I run it on this important benchmark, it doesn't get a good score, and what do? I look at the mistakes that it made. Now, if I'm a cheater, I'll take those mistakes and I'll train directly on them. Bad, illegal, against the rules, all this kind of stuff. If I'm just trying to do better, I will go to X massive mechanical Turking org and say, find me 1 million examples or create for me 1 million examples that aren't this, but are a lot like this, right? And so that the whole vector space around the test ends up getting filled out, if that makes sense, which then makes the number go up because the models are really good at interpolating across data sets that are really close. So the capability does genuinely increase, but all benchmarks get saturated no matter what. And that's because the benchmarks are public. The benchmark should not be public. You should get the number and that should be the end of it. And this is going to be the first big use of the enclave technology I described to you a moment ago. It's going to be encrypted inference, and we're going to have the first group of broad benchmarks that you kind of can't fudge. And we're going to see a pretty significant contrast between the public benchmarks and what will increasingly be known as the real benchmarks. Because so that's like the first one. The second one is the benchmarks right now are overfit to general language and general capability because that's how the market had to be legible, right? In a world where, you're buying one general model that needs to kind of do everything pretty well for some use case, logic and cognition and knowledge of the news and web requests and tool use and like, you don't have this automatic routing thing that can even consider large numbers of benchmarks. And so everything's kind of overly simplified and overly summarized in a way that it makes the market incredibly inefficient, because the buyer can't take into account the billions of concepts they might need and where to get the lowest cost version of each one of those concepts to synthesize. And so the two biggest kind of tectonic change in the eval space is, first, end-to-end encrypted evals. We need this yesterday, because like otherwise it is so easy to be overconfident when everyone has to play the same game. I'm not saying anyone's doing the really bad thing of like training on the evals, although occasionally it does happen accidentally because we're crawling the web.
Yeah.
But they all have an expiration date. And the second one is, high level evals where we have like, 2,500 questions that are like, this is what humanity knows. Like, these are going to spider into like billions of individual independent evals that are not just about right and wrong or smart or not smart, but cultural alignment, right? And this is really where the bridge between politics and economics will exist. Politicians will cultivate benchmarks that define for their community and their society, and political systems, not just politicians, but the political system cultivate for their community what their definition of good is to them. What good food is, what good culture, what good politeness, what all these different like nuanced things. And those will be the new routers for intelligences in their societies that then economics will compete against, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if you look at what's going on in Europe, they're like these big projects that start cultivating even like county and nation and all that kind of stuff level benchmarks, and you're seeing in the United States it's coming in a different way. Like every startup's got their new benchmark for their own kind of use case that they're going into. But this is we're in the mainframe computing era of AI, and the PC internet is going to be way bigger, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think that's really cool. I see all of this going basically exactly where you're describing. So I'm curious also, like, would that benchmarking entity, the private one, be like kind of government led? Would it be like a sort of nonprofit structure? Like, it would obviously have to work with all of these different labs, right? So like, what would that look like?
That's a great question. There's going to be moments of transition. So for super high stakes benchmarks related to national security, like cyber threats, that kind of stuff, we're going to have big important government agencies that like curate these types of benchmarks. For national conversation, cultural things, I think you're going to see organizations kind of like the U.S. Census Bureau, almost like cultivating these kind of like public narrative, public perception stuff. But I also think we're going to start seeing, especially once benchmarks become the official kind of, not just the informal way that we do routing, but increasingly the technical way that we do routing, and the economics really start to apply pressure against that. Then things really spill into a world where at the end of the day, it becomes more like Amazon reviews, where like individual people start saying, actually, this model sucks at this, or it's really good at this. We kind of do this already by like Twitter vibes, like go on Twitter and be like, hey, my agent, sucks at coding Python or whatever. Mine was amazing. It feels good. The vibes, right?
Yeah.
Like what we're ultimately going to see is like billions of micro routers and like the web of trust kind of start doing it. And then you're going to see nonprofits that represent like certain cultural movements say, actually, our definition of what a polite model is, or culturally or politically correct model or whatever, is this kind of benchmark. And this will be the new legible way to express your cultural influence at all levels of society. So both the national level, at the individual level, in the economic, in the political, civil society. This is the new scalable tool of taste.
Sure. So I'll have my benchmark. I talked to somebody like we talked on MTS to Tim Huang, who is like working at the Center for a Christian Machine Intelligence, or like an organization around, and they had their own like benchmarks that were like based around Christianity and like certain Christian values. So that's when it like kind of clicked in my head, like, oh yeah, this is definitely where things are going. So I guess a last question before we wrap around monetization. So I'm very curious about like where, like Google and Anthropic and OpenAI are going to take monetization of these like models that are like ever more powerful. So like, is Fable going to be priced differently if it comes back? Like, how are these going to change? In the interim between now and the future that you described, where it's more capability focused. So how do you see that?
So, I mean, predicting AI is always difficult, but I think that there are some things that are happening right now and have just happened that are very, very indicative of the trend that we're headed on. The first one is like routing is coming for the big models too. Like, look at the difference between, say, the two latest versions of OpenAI's model and where Fable versus Mythos. They have. At first, they just have different filters on them. There's the filtered and the unfiltered version. And like, we're going to start seeing like different levels of capability offered to different groups of people at different price points and so there's if you crack open Claude code, you'll find lots of routing already happening inside of there where like it takes small, fast tool tasks and sends them to Haiku, and more expensive tasks and sends them to the big heavy model. And pricing is going to come into that. And it's just impossible for it not to. Why? Because running different models in the back end costs different levels of money. Offering tokens in the front end creates different levels of value for the user. This idea that kind of all tokens should be priced at the same level, temporary, extremely inefficient from an economic perspective. It's when you really take a step back and go like, is the cost of tokens that are going to, they're like lawyer tokens that are giving you legal advice really the same value as helping you pick dinner tomorrow night versus just chitting the chat for some entertainment stuff, right? Like, no, these are different value, and the economy is going to chase down that value, and it's going to insert pricing mechanisms. And the other big kicker that I think is an economic force that is a big economic door that is open is whoever can sort out the economic relationship between AI models and the data providers is going to have such a huge onslaught of new data hit that paradigm that it's going to dramatically compete capability and cost. And this is where power moves up the supply chain, and pricing power moves up the supply chain more to a direct to market type world.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we're at time now, but this was an epic conversation. Thank you so much, Andrew. Great having you on.
Great to be here. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, loved hearing your thoughts. All right, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today, I am here in the studio with Tarek, founder and CEO of Stoot. He's going to tell us how that name came to be. But Stoot is building AI for one of the most painful and surprisingly manual parts of business operations, accounts receivable. Instead of just giving finance teams another dashboard or assistant, Stoot's pitch is that AI can actually do the work of collections, dispute resolution, cash application, and customer follow-up. The company raised a $29.5 million Series A led by Andreessen Horowitz, and we'll talk about why accounts receivable is such a natural place for agents, what finance teams actually need, and how AI moves from co-pilot to coworker. Tarek, welcome to the studio.
Thanks for having me. Also, big shout out to the drink selection. It's my favorite part of visiting San Francisco. We have an office down the street, and if you ever have the ability to join the MTS Live, you guys got everything from chocolate milk to espresso.
We've got it all here.
Yeah. Didn't even know I needed chocolate milk today. Here I
am. Chocolate milk is low-key fueling the MTS Live situation.
I love it. You guys should take it a step further and actually get a brown cow in the office.
I think we should do MTS branding, cow branding.
That'd be the best.
For the team. This is my suggestion now to the team. This is officially my input. Okay, so before we even went live, you were telling me that Stoot is a rugby term. Can you talk about the name and how this came to be? I am unfamiliar with the rugby game, so please share with me.
I get this question a lot. How did you get the name? I started a company before this. It had the word market in it, and so shockingly, we didn't spell the word market right. It was really hard for people to say. They would always mistype it. So it needed a word.
That's tough.
Yeah, it needed something that like everybody could say, short with vowels. And Stoot in South African means prop, which is a rugby position.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to school in Indiana where I wrestled, studied chemistry, and after college was looking to have fun in the city of Chicago and picked up rugby with some people. And
oh, cool.
Some of them were South African, so learned the word Stoot, and that's the company.
Okay, is there some crazy connection between this prop rugby position and what Stoot does?
It's probably the same as your love for chocolate milk at this office. There's absolutely no correlation, but
a tiny bit of a stretch.
Somebody finds Stoot, they're looking for accounts receivable. You know, our goal is to be the Tupperware of accounts receivable and financial solutions someday.
The Tupperware of accounts receivable.
Yeah.
That's a good quote. I've never heard someone try to describe their company as the Tupperware of anything.
You know, trying to be. Tupperware, it's, there's very few brands that have that kind of polarization.
Yeah.
I don't even think I own Tupperware, but I own some knockoffs, but I still call them Tupperware.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, the Tupperware of accounts receivable. So to just go back, let's just hear what Stoot is. A Stoot is AI for accounts receivable. So what does that actually mean in plain English? And what work does the system actually do?
Yeah, so it's actually really simple when you think about it, but we help businesses collect what they sold. And about 5% of revenue is leaked from companies. And so our customers think flyover state businesses, like where I'm from. You have like Honeywell, companies like DirecTV, Bishop Lifting, surgery stuff. And so they're very margin focused. And these dollars, they lose about 5% of what they sell. And so we're able to help collect them. So we do everything from seeing if you got paid, which is like cash application. We see if you have like an issue, we help triage that. So like a dispute or deduction. We help tell how credit's being affected over time. And then we also help you collect your money across audio and text. And so all of that combines into an agentic workflow that augments what a human being does.
Okay, very cool. So who are some examples of your customers? Like, what do these companies do? What are they getting invoiced for? What are they paying out services for?
Yeah, that's a great question. An interesting one too. So we have varieties of different customers, but to give you an example, a company that you probably have never heard of called Perkin-Elmer. It's about
Tell me about
$5 to
Perkin-Elmer.
$7 billion company.
Okay, I'm unfamiliar.
They make medical devices out of Waltham, but they're a global business. They do pretty much every continent. We were able to help them reclaim about $300 million outstanding in the first 6 months of deploying the platform.
What?
And that's things that they sold. So if you,
oh my God.
I found this problem
in terms of people that just literally had not paid them for the work they had
or
done.
it's outstanding. Like if you have 30-day pay terms.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a parallel example. My first job out of college, I was in trucking and transportation, and you're like, how on earth did you ever get into that space? My mom's poor single mom, so I was like, I just want to make as much money. And the company I worked for was one of the largest trucking companies, about a $5 billion company. And the recruiter was like, hey, if this guy from Northern Kentucky University is clearing like 7 figures out of college. You can definitely do it. And I was like, sign me up. Because I was looking at doing high frequency trading, getting into coding, something like that.
Yeah.
And grew it, opened an office in Atlanta for the company, and we spent probably 40% of our time just chasing down paperwork. So, companies and shippers like large Target, Walmart, et cetera, you literally fax a PDF and you have to take it and then you have to process, figure out what wasn't on the truck, what was. And so a lot of the companies, whether you're big or small, they all deal with this problem.
Yeah.
And so like one of our customers, it's a company called Bishop Lifting.
Okay.
They sell crane parts. So think everything that helps build a building. And so if those crane parts are late, it's actually really detrimental because you have projects in, say, San Francisco that are running hundreds of millions of dollars over by how delayed they get.
Yeah.
And so if you don't have those crane parts, it's, a terrible experience. And they have 50 locations in the United States. And the people that work in the office that make sure the crane parts go on the trucks for the orders are also the ones chasing down the checks of accounts receivable.
The same person.
Same person. They
Okay.
also like sweep the floors, they send out payroll, things like that.
That feels like they're carrying the weight of the world.
Yeah, 100%. And you have right now with like AI, this like whole it's taking people's jobs. We're just helping Susie punch off at 5 o'clock so she can go watch her kid's soccer game. And that's really the benefit of AI right now and like how we help customers. So like to go back to Bishop Lifting, they were able to reduce their overdue invoices by 40% in the first 6 months and free up about 80% of those 50 people's time.
Wow, that's remarkable.
So it's fun.
I'm curious, based on even just the example you said of our dear friend Susie here, who's doing so much, this is a lot of in-person work. And I'm assuming that a lot of this is not as digitized and modern as we would probably hope. As you said, we're faxing PDFs. That's a bit of a manual process. How are you introducing this like new AI software when a lot of it is still struggling to even be in like a modern technological system?
It's a really interesting question. So, some of it is digital. Like companies send out invoices via like their old ERP, SAP system, or they send out via, like a legacy software tool. So when we were looking at like the accounts receivable space in general, they had this wave of software tools and they didn't really do a good job. Their customers hated them. They didn't automate anything. And so the opportunity here is massive when you look at like every business in the world has to collect their revenue.
Yeah.
And so it's a combination of doing things personal, like picking up a phone, because at the end of the day, it's a customer experience. So you want to send an email yourself, pick up the phone, call somebody, even send out a personal like, hey, you owe me $100 million, but you don't want to be rude about it because they're a customer and you want to keep making $100 million.
I don't know. If you owe me $100 million, I might be rude about it.
Well, if you're a big company, it's a long-term partnership.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these jobs in finance, they just get thrown to the wayside for somebody else to do. And we want to deliver a better customer experience in the long run.
Amazing. So you, in like working with a lot of these early partners, you did have to kind of like go through some of the manual processes with them and like help them figure out which pieces of the stack they needed to like bring online a little more elegantly.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Like the space is fragmented, but it's not a basic workflow because it's complex for businesses. But if you understand the most complex workflow or the hardest thing, and like my philosophy in life is if you always aim to do the harder thing versus the easier thing, it just makes everything better. And so the harder thing is to solve for these industrial businesses that power the country. And especially as things get nearshored, helping fuel that is like why we focus on these kind of companies. So if you focus on the more complex workflows, it's really easy to get the simple ones done. And so to answer your question directly, when we started working with customers, we understand how they operate their SAP systems, how they layer people on top of it. Some of these companies might have 100 plus ERP systems, 100 plus bank accounts, different email systems, different geographic global teams that are doing this work. And so we wanted to take all that in and then automate the work. And AI is the perfect use case for this, including all the embedded fintech now that we can put into our platform that helps fuel our customers' finances.
And why specifically is AI such a good tool for this? Like, is it managing across these different systems, like you just said, that there's like a bunch of different broken ERP systems and AI is able to like ingest that complexity and figure out how to streamline it? Or why exactly is AI like the best tool for that?
Yeah, so there's a couple different parts to answer that question. You have a lot of fragmented systems where it's easier now than it used to be to expose data. And then also the work to be done. You can actually automate multiple decisions. And that's, I think, the real beautiful part of AI, or like how we use it. there's a lot of companies out there right now, like old software companies or SaaS companies, or even some of the new AI companies that are just literally SaaS with AI, just as a buzzword with Matthew McConaughey. Like take Salesforce, for example. You have the most attractive actor, best actor, talking AI this, AI that's like hard to compete with.
Totally.
And the platform doesn't work. Like our customers are super frustrated when they use Agentforce. And so, you know, for us, how do we improve that experience? It's looking at everything in a process, automating that, and then linking those decisions together automates the whole process. And that's the really hard part with speed to do.
Really interesting. I'm curious, as you're talking about sort of the AI marketing slop that exists around a lot of tools right now, a lot of your customer base is in the flyover states, as you discussed. I'm curious how the AIification of their workflow is landing among these places where AI is not maybe like the first or frontier discussion that's happening, like the great city of San Francisco that we're in right now.
It's a great question because everything around here is AI. This AI.
Yeah.
You're going down the street and I'm like trying to drive to the airport and it's just so many signs.
Welcome to SF.
Yeah.
We are AIifying your coffee order.
Yeah, it's crazy. Robot cars. My favorite right now is the, you know, all the people that are visiting for the World Cup and they'll discover like a Waymo or a Bass Pro Shop. But San Francisco has been like a really interesting experience for some people. It's one of my favorite little like sub-threads right now. But to answer your question, like, you know, our customers and companies in general are looking for outcomes. So like a great example of this is we met DirecTV a couple months ago through TPG, the private equity owner of them. And, you know, DirecTV, we signed them up and about a month into the, like them going live, we were able to reclaim and reduce their DSO or their outstanding payments by 8 days. And so when you're talking about billions of dollars, they're looking for the $1 billion of capital and the cash back to their business. They're not necessarily looking for like, what's my best model router? And like, how do I use the best model with the score? They're looking for a business outcome. And so, you know, AI is just a means to the end. And, you know, I think on that parallel equation, like a lot of the people in the quote unquote flyover state where I'm from, you know, 10 years ago, everybody was worrying about like outsourcing. Outsourcing is taking my job. We're hollowing out Detroit. And now you have this wave of like, everybody's trying to say AI is taking your job. AI is not taking your job. We're just making you more efficient and we're doing all the work that you don't want to do.
We're getting your company paid.
Well,
how can you complain about that?
Yeah, but also if you go to a good school like a Fordham in Indiana, Michigan, and you know, go get an MBA and you get into finance at say a big company or a medium company, you didn't plan on sending out spreadsheets. If you're, you know, if you're at our customer Bishop Lifting or you're one of our other customers like surgery stuff, you didn't plan on just calling customers all day like a BDR or like a salesperson. You want to view your customers as a portfolio. How do we drive capital allocation decisions and how do we better our business? And that's what Stute aims. That's like the business outcome that gets us excited about what we're building.
Amazing. I love Tarek is bringing in the numbers today, and I really appreciate that. Of so many of the founders I talk to, it's really easy to sort of brush over the impacts that your tools are having because it's in these really bespoke workflows within companies. But Stute is like very much has numbers to back up the ways in which it is further making these pieces of the stack more efficient. Like DirecTV got paid 8 days sooner.
Well, we collected their revenue 8 days.
Collected their revenue 8 days sooner than prior to Stute.
Yeah, we just released a case study with this company called Ally Logistics. It's out of Grand Rapids, so kind of where I'm from. And the big thing for them is when they have payments go past 90 days, like they might have a 30-day pay term. If you go past 90 days, they're a trucking brokerage. So it's similar to what I used to do, but you have a customer, say it's like a Myers or Walmart, and then you have to go find a truck for them. So you supply demand with the customer. And usually it's like a 7-day pay term, 30-day pay term with the client, and then you have to go pay the trucker. So for them, that's like a 10% margin business. When they get their cash in is, do or die for them. And so like really exciting thing is we've been able to drive that down, like how much overdues that they have in the first like month of deploying the platform, and we went live in 5 days.
Wow.
And so for them, they've been able to hire now 10 more people than they weren't able to before. And so, for us, we sell to finance people. That's why talking business outcomes are so important.
Yeah, incredible. I want to share this amazing billboard that you guys have going live. Where is this billboard going to go live?
So we have a few of them. This one will be in the Chicago area.
Okay.
Like I said, we have Chicago, Wichita, cities like Minneapolis. This is actually, if this is the Big Ben one, I can't see the screen. But yeah, it's my co-founder. His name's Ben Winter. I don't know how much of a fan he is of being our collector in person, but he goes by Big Ben in the office.
I love it. I love it. So these are genuinely going to be plastered across cities.
Yeah, we take brand and design really seriously at our company.
Yeah.
And we like
I
to
do
have
love
fun.
the design aesthetic that you
Thank
guys
you.
have. It's very unique.
Well, I personally, like as CEO, top down, but like I want our brand to flow through every single time we touch a customer, and everything we deliver is a premium experience, delivering outcomes, and everything looks the same in AI world. All the companies
really
look the same,
does.
brand looks the same. You know, you got back to Matthew McConaughey, you got him talking, and now we got Idris Elba talking.
Yeah, this is like such a, I'm sharing your homepage right now. Like this is such a fresh, like, this isn't what I would expect for accounts receivable. I think I would expect like a very like kind of streamlined, boring, like no offense to accounts receivable.
Yeah.
Like maybe just like simplistic, but you guys aren't afraid to actually like bring character into this, which I really appreciate.
We worked with probably one of the best agencies out there. They're called Day Job.
Day Job, okay.
Yeah, it's Ron.
Shout out Day Job.
Ron and Spen. Yeah, shout out. They did like David Bars, Fly by Jing. They do a lot of consumer stuff.
So cool.
And our customer base is usually people that align with like Clippy, Atari. And so we really want to bring that feel back.
Yeah.
And then also everything just looks and feels the same. And so how do we stand out? How do we look different? Because we are, you know, we invest, we have an office here, we invest in New York. Like we have really good engineers that are working for us. We want to build a great product and we want our brand to show that as well.
I love it.
Thank you.
Congrats also on this new fundraise that you guys just brought in.
Thank you. We did it in the fall.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah, so it's not fresh. But
it's not fresh.
We haven't really touched it that much, which is great.
Love.
Yeah.
How has company performance been since the raise? What sort of revenue are you guys doing? How have things been going since
It's great.
Series A?
We went so like our first year selling, we went 0 to about 6. This year we'll probably finish around like 30, 40, and have about 100. We have like about 100 customers, 150 customers now.
Wow.
And so hopefully finish the year around like 300, 500.
Incredible. That is so amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's huge. And how big is the team now?
We're about 65 people.
Okay, great. How has company building been going so far?
I think that's a really dynamic question right now because every single day is different. And I think everybody has a different way of like working at a company. And so every company feels different that you work at. And we try to build a very unique place, which is like, I think the whole way of saying bring your whole self to work is kind of cheesy.
Yeah.
But I do really believe in like the severance where people are very different. And so, we're just like a no bullshit kind of place where people get stuff done, work hard, enjoy the people they work with. It's very much, we steal a lot from like Netflix's culture documents. And I think they did one of the best, which is like, we owe you top compensation, but we also owe you the right to work with the best people in the world. And so people who want to work at a company like that, hopefully we're able to draw them in. And so that's why we have an office right down the street here in San Francisco, and we have one in New York as well.
Love. I'm curious, because you were previously a founder for running your previous company, Fair Market, spelled with an I, for almost 7 years. So I'm curious how things have felt in this new era of company building. I feel like there's very much been a shift recently in terms of like smaller companies, obviously AI first companies. How this time around have you shifted the scaling process? And if there's anything that feels like notably different from your last time as founder?
Very interesting question, because I think you're able to move a lot faster than you did before. And that includes like recruiting, hiring, delivering value to customers, building product. And I think a lot of people are now, if you look back 2017, 2018, when we started the last company, there was more trepidation around like using a newer technology.
Yeah.
And now there's a fundamental switch, no matter what business you're using, where if you're not using AI or you're not using technology, then you're going to get left behind versus people you're competing with.
Yeah.
And so that's made it easier. I think on the other side, there's obviously like a lot more competition. It seems like everyone is getting paid absurd salaries and every company is raising at absurd valuations. So there's a lot of cash being flushed around. which means, you know, the alpha is definitely in building something sustainable long term and something that actually delivers business outcomes. And so I think like there's still common threads, but I think you have to play the game on the field, which is a little different now, which is fun.
Yeah, love that. I think that's great. What is next for Stute? You are continuing to grow out your customer base. Are you guys expanding your product offerings, or just continuing to scale the team? What do you feel like is like P0 for you right now?
It's a great question. So continuing to deliver customer value, obviously signing up more customers. Like I don't think there's ever been anything on the show is like, no, don't sign up as a customer. Like I don't want that.
Okay.
Yeah,
pause.
Like we're too busy. We're too busy. But so no, we're going live in the next couple months with another product for order management.
Okay.
And so our whole goal at Stute is to build a system of record or system enablement for companies that they can deliver an Amazon-like experience for a company like a Bishop Lifting, a DirecTV, et cetera. Like you know where your order is in real time. You can deliver proactive customer updates. If the bill's wrong, we can adjust it. And so we have this order management product that we're co-building with a lot of customers that should be really exciting in the fall. And then we're going to be the first company, I think probably ever in back office finance to deliver a product-led growth experience, which will be going live next week.
A product-led growth experience.
Yeah, so you can just sign up with your credit card.
Oh, wow.
And it's based somewhat on token consumption.
Okay.
But it hooks into any ERP system. We have over 270 integrations. So you think like your Epicors, your SAPs, your Oracles. Even if you're using like files and it's an on-premise system. So if you have like an Infor system, we actually will do the file mapping with you in the product. And so you can self-serve onboard and start finding like have a little digital co-pilot or Stute Little right there to help you with accounts receivable. It's pretty exciting times.
So maybe like we should have a little Stute on your desk system.
Yeah, we have a couple of those that were 3D printed. So.
Oh, incredible. They're so on top of it. They're so ahead of it.
And if you're lucky to find us at a fund finance conference or shared service conference, you might see one of us running around in the suit.
Really?
Yeah, it's a little Stute suit.
Wow.
Pretty sick.
I'm honestly devastated that you didn't show up in the Stute suit today.
Yeah, I would be a little. I'm a little large, you know. I'm on a weight loss journey. I would be a little sweaty if I was in the suit. I have other plans for the day, but maybe next time.
Okay, we'll CC you next
right,
time. The
next
Stute
time.
suit. Tarek, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you
on
so much
today.
for having me.
It was
Appreciate
so
it.
great. Really, really fascinating. Thank you so much for taking us through the Stute journey and where you guys are at right now. Like, huge congrats on the success.
Thank you.
And the growth.
One day at a time.
I love it. Thanks
Appreciate
so
it.
much.
Thank you so much.
We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today, I am chatting with Rick Song, co-founder and CEO of Persona. Persona started as an identity verification company and has grown into a broad identity platform used by companies like Anthropic, OpenAI, Reddit, X, Roblox, Lyft, and many, many others. As AI agents, bots, deepfakes, age verification rules, and fraud networks reshape the internet, identity is becoming a much bigger question than KYC for fintech. Persona recently raised a $200 million Series D at a $2 billion valuation. And we'll talk about why identity verification is becoming core infrastructure for the agentic internet. Rick, welcome to The Situation today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks so much for joining us. So I'd love to just hear generally, Persona started in fintech KYC and has now become the identity layer for some of the biggest platforms like Anthropic, OpenAI, a bunch of the names that we mentioned. Walk us through sort of the current era of identity verification and how that has shifted.
So a lot of like early identity was oftentimes for regulatory purposes. So like KYC compliance, just making sure that you are who you say you are to meet kind of regulatory compliance. I think over the last like 5-10 years, as a lot of things on the internet increasingly power things offline, identity has kind of evolved and shifted. And this really has occurred in two ways. The first of which is, granted, there's been a lot of data breaches. Like
Yes.
SSNs, traditional forms of identity have increasingly become less and less potent as a mechanism to actually prove you are who you say you are. Like 80% of people's like data have been breached at this point. It's a really, the statistics are shocking, right? So as a result, there's been a lot of innovations in terms of how do people prove who they are now, right? These days, a lot of modern ones are oftentimes biometric based, but there's also fears around this as well. So that's the kind of first evolution of it all. And the second that has really kind of emerged right now has been just like the broad applicability of it, right? A lot of reason why identities become more and more prevalent right now is that as AI gets more and more sophisticated, as automation gets more and more powerful, things have moved away from can you even detect it's a bot to is this a human? Like who is the human? What's kind of going on there? So these are kind of like the two fundamental trends. And like for Persona, our core thesis early on was that there wasn't going to be a one size fits all for all these different industries, right? Like, if you're doing traditional fintech, trying to comply with regulations, makes a lot of sense there. If you're trying to verify someone's age, how do you do so in like the most privacy kind of sensitive way? You don't want, you don't need to know with that degree of scrutiny all the time, right? Like it depends really on the use case by use case. If you're doing somewhere like you're preventing fraud for $1,000 versus $1 million, makes a big difference as well.
Yeah.
There's a one degree of scrutiny, right? So our theory first off was how do we make sure we build a platform that kind of fits every use case? And the second is how do we make sure that the data itself is protected well? More companies, as more and more companies care about identity, that also means more and more companies have to interface with personal information, all of that. It's getting really difficult. We've seen the last era, and many of these, the last era of companies who've faced data breaches, face challenges there. Our perspective is how do we kind of not only become like a pure transactional platform, but also a platform that operates more like an AWS in which you can kind of securely manage all the personal information on your platform as well. So a lot of these companies, we become one of the easiest ways to not only be able to verify folks, but also securely manage all the data, make sure that you're storing in the right regions, complying with the right kind of, retention policies, all of that. That's kind of like a solidified thing. And I think like the biggest trend right now we really are seeing is this move away from just pure bot detection into human, like proof of human, right? Making sure that there's a human behind something, making sure that there's, some sort of like privacy preserving way to ensure that this same person, if they come back again, like we don't need to know everything about them, but you can't do these scaled kind of attacks, right? So that's been a lot of the things that we've been working on.
Really interesting. I think that's fascinating. Like you've been building Persona for 8 years, which is a non-small number. Congratulations on that, first and foremost. You've seen a lot of crises, but also like so much has shifted even in just, like you said, the identity verification space. This isn't just about KYCing your customers and like knowing who they are, having basic compliance. But now this is moving into like much more sophisticated identity verification. But also Persona has, as you just described, Persona has increased their part of the stack in also now offering these services that have become the most painful experiences for your customers over the last few years, which is data breaches, specifically around personal information, some of the most sensitive information out there. How was that process of actually like working with customers of like, okay, you just had like one of the worst moments happen in your company. how can we further like embed ourselves in this stack and take on some of these issues for you?
I mean, I think a real early challenge for us, and like it also gave us a lot of like a proof that this was a major problem for companies is, you know, the era in which we were founded was actually, I think, very, very shortly after the Equifax data breach. So at that time, you know, trusting like the startup to kind of manage this type of data was
Spooky.
You know, that was really kind of an unknown. Yeah, right. It's an unknown
Yeah.
theory at that time. And seeing like how difficult it was, you know, actually seeing how receptive companies were, and also how difficult it was for companies kind of like think about like all the data processing, all the kind of like security requirements around personal information. It gave us a lot of confidence, and that became like a really foundational pillar of not only, and that became like a core part of our strategy. It's not only the verification, but data security, making sure the retention process, all of that on behalf of companies. In terms of the interactions with companies when like they face a kind of a major challenge, and I mean, it happens a lot. Look, you see some of the stuff happening in the news right now for a lot of these like frontier model labs, all of that. A lot of our work is like understanding kind of like what are the core requirements, helping them comply with it, build out a flow that really hopefully can have maximize access, ensure that everyone, no matter kind of, you know, the quality of your device, no matter what region you come from, you know, no matter kind of, you know, what kind of identity credentials you may have, that you have something that is able to meet those regulations and all of that in like a really timely manner. I think that has become a really core motion for us throughout the years, right? Like being able to approach it with, you know, we work with so many different industries. We can pull out things from, let's say, marketplaces, ed tech, fintech, you know, other AI model companies, and be able to help reapply that to help see these patterns. We oftentimes don't just purely operate as a technology platform. A lot of our work is also giving guidance and giving recommendations in how do you actually like solve these problems. For a lot of like the largest companies out there, giving guidance on like, this is, you know, kind of like regulatory wins that we see right now. How should you kind of work through this? So that I think over time, especially as like companies kind of go through these, you know, let's call it like a sudden changes, on kind of problems, we oftentimes are able to step in to help out, not only from a, hey, here's a technology that works for you, but also here's like guidances and how to deploy this in a reasonable way, right? You know, one thing I have to verify myself every single day as to just work here. It's I'm not here to say it's a great experience. Yeah, it's kind of annoying to be honest sometimes. But I think one part of it is one thing we really believe in too is you really shouldn't deploy verification all the time. It doesn't have to be for everything, right? You know, and there's a lot of situations in which passive signals, kind of like things in which you clearly aren't doing anything like that risky, in which we shouldn't show up at all. So a lot of our work is also ensuring that
you are
part
also
is like, when can we make it so that you don't have?
Yeah,
exactly. And I think that's one of the reasons why when we're working with partners that works out well is that, you know, coming with like this more balanced kind of perspective, verification is not the solve for everything. I don't think it would be a great internet if you have to like scan your face for everything. I think it's kind of insane, honestly. Hopefully, you know, we joke internally, hopefully this is the year in which you see less persona.
You heard it here first. Rick is the end of persona.
yeah. Look, I hope our investors don't hear that.
No.
But yeah,
of course not. It's just about like how can it be a more embedded experience and like less consumer facing in terms of its like the friction that is present there.
like I think it's insane if you have to verify yourself for all these places. I mean, today that's kind of the state of it all, right? And there should be something that's owned by yourself, in which if you verify once, like you can carry this along and be able to consent and pass this along such that you can submit less and less frequently.
Totally.
So a lot of our work these days, especially, is to kind of enable that.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, it sounds like also in the past 8 years, you wear many hats. Like you are CEO, you are an engineer. It sounds like there's a JD combo in there in terms of regulatory compliance. Like you cover a lot of different pieces of the stack in the ways in which you're operating with a company.
Yeah, I mean, mostly an engineer.
You're like, wait, let's not oversell.
Yeah, I know. We have a GC now. He's not going to be too happy about that.
Okay, so I'm curious on the verification piece, something that a new company started working with recently is Anthropic. I'm curious, without obviously speaking for Anthropic, but what does Persona actually do in that flow?
So it's a broad basket of things, actually. And I'll speak more, like, I think like there's a lot of attention on Anthropic right now, but like we work with a lot of like frontier labs, not even just like the LLM ones. We work with ones who focus on audio. We work with ones that focus on music, all sorts of ones, right? Like there's a lot of different labs that kind of we work with on these ends. I think if there's one kind of like undercurrent of it, it's oftentimes for the most powerful models out there, how do you just ensure that as we're rolling these out, that like the models aren't being abused? And there's all sorts of ways in which you see this abuse emerges. But like these models, like there is this broader sense of like, how do we ensure that it's like being safely rolled out, that the use cases, how it's being used is like, within the bounds. So a lot of our work is really looking at it from like the person perspective, right? Because a lot of these labs also see the capabilities of their model, understand how hard it is to like know, bot detection, all of that now, right? Or not even just bot detection, but like malicious use detection, impermissible usage and otherwise. A lot of our work is helping these labs make sure that the right developers, the right individuals, whatever like kind of use cases that you're kind of complying with it, right? We really do believe that for AI, like most use cases should be out there. It's just a question of like in whose hands, right? Like if you're building out a 18 plus experience via AI, I'm not here saying, like you shouldn't, but the 18 plus carries a lot of weight in that statement, right? And like making sure to get access to that is important too. So we do anything from developers, age, otherwise, helping partner with these labs to also, ensure that. But again, like going back to the previous bit, making sure that, you don't see it too much. Like I know there's some news about us right now with our work on Anthropic, but we've actually had the opportunity to work with them for quite some time. And hopefully, I mean, I use Claude quite a bit. I'm sure all of y'all do as well. You probably haven't seen Persona, and that means we're doing our job right.
Nope.
You probably haven't had to verify yourself to date, like, right? It's been months now. So I think scoping that and making sure that that's kind of in the right hands is important too.
Amazing. I mean, I think I really appreciate that, of like you thinking about not only constraining yourself from a product perspective, like so much of the art of doing verification and identity verification correctly is the way that you're constraining yourself in that stack, but also again, just like minimizing the friction that an end user actually has to go through in this process, like making it invisible in the experience.
I mean, it's sometimes annoying. It really, like,
Rick
like
verifying himself every day. He's
hey. Like thousands of these now, it wears on you a bit.
It wears on you.
Yeah.
I thankfully have never had to do that in my experience with Claude. So thank you so much for making it invisible for me. I am curious though, like we're talking sort of broadly in terms of what these threats are. Obviously, fraud is getting more and more sophisticated with bots, spoofing, synthetic identities. What is the most surprising thing you're seeing right now? Or sort of
I wouldn't say it's surprising, but I think it's a lot of where kind of fraud has moved towards now. There was a broader period of like what we used to call like synthetic identities. So, like where you'd effectively like pull together a lot of things and like create like fake kind of identities. A lot of fraud these days also is moving to two other major kind of mechanisms, one of which is identity muling. So muling is where you will pay people in like a coordinated group to just verify themselves on your behalf and pass that off to others. And there's a lot of this, like this is a very real one, but probably the one right now that's the most, I would say, alarming / scary for us is just the rise of identity theft. Like a lot of our work these days actually, more so than ever preventing, we're always stop and attack these days. In the past, it might have just been like, oh, this person doesn't exist at all. These days, there's so much more prevalence of like, hey, how about we use identity theft? Because like a lot of these AI models now allow for hyper realistic replication of a fake just off of one photo. Like, in the past, like 2-3 years ago, you would need like a collection of like hundreds of photos to be able to generate a model that, would actually be able to like turn on their face and all of that. These days, you can borderline do it with just like one photo of you. For what's worth, like you probably have also not seen that much identity theft. I think that's because a lot of the identity verification providers, including us, have gone fairly good at detecting it. And it's not just through like the video itself. Like, depending on like the scrutiny of the model, you can kind of be able to detect a fair amount of this. But that I think has become a bit more alarming of a trend in which like rather than trying to like use fake information and create like a fake digital identity, people are increasingly starting to use real people's identity. So we're doing a lot of work on these ends in order to both, detect that better. But also, I mean, one thing I think we're in a unique position to do is also surface it to the real individual and let them know that, hey, there are folks out there who's trying to do this to you right now. You should probably just secure it up a little bit more in the same way that your credit card kind of works, where, if you something like travel to a different country, it's not that you can't use it anymore, but like it lets you know, hey, did you just go buy like, I don't know, a MacBook in like Europe for some reason, right?
In Italy,
right? Like, yeah, right. Maybe it was an impulse purchase or something, but like we think the same for identity. It's like if you're like something verified
we support that. I'm very grateful that AI models have a really hard time replicating my face because I have freckles, and the models still haven't figured out freckles. So I feel that I have proofed myself just through that. But I'm sure also Persona's tools are also protecting me in that sense as well.
We're trying, yeah.
Well, Rick, thank you so much for coming on today. This is really, really interesting. I love hearing about the ways in which not only are the threats becoming more sophisticated and stronger, but Persona is continuing to tackle each one of those that comes along. It's amazing that you've been working on this for the last 8 years and have continued to progress and modernize with each new threat. So thanks for doing the hard work that is thankfully invisible to me.
Thank you so much for having me again.
Thanks, Rick. We'll be back soon.
All right, we are live in the Situation Room. Not exactly in the Situation Room, but in the other Situation Room with Neil Mova from Sail Research, which is an AI infra company building inference systems for long-running agents. They just raised $80 million across seed and Series A from Sequoia, Kleiner Perkins, Redpoint Theory, Vine, CRV, and many others. And the company's thesis is that most inference infrastructure was optimized for humans waiting on chatbot responses where low latency matters, but agentic workflows are different. So Sail is building products optimized for that. So Neil, congrats on the raise and welcome to MTS.
Thanks so much for having me, Theo. Really great to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the audience, how would you explain Sail's thesis and product?
Yeah, absolutely. Sail is a new kind of infrastructure company focused on a new class of customer. We're building great infrastructure for agents. We want to have agents run for very long horizons of time and give them the abundance of tokens, sandboxes, and other resources they need to do really ambitious work.
Can you go into a little more detail on that?
Absolutely. So we think the main difference with agents versus what we've built AI for so far is that you really want to focus on scale and cost efficiency when you're talking about running hundreds or thousands of agents overnight or for days and weeks. And so we built a company focused almost maniacally on efficiency. We care about efficiency over all else. And that allows us to offer our customers the best unbeatable pricing on, for example, tokens, something that a lot of people are talking about these days. We have to build the entire stack around maximum throughput and efficiency. And that means we do make some sacrifices on latency. But we're happy making those choices because we think agents are going to be the largest market of inference demand in the next year. And we'd like to build the platform that allows them to scale without limits.
Interesting. So how exactly do agentic workflows change between like old AI infrastructure workflows that are built on chatbots versus newer ones that are built on long horizon agents?
Yeah, great question. So the main difference is that humans are not very patient, but machines can be. A human who's waiting at a keyboard for an answer from a language model does not want to be kept waiting for minutes. And so you better spit out tokens as quickly as possible to get an answer to the person. But what we find is that we increasingly offload large chunks of work to agents, which are going to run by definition overnight, maybe proactively. Some data triggers in the background and the agent picks it up, does a workflow, and then has a report ready for you in the morning. That type of agent can do a ton of stuff, but it doesn't necessarily need to optimize for getting an answer done in like a few seconds or a minute. It may take many turns and it may fan out to lots of subagents and generally consume tokens over the course of hours and days. And we optimize for that kind of throughput problem instead of the latency problem, which exists when you talk to ChatGPT.
How long do you expect agents will be running on Sail in the next, like, say, 6 months and then 1 year and then 3 years?
Yeah, some of our great customers today are already running agents for hours, meaning an agent is going to pick up a task, for example, code review. It's going to dig into somebody's code base and try to look for bugs. We're working with detail.dev, one of the best code review tools out there on this. And their agents typically run for 4 hours, hundreds of turns, and basically can run, well, 4 hours is where they are today. And I think we could easily see days or weeks of runtime in the future. But the whole point of what they do is that by giving the agent more time and token budget, they're able to achieve much higher quality results in their bug finding.
How do you think this is useful for like cyber specifically?
Yeah, cybersecurity is another great market for us. We're increasingly finding that the way you secure software is looking for basically bugs from every angle you can possibly imagine. There's a lot of code out there that's been written over the last 50 years. And essentially, you want to get a lot of eyes on that code to find all the possible ways it could be broken. And what we find is that actually the frontier of intelligence in cybersecurity is quite jagged. You might find that some bugs can be found by the strongest models, but also missed by the same strong models. And you find that open source models are actually quite good at picking up on some classes of vulnerabilities. There's a very jagged frontier, and we find that the best way to go after that is to have a swarm of agents for a variety of different base models looking for defects in software. And some of the best companies out there are definitely finding that like their token spend on bug finding has to be quite large in order to get the most interesting or pernicious software bugs found.
Which open models do you think are the best at bug finding right now?
Today, I think if you had to pick just one, it would have to be GLM 5.2. But like I said, GLM 5.2 will get some things that Kimi misses, and Kimi 2.7 will get some things that GLM 5.2 misses. And your best bet is to get the frontier is to actually use a hybrid of all the best models. And that may even include closed frontier models too, such as Opus 4.8 and GPT 5.5. We think more is better.
I see. So Sail manages to get like substantial efficiency gains and lower token costs by trading off latency. But to the extent that you can share without spilling any secret sauce, like where do some of these improvements come from?
Yeah, great question again. This trade-off between throughput, meaning how many tokens can you get through a system per hour, versus latency, which is how long does any individual user wait for the tokens to come back to them. That trade-off is a fundamental decision you must make in any system you design. You can choose efficiency or you can choose speed, but you cannot have both. And so what we've done is we took the somewhat risky bet to build the whole stack around throughput and efficiency. And that meant foregoing things like voice agents, which were very big around the time we started the company last year. And we had to take a hard bet on these long horizon agents that are going to run for hours and be less sensitive to a few seconds of latency here and there. I'll tell you one of the most important optimizations we do is essentially we choose parallelism schemes that when we split a model over many GPUs, we choose schemes that maximize model flops utilization, meaning the percentage of the GPU's peak compute that we're able to actually access. That is our North Star. We care very much about squeezing the peak compute performance out of the chips that we rent.
Interesting. And then on voice models, do you think that you could ever serve voice models, or is it just too different from?
A great engineer never says never. There's always a way. I think it's not our focus today, but over time, we think we will be one of the strongest teams building at the intersection of hardware efficiency and language model inference, or all transformer inference. And I think that the expertise we're building at the kernel level, at the inference engine layer, and at the control plane, that series of optimizations will mean that we are ultimately going to be one of the strongest inference stacks out there. Today, our focus is on long horizon agents. I think all agents will have some amount of work that happens proactively or in the background or over longer periods of time. For the short duration tasks, I think it's something that we will consider in the future, but it's not our focus today.
Yeah, it makes sense. So what are some customer workflows that you're seeing often? Is it like code review or cybersecurity or deep research or evals?
Yeah. So we love deep research in particular. One of our favorite customers, Parallel Web Systems, they are the deep research company in a lot of ways.
We know them, yeah.
Yes, they're great. They've been talking about background agents for years now. The founders of that company are absolutely aligned with us on the view of where agents that do ambitious work are going in the future, and we're very proud to be serving some of their traffic.
What about some other things that you have been surprised by with using Sail for?
So you can't talk about agents without talking about coding agents. And I think coding agents are going to be the big unlock for us over the next year. We expect, I think the metric to track here is how long do agents actually run for productively? And that number was originally like just a few seconds, as in you would send a request to Claude, it would come back to you in under a minute with some response, and you'd have to be in the loop. And we're increasingly getting to the point where you can have an agent go off and do work for 30 minutes or an hour. I think that's roughly where we are right now, between 10 minutes and an hour for median agent runtime. And I expect that number to be well into the hours by the end of the year. Once that's true, I expect Sail to be the best place to run long horizon coding agents.
Why can't you right now just like spawn a bunch of sub agents? So like if you have an agent that's running for an hour, if there's this idea that you need to scale coding agents to time horizons well into many hours in order to replicate human performance,
Yeah.
especially for economic purposes. But it seems like most people's work days are composed of a lot of discrete tasks that are less than an hour in length. So why can't you build like an ensemble of agents to complete economically valuable tasks like that?
Yeah, I think we're very close. There's just a few pieces that need to be figured out. And we're, again, with months away from getting these things done. One angle is how do you coordinate multiple sub-agents? We know that agents are smartest in kind of like shorter, fresher context windows. And best thing you can do for an agent is take a million token problem and make it 10, 100K token problems, for example. And we have teams like, of course, Claude Code, but also Open Code and a few others in the coding agent harness space who are doing great work with more ambitious sub-agent fan out. That's one angle. The other angle is we'd like to get agents which have better taste. There is always going to be some amount of adaptation for an agent to a specific code base or a specific application area. And so people like Trajectory or Applied Compute are doing great work to customize agents for every end customer, for every enterprise that's going to deploy coding agents at scale. And I think with that combination of better harnesses and more tailored agents, we will see a dramatic improvement in our ability to trust agents to run for hours and days. We will get there this year.
How do you think pricing will change over time when we get to longer time horizon agents that start to, um, seriously complement workers, like or even substitute for workers? Like if you have a coding agent that can do entire coding tasks that you would hire an engineer to do,
yeah,
are people still going to buy on the unit of tokens, or will pricing change to be more about completed work?
Outcome-based pricing is always a dream. I think that we will see more steps towards that over time. Today, tokens are the most obvious limiter on the ambition of an agent. It's not hard to hit your token budget cap. Ask any enterprise in the Fortune 500 how they're doing on their AI budget after Q1 alone. I think that in the very near future, we're still going to keep talking about tokens because there's just a meaningful, fungible proxy for useful work. But absolutely, I think that you can imagine much more clever products in the inference space that we seek to offer sooner than others. You can imagine, I think it's quite profound that you can get the same level of intelligence or you can get the same intelligence for a much lower cost if you're willing to basically shift it in time. That is a profound capability that we seek to kind of expose maximally to the world. We will open up the latency and cost curve for everyone. And so what that means is you will start to think about intelligence per dollar and how much work can I possibly get done with this fixed budget.
I see. So final question, you just raised $80 million. What are you going to do with it? Where is Sail going next?
Number one is building a great team. The engineers that we've hired are the lifeblood of this company, and we're very proud to be working with some of the best people I've ever had the privilege of working with in my career. And I think the 80 million and more importantly than the cash, I would say, is the partnership we have with great investors like Constantine and Lauren at Sequoia, Aditya Naganath at KP, Renee Shaw at Redpoint, and many others. We are really happy to be working with these great partners who are going to help us solve the greatest problem in infrastructure over the next few years.
Awesome. So we're really excited to see where you go. Thank you so much, Neil, for coming on MTS.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the time, Theo.
Absolutely. We'll be right back. Cool.
Wonderful. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Neil.
Welcome to another edition of Monetary Matters live on the MTS network. I'm joined by Jack Farley and Max. I know I'm Jack Farley. I'm joined by Max Weethy. Max, so in terms of the S&P action, I mean, what, down 20, 30 basis points? But if we could just share my screen now, I mean, look at this chart. A sea of red in the companies that are spending money on AI, and a sea of dark, dark green in the companies that are receiving that money that is spent in AI. Applied Materials, Lam Research, SanDisk, KLA, all the semiconductor companies, and most conspicuously Micron, that MU in towards the top left of the chart, just below NVIDIA. And above Micron, to the right of NVIDIA, we have Apple down 6.5%, formerly one of the biggest stocks in the world, down because memory, a key input into Apple devices, into Xbox, so owned by Microsoft, into everything, Nintendo, and of course data centers, has gone up by so much. And they reported over $30 billion in revenue. The profits from Micron just absolutely enormous, Max, from last night. So we were recording and we said it was a beat, but I listened to the call this morning, and it was just they just destroyed it.
Yes, they did. I mean, there was some debate people were having. If I were to take the other side of it, uncertainty about the long-term contracts, right? People are saying these contracts are ironclad. This locks in prices, shows that this memory cycle is not about to roll over. And people were saying, well, no contract is truly ironclad.
Yeah. So here's what I say is that, yeah, people predicting that this memory cycle is going to last for 3 years guaranteed. Of course, we don't know that. And commodity cycles, almost every shortage leads to a glut, and that's true in oil, copper, lithium. We've seen it. Max, you and I have interviewed the lithium bulls, probably at the top of lithium market, and they say, Jack, they say, Max, it's going to take so long to take these lithium mines long, like supply is just not going to come on. And then 6 months later, the prices utterly collapsed, and that happens in oil all the time. We saw it literally just a few weeks ago. But the question is memory different? Because we have 3 and now actually 4 memory producers: the 2 South Korean companies, SK Hynix and Samsung, and then Micron, American company in Boise, Idaho, of the potato chip. They also make memory chips. And then the newcomer, China CXMT, which is actually going to do one of the biggest IPOs in China, expected to be this year. Yeah, Max, but here is what's undeniable is that it was a blowout quarter, and they secured what is being reported and what they reported as 40% of their forward sales are going to be in long-term revenue. But then there's this analyst from UBS who I sent a friend request this morning at like 4 a.m. He's I don't know if he's accepted it yet, but he asked a question to the CEO. He's like, wait, the math isn't mathing. What's going on? And basically the 40% of sales, it's more like 25% of sales, because it was assuming a very, very low price outlook. So still like 75% upside in the spot market. But I mean, the very fact that you locked in all of these customers to these long-term deals, that just goes to show the pricing power. Of course, there's the other argument that like Micron is seeing the writing on the wall, and they can tell that it's the shortage is going to not last for a long time. But they said,
so that's why they want to lock in.
Yeah, but I think they said on the call, and they're not just talking in their book, that like this supply is going to last, or this squeeze is going to last a really long time. And you had all of these bank analysts, which again, look, they're probably just taking the same things that I'm getting from the CEO, but they are saying like this memory squeeze could be priced into 2028. Here's the thing though, Max, so I guess it's probably trading at like 8 times earnings. It is a question of, is it cheap now?
Well, what do you think? Do you think it's cheap? I know you're a big bull. You're long. Are you starting to get worried about that valuation?
I'm long Micron indirectly through like a semiconductor basket. I actually have much greater conviction on the suppliers to Micron. So that would be like Lam Research or ASML. And these are the companies that, on a trailing basis are trading like 65 times earnings, and a forward basis probably like 45 times earnings. And look, I'm not a defender of the practice of buying companies at 50 times earnings. And when Costco is at 50 times earnings, I thought it was just stupid. But Costco doesn't grow. They grow at like 5% or 9%. Lam Research is going to grow probably 30%. And they have incredible pricing power because they are one of the only suppliers of dry etch, and ASML is one of the only literally the only supplier of extreme ultraviolet light. And actually, I didn't know that extreme ultraviolet light was used for memory, but it actually, and it hadn't been, but it is new. And like Lam Research, I really like their business model because like 30% of their revenue is recurring revenue from subscription sales, maintenance on current machines, and in particular because the etch and deposition process is such a violent process. It's always like breaking and like selling the old parts to fix the machines. So it basically is, you know, whatever huge numbers of sales that they're going to have, and it is, let's be honest, it is going to be huge. Like the question is just how huge is they get, you know, guaranteed revenue on top of that, you know, in the same way that like anytime they sell you, Apple sells you an iPhone, you're probably going to buy another one. You're probably going to get a little warranty. And then all the apps that you buy on top of that, those app companies only get 70% and Apple gets the 30% revenue share, which is, some might say, egregious. So yeah, let me look. Lam is a good business model, and they are a big supplier to Micron, which is the most in-demand commodity in the world, which is memory. And as I said on yesterday's call, Max, MTS, like Micron, the memory squeeze is in everything. You know, in NVIDIA, their data segment has exploded, and in Micron, I might have assumed, oh, it's only the data segment, data center segment within Micron. But the extremely old memory chips that they sell to, like, 1980 style controllers, everything has gone up in price.
Yes, it's
probably 6x.
Yeah, the memory being sold to Nintendo, the memory being sold to Dell. I mean, if you notice, like I think Dell is down quite a bit. So you said the people who are receiving the CapEx spend are green today. Well, there's one exception to that, and that's Nvidia. So Nvidia down 1.78, struggling. I know with our next guest, we're talking about the woes of the S&P 500 and why you have to look outside of that, at least right now, to get good performance. But what's happening with NVIDIA? And maybe we could just pull up that tweet from our good friend Bubble Boy.
Yeah. So I got to say, Bubble Boy knows 5,000 times more about semiconductors than I do. And that's honestly an insult. It's probably more like 15,000. But okay, so this is Bubble Boy, who, I've interviewed semiconductor specialists. He says, NVIDIA looking like a great short right now. Rubin ramp looking shaky. Networking revenue looking garbage. TPU ramping more and more ASIC X coming to the market with better TCO, total cost of ownerships. Looks like an amazing setup. I really disagree with Bubble Boy. And look, maybe it pains me to say it because, and see this because, I'm long NVIDIA and I own call options in NVIDIA, but they just take such a giant percentage of the profits of the semiconductor industry. And yes, I guess they probably are signing the checks that like is buying from Micron, but they pass along all that, all the cost to their clients, which are the hyperscalers and maybe the neo clouds as well. So I'm gonna go against Bubble Boy on this. I think any other stock, I don't know. If he also got bearish on Lam Research, I'd probably go against him there. But any other stock, when he, like when I got bullish on Rambus and I talked to some semiconductor specialists and they told me actually Rambus is not good, then I took their word for it. But I don't know. I'm going against Bubble Boy on this one.
Yeah, I have no doubts on that. Look, I just want to talk about, some of the price action today a little bit. So obviously after Micron reported, everything was up. NASDAQ futures were up over 2% today. People are expecting that today was going to be another one of those big green wave days where everything is green, and we just absolutely dumped.
Yeah.
So
I'll share the QQs.
Yeah. Just share the chart here. And I think, look, just looking at the 1 day, but go to the 5 day.
Okay, so Q's closed stronger than the S&P did. That's interesting. I wonder why that.
Well, it's because they've got the memory stocks.
Yeah.
So
they got a higher tech exposure. Yeah.
Yes, and if you look at the full Nasdaq composite, it wasn't as strong because of the concentrations there. So Nasdaq 100 did better. But I mean, look at the 5 day. Look at the 1 month. So we're all making money, but I'm just saying it's not
horrible. It's definitely okay. It's not great, but it's not horrible. But you're right. It's not great. Yeah.
It's not great. And pull up SPY. Go to SPY.
SPY, yeah. S&P 1 month. I'll do the 1 month.
Look, we basically going into that big sell-off, that big Friday sell-off, we have failed to make new highs. We had a chance. The market was supposed to be up, the NASDAQ was supposed to be up 2% if you were looking at the pre-market pricing, and we just absolutely dumped on the cash open. So look, it's I'm not saying that the end times are near, but if you were hoping for a nice return to the strong bull market, you would like to see pre-market action like we had today sustaining throughout the day and not selling off. So a bit concerning to me.
Definitely. And Max, I'll be honest. So I woke up very early, far earlier than I would want to. Couldn't fall back asleep. So I listened to the Micron call, looked into a lot of semiconductor stuff. And so after that, I posted this of the Nathan for you of here's the plan. We kill all of our customers for Micron just because they just have just made, they're going to make so much money. They're going to make like $150 billion.
Yeah. But that has to come from somewhere. It comes from somebody's margins.
Yeah. Yes.
It comes out of somebody's margins. But that's what's hurting these S&P 500 leaders. Jack, why don't you introduce our next guest and we can talk about why the S&P 500 has been struggling.
Yes, we are joined by Meb Faber of Cambria Funds, and he's the author of Investing in America, The Rise of a 250-Year Bull Market. Meb, welcome to MTS.
Great to be here.
So, Meb, what were your findings when you wrote this book about this 250-year bull market we've had in America?
I think you need to step back and say, what was the inspiration? Because if y'all remember COVID time, we were kind of stuck doing nothing. There was no sports on, and a lot of the young folk, what do we do all day? Well, they couldn't bet on sports, which is the new national pastime. So they started betting on stocks, right? You had the original meme stocks, and then now it's 0-day options, and then prediction markets and everything else. And so I wanted to strangle all the young people and say, y'all, you just got to put money to work and leave it alone. You don't need to be making this hyperactive necessarily trading on these low bets. Anyway, but there was you guys know Morgan Housel. He had a nice tweet where he's like, someone should write a book, and every page is just this picture, and there's the U.S. stock market from 1900 to present, and just the name of it should be "Shut Up and Invest." And so what we set out to do is actually not just take it back to 1900, but take it back to the founding of our country. And stocks were publicly traded. Really, 1792 was Buttonwood Agreement. So really starting in 1800. Now globally, you could even take it back to 1600. In Amsterdam and London and other places. So, what you find is that when you zoom in to really short periods, everything always looks crazy and always geopolitical mess. But when you zoom out, it paints a different picture, which is, this compounding and power laws over decades, 10, 20, 30, 50 years can be a magical formula for really anyone to get rich.
Meb, what were the biggest wins in the stock market before 1900? I think like many decades, you can say, okay, this is the stock where you made the most money, or this theme, this industry. But like, what was the big bull markets of 1810 or 1840, where people like, whoa, I tripled my money in this few years?
What's so fun about this and other financial history books? So we have a whole reading list in the book of. And one of the best parts about writing this book is I went back and I probably bought, 50 books I'd never heard of, about various periods in history. So not just back to 1800 in the US, but, the South Sea bubble or railroad mania or canal mania, all these times that, people got all caught up in whatever the hot, the AI of their day was, which could be as boring as utilities, or microprocessors, plastics, who knows what. And you find a lot of similarities through time, and even greater examples of booms and busts and depressions. And despite all that is kind of the central message of the book. Despite all that, you've had this magical force that really over 20 years, and the kink kind of happens at 20-year rolling periods, where stocks actually become less volatile than bonds. And so as long as you can withstand, and that's easy to say, hard to do, of course. But one of my favorite charts in the book is it looks at what are the top 10 market cap, and I think we've tweeted it at some point recently, top 10 market cap stocks by decade or various periods. And you look back at time and you see, you don't even remember those names anymore. You don't even remember, some of them in the 1980s were all Japanese. We post a lot of pictures, so good luck trying to find it. But
I know.
But you find examples of former high flyers. But Hank Bessenbinder, who you may be familiar with, academic, wrote the paper, "Do Stocks Outperform T-Bills?" Really famous paper. And he found that like there's a very small percentage of stocks, it's like 5%, 10% even, that generate all the returns. So historically, that might have been Walmart or McDonald's, or today modern being Nvidia, et cetera. Or, back then it was, the Bank of the United States, or maybe AT&T or IBM. But the names change, and that's the whole point of capitalism and free markets and creative destruction. In 10, 20 years, we won't be talking about Nvidia. We'll be talking about, Jack's teleportation company or something else.
Yeah, AI podcasting, something like that. So, but because Meb, in the 19th century, I read about the railroad bust. There's the boom, but then there's the bust, and then everyone lost so much money. You said that the Bank of the United States, I guess some of those got privatized, but there was a lot of, you always read about the crashes. But what was like from Microsoft from 1978 to 2000 was just a tremendous wealth compounder. Like, do you have any examples of just how, because presumably when you say you have some statistic that is truly amazing of like, if you invested $1, you'd have XYZ, but we know about the compounding from like 1900 to now, but what was the compounding in terms of the stocks or the particular industries? Because, wasn't railroads kind of a bust?
Well, if it varies by time. So if you look at, in the early days, there's only a handful of stocks. It wasn't like there's tens of thousands like there is all around the world today. And, in the early days, there's a lot of financials, then kind of insurance, and then the railroad boom. If you look at, hey, what was one of the best years, nominally speaking, 1954 did a 50% a year. Wouldn't that be nice? 50% a year. 1879 wasn't far behind for 47%. On a real basis, you still had a couple of 50%ers. And, if you look at individual names, one of the things about the Hank study, come back to Hank real quick, was that he has a companion paper called what are the best performing stocks of all time? And granted, this only goes back to 1900, but I bet you would be hard pressed to guess any of the names in the top 5. And they had to have been around for 100 years. So the problem is probably, it's not going to be Monster Energy, even though it was a great stock, because it only compounded for whatever it is, 30 years. You guys want to
Union Pacific, General Electric?
Number?
No.
Well, you probably can't even, and I don't have the chart in front of me. You can't even name some of the top 5. It's like Vulcan Materials. Number 1, of course, was Philip Morris. What's the name of Philip Morris today?
Philip Morris. No, PM.
Yeah. But it wasn't like 30% a year, 50% a year. It was kind of a moderate. It was like 15%, but it just happened to do it for so long. And so, looking at some of these periods, one of the fun parts is you hear some young folks, and you guys are young, but you hear people complain about how hard it is to invest it for the past 10 or 20 years. That I had to live through COVID or the GFC or the dot-com bust. And you're like, bro, you look back in history and my God, Great Depression down over 80. Look at these other periods that were incredibly difficult. And so I think it's useful from just a history standpoint to step back and say, the nice thing that the book does is zooms in on every decade, says, here's all the things that happen. But then it zooms out on the chart and says, oh, look, can you even see this blip of 2008 on the chart, 1987? It's hard to even find, but it gives a little perspective, I think, on what's going on. We have one chart in the book where it shows at each order of magnitude market cap level. So basically, what was the first company to hit 1 million market cap, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, and we got the billion mark, but we don't have the 10 billion. You guys got any guesses? Are we gonna get SpaceX in there? Who's it gonna be? Nvidia?
10 trillion.
10
trillion. Excuse me.
It's hard. The numbers just keep going up.
You have to Google what comes next. You ask the average person.
I mean, it's got.
I'm gonna guess Nvidia's there. Screen down.
Yeah, Nvidia screen hasn't been up, but no. My question, Meb, is we alluded to it earlier. The S&P, the U.S. has worked so well for the last 20 years. Investors who are our age and maybe a little bit older really haven't had too much downside volatility outside of the GFC for any sustained period of time. Look, we're not having a 1929, 1930s type of year for the market, but other things are working. So my question would be, Do we have 250 more years of American bull market? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the U.S. has certainly been special. It's not totally unique. If you look back just to 1900 or so, there's been a couple countries that are right there with us as far as stock market performance. They're much smaller, of course, like Australia and South Africa. The problem is the U.S. has been incredible. 2/3 of world market cap today. This period since 2009 is somewhat unique. You guys looked at a paper that we wrote a few years ago called The Bear Market and Diversification, which examined this truly outstanding performance of U.S. stocks. And there's a chart, pause right there. Perfect. Nope. And
Here.
There's a rolling 10-year stock returns.
Yeah, share the screen.
Of the U.S. stocks. And this is the past 100 years. And you can kind of see four mountaintops. And these four mountaintops, there's only been 4 times in history where U.S. stocks do 15% a year, rolling for 10 years or more. And they all have names, right? It was the Roaring 20s, Nifty 50, Internet bubble, and then whatever we're calling this, COVID, meme stock, AI boom. And it doesn't mean that they have to end in a crash or a downturn. It doesn't mean they have to end tomorrow. It just means you should probably pat yourself on the back and say, wow, this has been pretty special. And in terms of magnitude of outperformance and years in a row of outperformance versus a traditional buy and hold of a global allocation, doesn't even matter what. It could be 60-40, could be endowment style, could be risk parity. This has arguably been the best period for U.S. stocks in line with post-World War II. So, just the point is that you kind of take a step back. And so the challenge historically is if you look at these really massive secular moves, usually it starts with stocks being cheap, which was true in 2009, and often ends with stocks being quite expensive, which is on a market cap basis where we are today. A lot of parallels between the late 90s. Again, doesn't have to stop here. Japan in the 1980s was a double from here on valuation metrics, which would be kind of nutty. But if you look at it, you see all of a sudden quietly, and no one really noticed last year because the S&P still did 17, but other things started to outperform for the first time in forever. It felt like first you had gold, and then there was foreign stocks. Foreign deep value stocks did over 50 last year, on. And then this year, everything's outperforming. I think the least popular investment, for quite some time has been small caps. They've just underperformed for forever. They're catching a bid this year. Value's working, foreign's working again, on. So it feels like there's been a disturbance in the force, a little bit. Something has shifted. We'll see how long it lasts. The example, I think the parallel of the late 90s, early 2000s to today is not too dissimilar, where there are competing assets that look pretty good. The valuation of many ex-US equities, the intro you guys were talking about, AI companies. And one of the interesting things we've seen in the past year or two, because we run 20 ETFs, and the top 3 are all the same strategy, shareholder yield, but there's the US one, the foreign, and the emerging. Same formula for all of them. They're looking for stocks with high dividends and buybacks. The US has very little tech, but the emerging market tech is traditionally the top 1 or 2 sectors. And you see kind of whether it's in Czech Republic or whether it's in South Korea, which has obviously gone totally bananas. You're seeing a lot of stocks where you look back and you're like, oh my God, when did that stock go up 10 times or 20 times? When you have these cheap valuations, you just get a little kindling, and all of a sudden you get these pretty big moves. But the valuations are still quite a big discount to the U.S. today.
So Meb, my question would be about this diversification. I do think if you look under the hood, there is a factor at the scene of the crime in almost every single one of these markets, and it is the AI trade, right? So South Korea is working because of AI. A lot of the industrial companies that are benefiting are benefiting from the AI capex spend, the energy shortage that's coming as a result of all of these data centers being built out. And so yes, emerging markets are working, but it's for a lot of the same reasons that some of the US leaders are working. So my question would be do you really consider it to be a diversified rally of everything, or is it that AI is just eating the whole world?
You got to remember that the U.S. is only a quarter of world GDP. So as dominant as we are, there's a big spread between stock market capitalization at 2/3 and actual economic footprint. I think the AI trade, no doubt, is having massive ramifications everywhere, and the tentacles are kind of far-reaching. But you've seen it work out in places like utilities, old boring utilities. All of a sudden, I was chatting with some friends who had a farmer client in Ohio, and they said he just sold his farmland to a data center for $300,000 an acre. So you're seeing even the farmers benefit, but there's kind of, I think, in any number, and a lot of the stocks that I'd mentioned, we were talking about one on Bloomberg even a couple of years ago, where it's a supplier to some of the AI companies and chip companies. So even downstream, where it's like the picks and shovels. So there's a lot of money sloshing around. I think I think it's a far-reaching for sure when you start to talk about some of these companies, certainly in the trillions. And the downside, if you look at the one thing that usually has been missing from this bull run that is really coming online today is supply. So I think these 3 IPOs coming, 2 more coming on deck, represent almost all the IPOs from the 90s combined. That's just how big they are. So I'd be curious to watch what the rest of the year looks like with these AI companies if they make it to market.
Yeah, Max, while I agree with you that it is AI, driving South Korea, driving Taiwan, I do wonder, though, just that maybe like there's always a reason, the fundamental reason why a factor works. Like value worked in 2000 to 2007, but you could have said, well, that's just because banks and housing did so well. We had a housing bubble. And then you could say the quality factor worked from 2011 to 2021, but that's just because we had a huge software boom. It's like there's always a fundamental reason, and yet the factors, even if they're an output rather than input, they still matter. Would you agree, Ben?
Yeah, and it's hard to know too exactly what is going to be the drivers. The interesting part on what we consider to be a value strategy, it's interesting that it would end up choosing companies in the emerging markets in particular that are tech focused, as opposed to the U.S. They don't, and so and cap size, all these things mixing around. So I'm always, as a quant, it's fun because particularly in the foreign markets, I look and often I'm like, man, I don't even know what any of these stocks are, and the ones that I do know, certainly wouldn't have bought if I had the discretionary choice to. If you look at that stock, be like, oh God, I can't buy that. That's disgusting. So one of the many benefits of being a quant.
I got a question for you as a quant, Meb. So many people, I'm sure you've heard this 50 times, say, well, Microsoft and all these companies, they used to be such high quality businesses because they were so low capital intensive. In other words, they didn't have to spend that much money to make that much money. Now these companies are the hyperscalers, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Oracle. As a quant, what do companies that have lower capex to revenue, or a much higher free cash flow relative to net income or something like that, where they're just, they don't have to invest so much, do they perform better over time, or is that a myth? What does it say?
Oh boy. So, if you look at just broad-based factors, traditionally companies there's a lot of co-inherited traits. So if you talk about something like dividends or buybacks, that's a bit of capital discipline. But what does that also mean? If you're the average stock coming into our shareholder yield portfolios as a double-digit shareholder yield, and this is I think a really important point today, because if you look at the S&P, the S&P dividend yield just set an all-time low, and it's about to go, well, depending on what the market does, but it's very close to going below 1%, which feels insane. But people look at that and they either say, oh, the stock market's super expensive, or you can say something like, oh, well, that's because it shifted from dividends to buybacks. But to be able to pay out 10% of your market cap in cash flow, you have to have it, right? So you either have to have a huge balance sheet, or you have to have a huge amount of earnings that you're consistently paying out. But also, what that tells you is you're not spending it on other things. Now, it could be wasteful things like naming stadiums or bribes or paying the CEO a ton of money or stock-based compensation, which is huge here in my home state in California. Tech companies love to make it rain with SBC. But also it means you might not be spending on R&D or on other types of ideas. I mean, historically, factors like M&A, empire building, acquiring other companies doesn't help stock returns. Growing total assets in general, not a great factor. But it also is like some of them are first cousins, and so they rhyme with other traits. But it's also can be sector specific, and change over time as well.
Well, I'm old enough to remember. I might be young, Med, but I'm old enough to remember just a few years ago when Boeing was being chastised for all of the return of capital, that they didn't do enough R&D to keep up and innovate. GE as well. They've since, rejiggered their capital structure, spun out some businesses and restructured themselves. But the hyperscalers by and large were returning capital to shareholders. Obviously, Google was known for the tremendous amount of R&D. Apple does R&D. I'm not saying that they don't. But it's funny that the things that we were punishing the innovators of the prior cycle for not keeping up with the market, maybe now is starting to punish them for this CapEx investment. I wouldn't call it R&D.
Yeah. It just depends what the return is, right? So I think one of the great challenges of being in a capitalist system is it's hard. 2/3 of stocks underperform a broad index, about half lose money over time, and a quarter of them essentially go to zero. But that's because, hey, if NVIDIA is making a ton of money, that's a giant target on their back. And there's a ton of other companies that say, hey, I want to make some money too. And so they're working on innovation and ideas. But the problem is, just because you have the money doesn't mean that your R&D and your ideas are going to be any good. Someone else can come out with a better product, right? And all of a sudden you're toast. And so I think that creative destruction is obviously healthy in the competition, but also I think the media loves to chastise the company, say, oh, instead of paying these dividends or buybacks, you should have invented teleportation, going back to what we were talking about earlier. But look, if they could have done that, they would have. And it's not always as easy, I think, as it seems. And so, it'll remain to see. We'll see if these companies, all the money they're spending ends up, and this may be a lead into y'all's next segment, but it'll be fun to watch if that's money well spent or money being lit on fire.
All right, Meb. Well, we will leave it right there. Thank you so much for joining us.
And yeah, people should got to check out the book, Investing. If you could put it on screen again, Investing in America: The Rise of a 250-Year Bull Market. So it's coming out July 4. I mean, of course,
nobody's ever published a book on a Saturday, on a holiday, in the summer. I don't think. I think we'll be the first. But all the proceeds will go to the Invest America charity. It's fun to flip through. Love to hear what y'all think. And happy birthday, America.
Thank you, Meb.
Thank you, Meb. Max, we were gonna just kind of talk for a minute here. Were you gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna say, looking forward to, we can just talk a little bit about the guests we have coming up next. We've got Jim Ball from Altimeter Capital. We're going to be talking about software. I would just like to preface that he is on the private side. We're going to blur the lines a little bit, talk about what's happening in the private software market as well as the public markets. But we like to talk about public markets a lot here, and just remind everybody that he is definitely coming from that private market perspective. So with that clarity out of the way, Jim, and thank you so much for joining us here on MTS. We are very excited to chat. This is, besides what's happening with the AI build out, what's happening with software and the way people are thinking about the disruption is maybe one of the most interesting things happening in the public market side. As a private markets investor, I would love to know what you think about how software stocks are trading right now, and if any of that is bleeding into your world.
Yeah, look, I think the hot topic of the last few months has kind of been like, is software dead? Are we in a SaaS apocalypse? What is the future of software? And I think that question is always asked through the lens of, let's look at these public companies and how their stocks are trading. And I think there's a couple of things people forget. One, the subset of software companies that are public companies probably represent the top 1% of all software companies in the world. Like, that is the upper echelon of software companies out there. And there's a much longer tail of software companies that sit beneath that. I think if I can ramble for a second here, the
Please.
big thing that I don't think the question is right to ask it, is software dead or is software alive? I think the real question is, of the future value that is going to get created, are classic software companies going to take more than their fair share, or are they going to get squeezed down? The way that I think about it is the layer that owns the interaction layer, or what I kind of like to call in simpler terms, the front door, is generally the subset of companies that capture the most value. When we look at the software era, software consisted of, and I think Ali at Databricks had a great segment on this in their conference last week. It consisted of a couple main layers. It consisted of a database, it consisted of a UI, and then it kind of consisted of workflows built around that. The key part, though, was the UI. It was the front door. It was where people went to interact with the underlying software that sit beneath it. There's a big question in the future of agents. Will classic software companies own that UI? Will they own the front door, or will they get reduced down to more of, maybe middleware, for lack of a better term, where they are just kind of a database with an API on top of it? You see companies like Salesforce talk about their headless API platform, which is essentially a way for agents and others to interact with the data sitting on top of what's sitting in Salesforce. And so I think this question of like, is software dead? Like, no, I don't think software is dead. I don't think software is going away. I don't think software is going to lose value. And when I say software, I mean software in the classic sense. Obviously, agents are still software. It's just a different type. But I think the relevant question is, will classic software companies kind of capture a disproportionate share of the incremental value created as we move to an AI world, move to a world of agents? And there's historical precedents we can study to maybe foreshadow or try to predict how this world will play out. I think when we rewind the clock back to the early days of the internet, we can look at what happened in the travel industry. Before the internet, the way you book travel was kind of through a travel agent who worked with products called GDS, Global Distribution Systems, that aggregated inventory from different flights, airlines, hotels. And so, you could go to one spot to get all of the flight, seat, price data from United, from American, from Southwest, et cetera. It was kind of the aggregation point. And the GDSs, Sabre, Amadeus, a number of these big, large public companies, I think some of them even had 100 billion plus market caps at one point in time. They were the interaction layer, the front door, that travel agents went to book travel. The internet came out, and now all of a sudden there was a new interaction layer, a new front door. And you saw OTAs emerge, Priceline, Kayak, Booking, etc. They used the OTAs under the hood initially as an aggregation layer. Instead of building kind of direct connects with every airline, they got the inventory data from the GDS systems, but they kind of captured the interaction layer on top. And what ended up happening was, did GDSs go away? Did GDSs die? No. They dropped, their cost per booking captured fell probably by 90%. If they used to charge $20 per booking, now they're charging $1, because that's all that they could capture. And most of the incremental value went to the OTAs. And you saw this total shift in market cap of GDS systems kind of slowly decline, but never go to zero, to the rise of OTAs. And so I think people have the same question with software. Are we going to see the same thing happen? Is value going to be captured on top of classic software companies, agent companies, companies getting work done versus being a database? That's, I think, really the core. I think there will be a lot of software companies that are able to innovate and are able to capture that layer. We're already starting to see it more at the infrastructure layer. Companies like a Datadog, companies like a Databricks or a Snowflake have kind of seen a lot of business momentum. Their revenue tends to be more positively correlated with improvements in intelligence and AI versus applications, which maybe have a little bit more proving to do of, will you capture that next layer on top, or will you be reduced to middleware? As Satya, once famously described SaaS as being reduced to a dumb CRUD database, which, that certainly, maybe it's not dead, but it's kind of reduced so significantly that it appears dead relative to the value that's captured by others on top of it. But I think that's that's more of how I think about this, like, is software dead question.
do you think people are right to assume, using your language about the front door, that agents are maybe the end state of the front door, and that in that world where the data becomes more important, we've seen a lot of data aggregators like Snowflake is infrastructure for you to kind of deal with your own proprietary data. But if data becomes the most valuable thing, is it going to be, are people going to hold on to it, hoard their data? Is every proprietary database going to be sort of guarded in this world, before where, you know, it became very easy to sort of just roll up data and aggregate before?
I think it's an interesting question. I might slightly reframe it. What companies like Databricks or Snowflake or ClickHouse, or like, what they have going for them is they have gone through really deep, rigorous security, compliance, reviews with all of their end customers. And they are known to have high fidelity governance, high trust, high security. You then compare that to what are people's biggest fears in a world of agents? It's twofold. Well, maybe one fear and one kind of concern. The fear is, hey, you're going to let these agents loose and they're going to do things they shouldn't. They aren't going to be governed right. They aren't going to be walled off right. And if you think about a large organizations, I might be mispermissioned somewhere. I might have access to some system I shouldn't. But as a human, I'm just never even going to go explore that level of access. I'm not going to try to access that system that I have access to, that I didn't know I have access to, because it's not even something I use in the first place. You think about an agent,
know it exists.
They're going to explore every single nook and cranny. They're going to find every permission, every piece of context, every database that they are permissioned to have access to. And something like a mispermission can have catastrophic effects. And so, big question, concern of enterprises on, do I want to adopt agents and AI, is how can I govern them? How can I audit them? And how can I know they're doing what they should be doing? One big question. Second big question is, and how do I get those agents data to help them operate effectively on domain-specific tasks? Those are kind of two big buckets. When I look at some of the data infrastructure platforms today, what do they have? Well, they have the trust, they have the governance model, they have the security model. I think the product that Databricks talked about the last week, I should have looked this up before. I think it was their Unity Gateway, which is kind of like this entry point or this choke point where they're going to provide that governance and that security and that auditability of agents. And then at the same time, hey, we have all this data in a single place that we can help feed the agents in real time to help make them better at their job. Or if you think about what agents are doing, they're spitting off tons of data in real time, telemetry data, usage data, what's working, where are they getting stuck. If you want to improve the agents, you got to store that somewhere. And so I think a lot of the infrastructure players, particularly the data infrastructure players, have pretty strategic real estate to capture value of work and of agents doing work. Obviously, it's going to come down to execution. Just because you have the right and you have the strategic real estate doesn't mean you're going to capture the value. You still have to build great products. You have to take them to market efficiently. You know, you ultimately have to sell them to customers and generate revenue. I think they're in a phenomenal strategic place to do that, but it always comes down to execution.
Jim, I want to know, what are the software companies that are trying to manage the agents? You mentioned Databricks, still private, of course, a giant company. I'm more familiar with ServiceNow. I've heard the CEO talk about how they're going to try and be the control tower of agents. How long is the list of software companies that are attempting to manage the agents and are going to large enterprises, whether they're current customers or not, and saying, okay, Claude and Codex are going to produce this massive software for you, do all these tasks, but we are going to manage that for you. Is that how big is that space? How many companies?
I think if you're not trying to do that, you've probably already been fired by your board. I think it's table stakes. Every system of record, classic system of record, Salesforce, ServiceNow, Workday, HubSpot, et cetera, like they all want to be agents. They're all building agents, and agents are really just workflow, a way of getting work done. The big question, and this kind of gets back to the system of record ability and right to win versus maybe someone like a data platform's ability to write and win. the Salesforces of the world, and everyone uses them because they're a huge company and it's an easy target, right? What are they great in? And I'm going to reduce it down to sales. They do a lot more than sales, right? They do work in finance, they do work in marketing, but like let's just, for the sake of the hypothetical, reduce it down more to the domain that they have expertise in. Salesforce, sales. ServiceNow, ITSM. Workday, HR. They're going to build workflows and agents that work well in their domain. I would say the challenge they're going to face is that if you think what is a human user doing in these platforms, they're going to ServiceNow to grab some context. Then they're going to Salesforce to grab some context. Then they're going to Workday to grab some context. And then they are getting work done. They're grabbing little bits and pieces of context from many different systems and then ultimately completing the work. I think the question will be, a lot of the work will span different domains and span different systems of record. Are the existing systems of record set up to have agents that work across systems? Or are they set up to work as agents in a more narrow domain, in just the sales function, and just the marketing function, and just the finance function, et cetera? I can't say I have a perfect answer. I would say the data platform thesis and argument is you're going to want your agents to work to be very cross-functional, cross-domain. That's what people are doing. That's what your agents are going to do. We are best set up to do that with our governance that spans across all systems, our security that spans across all systems. The systems of record company will say, hey, well, we already have that data. We already have the users. We already have the customer relationships. Just buy our agents on top of the existing workflows. Then you have the net new companies, the agent companies, that I think will probably be the one that surprises everyone. History is littered with examples of incumbents who should have won, had the right to win, had the customer relationships, had the trust, but didn't for one reason or another. There's a lot of reasons we can list, but I would say innovator's dilemma is real and it exists, and it's not different this time, and it's why you're seeing just an upstart of an amazing crop of early stage companies that are capturing value in agentic workflows. And where would you think, well, hey, shoot, shouldn't these existing companies have done that? And the answer is maybe they should have, they could have, but they just never move quite fast enough. And when you have these huge tectonic plate shifting of technology, usually it's startups that are able to kind of capture a lot of the value versus incumbents, at least early on. We'll see how things shake out over time.
And Jamin, what are you seeing right now in terms of retention rate for current clients, as well as expansion rate of how much more companies are spending with software? Obviously, if you're talking primarily to like earlier stage companies or your company, I imagine it's extremely high because it started from zero. But like the ServiceNows of the world, have boasted basically a 99% retention rates. Like, do you think that's going down? And if so, like, is it on a fundamental basis, or are some clients literally just like using an excuse of SaaS apocalypse to get better ratings, maybe?
Yeah, let me answer that through more of the lens of what I'm seeing in the earlier stage companies, just because it's easier. Absolutely, and there's maybe less public data. I think we're kind of in this Goldilocks period, and Satya Nadella said it quite well, I think in 2022, when he was talking about cloud spend trends. And if we rewind the clock back, 2020, 2021 were very exuberant times. Cloud spending skyrocketed. And then 22 was a big pullback, a big correction, a big spend optimization. And every kind of company, and whether it was private or public, early stage or late stage, board conversations were always like, hey, are we seeing the optimizations end? Like, when are the optimizations going to end? When are the optimizations going to end? And the way Satya described cloud spend was kind of like a buzzsaw, like tilted on its side. And it's, you're going to go through rapid periods of expansion, followed by optimizations, followed by expansions and optimizations. And hey, the overall trend, it's why it's a buzzsaw on its side, is still kind of up and to the right, but you have the teeth of the saw, which is just, you're not focused on cost, you're focused on cost. You're not focused on cost, you're focused on cost. This period right now, and I think this period may be hitting its first road bump, has been very not focused on costs. It's every early stage company I work with, every CEO, CFO, they all kind of say the same thing, which is, we don't want to stifle creativity of our product managers, of our engineers, of our sales leaders, of our marketers. We don't want to stifle their creativity and how they use these tools and what workflows they build. We want to encourage it. So you know what, guys? Don't think about costs. You don't have a budget. Use these tools as much as you want, because if we limited you, you might not experiment and find that one thing that really works for us. That does hit a limit, and it can only go so far. You can only use the expensive frontier tokens for so long. And I think we're starting to see a period of, hey, let's think more about costs. Let's rationalize some of the spend. Do we need to use frontier tokens for this use case, or can we use non-frontier tokens, a smaller model, an open weights model, something else? And so I think up until this point in time, maybe just to bring it back to your question, we've seen pretty exceptional growth rates, pretty exceptional retention rates, pretty exceptional net retention rates, not just in one company in an industry, but a company and 4 of its closest competitors. And I think it's easy to look at that and say, hey, we're early innings of an S curve, everything's exploding. And yes, that's true. However, at the same time, natural industry dynamics aren't one where you have kind of 4 rocking and rolling companies all in the same space. Naturally, one will emerge. The market will coalesce around a leading provider. You kind of move out of this rising tide that's lifting all ships into more of okay, who's not wearing clothes versus who's still sailing out at sea. And so I think right now you're seeing a lot of exceptional retention growth, expansion metrics, because we're in that expansionary period. And it's not until we hit that period where people really start rationalizing and thinking about costs that they start looking at this vendor versus that vendor. And then you kind of start to see more of an equilibrium. But we're in a Goldilocks period. We're very early innings of an S curve. I think it's natural to see some of this expansionary activity. But whether it's the end of token maxing or the rise of open weights models or any distillation or RL, whatever it might be, there are a lot of kind of headwinds to just this uncapped growth of token spend that, hey, I think ultimately will still grow for quite a long time. It's a tidal wave that will kind of overwhelm speed bumps along the way, but we will have speed bumps. We'll have rationalization and optimization periods. And I think at least the public narrative is certainly shifting more towards that these days.
Well, don't you think that's a good thing, though?
100%.
I've taken to calling it sloppy adoption. All of this commentary around the lack of return on investment in the tokens. I mean, people are not rigorously approaching this. It is a very creative adoption period where people have been turned loose. Overall, in prior cycles, is that how it went before? And do you think that this adoption cycle will look different because of it's not by seat, it is by usage, and how is adoption going to look different than maybe prior cycles of new technologies because of that?
Yeah, look, I'd say, the natural metaphor in any of this is a bubble. Are we in a bubble? Is a bubble going to pop? And you just think of a balloon, right? You could blow up a balloon, and if you kept blowing, eventually it's going to pop. If you wanted to extend the period with which that bubble pops, you'd blow it up slowly. You'd blow it up and then you'd kind of let it sit for a bit. You'd let it stretch out. You'd let it kind of grow into its current size. Then you'd blow it up a little bit more and it would stretch. You blow it up a little bit more and it would stretch versus just blowing it up until it never stretches and it pops. The interesting thing that we have now, we're starting to get limited by the capacity we can build. And everyone wants to talk about what are the different bottlenecks? Is it chips? Is it power? Is it memory? Is it copper? Everyone's looking for bottlenecks. The reality is there are a lot of bottlenecks. And if you want to go build a gigawatt data center, it's going to take a lot of time. There's going to be bottlenecks at every level of the supply chain. You can't just snap your finger and have a lot of capacity. I think that's a good thing. All of these bottlenecks are going to create a governor or a rate limiter with how quickly we can bring capacity online to serve the latent demand. And I think that's going to be a natural force that almost stops us from blowing up that balloon too quickly. Because you almost have to blow up the balloon slowly, let it stretch, blow it up slowly, let it stretch because you only have so
We've
many
got
chips.
asthma. You're saying we've got asthma, and that's maybe a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe. I don't fully follow, but yeah, sure.
You can't blow it up. You gotta do it.
There
slow.
you go.
You
Exactly.
Can't do it all in
Jim,
one
and I
breath.
appreciate you not getting it, but going on. You're yes and
Yeah, exactly. I'm
yes,
sure,
and you're perfect for
I'm
live.
sure it was a great one. I'm just not smart enough to understand it. How about that? But no, I think these are natural governors that are great. You know, in the early days of the internet, we laid a bunch of fiber. We had dark fiber not being used. We overbuilt relative to what we thought the demand was. We have a lot of demand now. We can only service it because we have this much, let's reduce it down, data center capacity. Well, you can only build data centers this quickly. And I think the rate with which you can build is growing slower than the rate that the demand is growing. And so you almost always have slack in the system of more demand than supply. And so you don't have this concept of dark fiber. There are no dark GPUs. There are no GPUs that aren't generating tokens. There are GPUs that are running 24/7. And I think that natural governor or rate limiter will be a good thing because it will let us ease into this market. I say ease in, we're obviously moving quickly. But I think it will potentially limit.
Not get too crazy too quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, what about in the private markets? You talked about if you're not already pivoting, you should be fired. I mean, what the exciting things you're seeing, are they from companies that are approaching this problem as a sort of day one ethos of the company, or is it the pivoters? Like who's winning right now?
I mean, not an investor in this company. So I think I have a perfectly unbiased opinion, but look at Intercom and Fin, right? Like that was a business in the customer support space that had chatbots for customer support pre-AI. I don't know the inner workings of the financials. I think the CEO shared some of them at some point in time. That business really slowed down and ground to a halt coming out of 2022, 2023. I would say there was probably a point in time where a majority of the investors, a lot of the employees probably looked at the financial profile and thought, we're a dead man walking, we're a zombie. What did they do? They not only rebuilt the company around AI, they renamed it. It was a total, I mean, it wasn't a 180 shift. Like they were still serving the same types of end customers. It was just an entirely new product and experience. And I think what people underestimate is moving the ship and steering the ship from like SaaS to AI. It's not just let's go build a product. Oftentimes it's we need a new business model. We need a different way of charging for this product. All of our marketing materials, all of our sellers, all of our comp plans, our entire go-to-market org is geared around selling seats. It's how we know how to sell. We know how to comp. We know how to market against. It's a whole business model shift to this new thing, and that inertia is real. And it is non-trivial to turn that ship mid-flight, or I guess mid-sail. They did it. They just sold to Salesforce for billions of dollars. I think it was Salesforce. Someone just bought them for billions of dollars.
Oh, wow.
$4 billion. And like, that's a business that if you would have told the employees,
Salesforce,
the investors in 2022 or 2023 that you're going to sell this business for $4 billion, they probably all would have been doing jumping jacks. I say this without any inside knowledge, but I think that's like a perfect example of a company that had to reinvent itself, really leaned all in, and had a successful outcome. I think if you're going to rely on, I have these customers and I have this trust and I have these relationships and I have your data locked in my data, you probably end up looking like the GDSs. And here's the interesting thing. The GDSs, I think it was Sabre, they started an OTA.
Yeah.
They started, I think, someone should fact check me on this. I might just be completely wrong, but I think it's right. They started Travelocity.
Really?
They didn't start Travelocity inside of Sabre. They said, hey, we're going to go create, you want to work on this new thing? It's going to be a whole new brand. You're going to work in a different building. It's going to be different people. It's going to be technically part of our company, but it's like red teaming it over there. And you're going to work totally separate from the ground up. And they did that because they realized, hey, inertia of big companies is tough. It's hard to get people on board. It's hard to reinvent yourself. If we want to, we got to do it from the ground up over here. And whether it's something like that, whether it's like what Intercom did with Fin, whether it's what you're seeing with like other legacy SaaS incumbents, you just have to find a way to be relevant, because think about it from a buyer standpoint. Anyone who wants to go procure a large purchase of software, the first question they're going to get from whoever they need approval from, whether that's the board or whether that's their boss, is, well, is this a vendor that's going to make us more relevant in AI? Is it going to help usher us into the AI future? Is it going to help us take advantage of these emerging and new technologies? If the answer is no, why is anyone going to want to take a bet on something like that? You probably just won't. You're going to want something modern, something native. And so I think there's so many reasons why you have to lean into it, but it's really hard for, I say legacy as, I feel like I grew up in the SaaS days. And so like a lot of these companies to me are still startups. Even though they've now been around for so long, you can't really call them startups anymore. Anyway, I can't even remember what question you answered, but hopefully I somewhat answered it.
I'm perhaps not qualified enough to say that this is definitively true, but I want to ask about leadership and how important leadership is in this. The CEO of Adobe stepped down in March, and at least on X, a lot of the from the financial world, a lot of the commentary was, this is good. He's not a wartime CEO. Is this the period in time where you kind of need a wartime mentality and that from your leadership? And what do you think epitomizes that type of leader?
I think you need a founder. And I think there's been plenty of companies, even public companies, whose original founders have come back, and whether that's like, Sergey and Larry getting more involved at Google, or, oh gosh, like names are escaping me, but I know there's at least a couple founders of public companies who have kind of come back to be more involved. Like, you just need that founder mentality. I look at what Databricks has done over the last 10 years. I mean, they've reinvented themselves. They started as the Spark company, the data processing company. Then they became the Lakehouse company. Then they became the warehouse company. Then they became the AI company. Then they became the agent company. And more recently, now they're the agent application company. They've launched a couple applications recently, a CDP, customer data platform, as well as a SIM, more in the security space, going after kind of the Ciscos and Splunks. And like, that's one of the best founders of all time, who's reinvented himself and kind of stacked one S curve on top of the other. And those are really big decisions to make. He could have just kept going as the Spark company, the data processing company, forever. He didn't have to go after warehouses and lakehouses. He didn't have to go after AI applications. He didn't have to go after Oracle with the transactional database that they just recently. He didn't have to do any of those things. But if you don't, and you don't do them a year ago, you're late to the trend. And so I think there's just like a DNA that founders have, that in these moments in times, founders are going to make the hard decisions to like change the course of the ship, whereas kind of non-founders or professional CEOs are probably more of just going to kind of continue to sell what's on the truck versus, hey, maybe we just need to not change what's on the truck, but like buy a new truck entirely. And that's kind of a crude analogy, but I think it's more of the founder mentality that is required.
All right. Well, Jamin, we've run out of time. Thank you so much for sharing all that insight with us. People can follow you on X at @JaminBall and read your Cloud Judgment Substack. I don't know when the next one is coming out as well.
Friday.
I can find Friday.
Every Friday.
New one coming on Friday.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll
Tomorrow.
talk about it on Friday.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Fast
Thanks,
week.
Jamin. Take it easy. Bye.
Welcome back with MTS. I'm here with Timur Kosters, the founder and the co-founder and CEO, right, of Edge City. And so we are actually here together in person, live from Healdsburg, and I'm so excited to have you here today.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much, Sophia.
Very excited. So for anyone who's not familiar with Edge City is actually a society incubator that brings together all these people from frontier tech and actually brings them to a pop-up village all around the world for a whole month. And so we're here in Healdsburg. It's like the last few days of the month. Why Healdsburg? What's happening here?
Yeah, so we are at Edge Esmeralda, which is one of our flagship events that we organize at Edge City. As you mentioned, we call our events society incubators. We bring together people from the frontiers of tech, science, and culture, people who are really pushing their fields forward. It's a very multidisciplinary event. There are many different disciplines and fields being represented. It's also very multi-generational. So we have kids, we have elders, we have everyone in between. And it's importantly a co-created event. So we bring together the community, and then people actually come and share what they know. They learn from each other. They build together. There are dozens of startups forming, amazing connections, etc. And we are specifically in Healdsburg, California right now, which is a town about an hour north of San Francisco. And the reason we're here is that we are partnered with a new town project called Esmeralda, which is being built as we speak, about 10 minutes north of here. Right now,
visited it earlier this morning.
Right, we were just there, exactly. So as you saw, right now it's a beautiful piece of land in Sonoma County, and over the next decade it will become a wonderful, walkable, beautiful, family-friendly town with public programming, lectures, talks. It will be tech-friendly. It will be, just like a beautiful architecture. And what's cool is that we as Edge are partnering with them and bringing them kind of energy and ideas and investment as they're building this project over the next decade.
That's really cool. So you actually get people here to start seeding the community for what could happen long-term in the future.
Yeah, exactly. We work with a number of new town and city projects around the world. And one of the main problems that we see them talk about and that we help them solve is similar to startups. There is a cold start problem. Usually what happens is that people will build a new town, build a new city or a big real estate project, and they will, they'll do the horizontal development, they'll do the vertical development. So that's like all the roads, sewage, power, etc. And then the vertical is the housing. And then they're like, okay, now let's get the people to come and live here. And we feel that it takes just as long to build the social and the cultural context of a place as it does to build the actual physical place itself. And so it's important to start that early and start to seed the culture and the community that will be here in the future when it's made.
No, that's super important because it's like there's all of these new cities that are maybe popping up, but if I don't have places to work, if I don't have my friends, if I'm not going to be intellectually stimulated, I'm not going to move there. And I think that's what I've been really loving about the Edge cities. I've been to quite a few, I think, since you guys really started. And you have people from such different backgrounds, but the common theme is everyone is at the very edges of technology. Everyone is on the frontiers. And so I would love if you could just talk about who are these people? What are the different types of frontier tech that actually are live here at Edge City?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think one of the key insights is that we believe is that obviously technology and science are moving very fast and increasingly so, but they're still strangely siloed. And it's interesting for us to create these month-long containers which give a long time for people to actually connect and to find the intersections at the edges of the fields. We just feel there's a lot of interesting innovation to happen there. So we get folks coming from, obviously we're near the base, so AI is very well represented, biotech, all sides of technology, robotics, health tech, science, etc. We also get people interested in policy and governance. We get people interested in the future of education. We have kids programs here, so people come with their families. And we just get really some of the world's leading founders and builders, investors coming and spending time. And it's interesting because it's kind of a bet on the fact that if you create an environment where people can flourish, their ideas will flourish too.
Yeah.
So people will come, they'll have a really good time, they're connecting with interesting folks, they're learning, they're creating something, and then, they'll get inspired. And what we've done at Edge is we've really tightened the ideation, creation, and iteration cycle. So normally, to go from an idea to your MVP to getting feedback on it, it might take months, potentially years. Here you can do it in a few days, especially using the latest tools with Codex and Claude Code to create your projects. People will, you might go on a hike, meet someone really inspiring, have an idea. You can create an MVP with them over the next few days, and you can demo it at the community demo day every Friday. It's an amazing experience to demo there. People are extremely supportive. Then you get feedback, and then you start to iterate on what you're doing. And you can just make that cycle really, really fast and tight. And so that's why I think we get so many cool things being built in these environments.
It's like product testing on steroids, but the product is a society. Like, how do we actually do
Totally.
it?
And like a society, it's very multivariate, right? It's very diverse. So yeah, some people come here with the explicit goal of building their startup, right? They maybe have an idea, they want to test it, and you can get your first, several hundred users, which can really be make or break. And it's cool because it's all people who are willing to try something new and something different. We can talk about some examples. But you also get people who are, building new towns. For example, right now we're in the final week of Edge Esmeralda, and the theme for this week is environments of tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's all about new built environment, everything from construction robotics to just how do you make a beautiful place? How do you do infill development? How do you do greenfield development? And we have the largest collection of new town and new city builders in the US here right now.
Wow.
There are roundtables happening, they're all giving talks, and it's just very inspiring. We have Jan Schramek from California Forever, we have Devin Zugel from Esmeralda Land Company, there's a new town in Utah called Bennett, and there's,
Yeah, I met the folks from Network School yesterday at a dinner.
The Network School folks are here, so it's a really cool confluence of those folks in this very specific field. And within the broader context of all of the various residencies and other tracks and just the various interests that people have here being represented. And so it's really cool to see top AI founders meeting the builders of entirely new cities, or eventually projects that aim to become network states or special economic zones, etc., and starting to brainstorm what they can do together.
Completely, because things are not in a silo. And I feel like so much of our product innovation that we do today, like if you're really into biohacking or you're really into space, you tend to work really separately and you don't really overlap with people outside of your industry. But the world doesn't work like that, right? You're constantly, things that involve space and AI and everything is so multidisciplinary. It impacts us in so many different ways. And here you might realize you have overlapping interests or overlapping problems that need to be solved.
Yeah. I think this insight is a good one, where many people who are working on something future facing imagine the future as kind of everything right now plus their thing, And there are, obviously, we're living at a time when there are so many different aspects of future building happening. And I think it's important to be in a place where, the best way to imagine the future is to live in it, right? Just surround yourself by the people who are actually working on these things, understand the vision that they're building towards. And then we're almost prefiguring the kinds of futures we want to create by the experience we have here, where, it's default healthy, so people feel good, they feel connected. Right now in this country and many around the world, we're going through a loneliness epidemic. So that doesn't have to be the case. You can solve that with some pretty simple social technologies and interventions, things like regular community dinners. It's just so simple, but it really works. So I really love this idea of kind of living in the future. We're almost LARPing, what we want,
what the future could
what
be.
we want the world to be like, right? And I think, many folks who are interested in the future of community maybe are, unsure about where tech is headed. And many folks, in our communities who are building the frontiers of technology are not sure about how, communities or towns, cities, nations eventually will be functioning. And I think it's just important to create environments of experimentation where we can bring all these folks together and just for a temporary time, just try new things. If you have a crazy idea, let's just have a go and see what happens. And that's increasingly important because we're about to get hit with, we're living through the singularity. as MTS likes to say. And I
Or
think
the foothills of the singularity.
we are currently at the foothills of the singularity, and I think coming to Edge City is almost like taking the next little hike up that hill, you know?
Exactly. You know what they say? They say that the best way to predict the future is to actually build it.
Right.
And that's exactly what you guys are doing. And what I really like about it, especially in the whole AI world where so much of it is in software, so much of it is digital, and we say, you know, this is going to get better at how we connect or how we actually do things. But you actually take that one step further and test it out. It's like, okay, if that's going to happen, what does that look like? And you guys are doing that at Edge City, at Esmeralda, with the agent village. You have everyone has their own personal agents. I signed mine up yesterday with Hermes, and I just started texting it and asking, like, where do I go? What do I do? Who should I talk to? And it has this collective knowledge that we can all use to benefit ourselves. It's so cool. You're actually seeing what we all said would happen, but actually happening in a society incubator. How did that all come about?
Yeah, so this has come from an interest. The Agent Village experiment has come from an interest that I've had for a long time, which is a sense that the bulk of the conversation around agents and AI is very much in single player mode. It's like, how can I use this to build my second brain, be better at my work, organize my, you know, family logistics? But I think it's fundamentally more interesting to think about what happens in multi-agent architectures and how and in more multiplayer modes. So what happens when my agent starts to interact with your agent and everyone around us, and then eventually everyone's in the city, the nation, the world. And I think this feels quite inevitable for people who have played around with OpenClaw, Hermes, some of the, you know, pretty much all of the labs seem to be working on some kind of agentic harness or experience that they hope will kind of capture that market. It feels inevitable that probably in the next 12 to 24 months, everyone will have some kind of agentic entity that they're collaborating with, probably multiple, right? And that, I think, will be a big unlock for people. I think it will be, you know, hopefully extremely useful. And there will be interesting emergent phenomena that occur in society that we need to be thinking about right now to figure out what is actually going to happen. What happens when there are millions of agents out there linked to their human principles, but having their own agency, you know, and doing things in the world. And so I realized that Edge City is the perfect petri dish to try this, because we have, you know, 500 to 1,000 people who are here for a long enough time where they can actually utilize the tools. We can get them onboarded. And, you know, I basically wrote a blog post about this. A bunch of people reached out. We got funding for the inference cost. We are working with the Index Network team to build it out. We got support from Cosmos Institute and Foresight Institute, are amazing organizations. And we are, you know, we've been running this for the last 3.5 weeks. Like you said, everyone in the agent village gets an agent. So we've had hundreds of agents set up. And at first, it's just the most useful way to experience Edge, right?
It just needs to get information, to be honest.
Exactly. And so I wanted it to be something that people actually found utility in so that they would use it, right? It's not, I don't want to just be forcing this, forcing people to use it just because, hey, you're here and it's cool to use agents. So it has to be something that's actually good. We used Hermes as our main harness because of just performance, and it was easier to set up. And basically everyone sets up their agent, they connect it to Telegram, we made it a one-click setup, super easy. And then you can instantly be asking it, you know, what's on the calendar? Please RSVP me to this event, or I just organized this talk, please invite these 5 people. So it's quite—
who should I talk to? Who here is someone who overlaps with my interests and things like that too?
Exactly. So it has some of the basic kind of connection things that you would expect based on the directory. But we've gone a step further and we've integrated this kind of ambient discovery network built by index.network, who have created a way for my agent, once it understands enough about me, right? So we have an onboarding. Once it understands enough about me, it will go out and it will actually start negotiating on my behalf based on the things that I'm interested in and the intents that I have. So intents are kind of a core primitive idea here, where anything that you might want, like I might want to meet people focused on AI research. I might want to find a place to live in San Francisco, which is a true story. You know, all of these things. And we have so many of these things that we would want to achieve in the world, but the transaction cost is just a bit too high for me to go on Craigslist and put up my request, whatever. But if my agent is out there negotiating on my behalf, it's way easier for me. And so I want it to, help me with those kinds of decisions and use cases. So yeah, we've had amazing results. We've had hundreds of people using them. And I'm excited to publish kind of a proper write-up and paper about it.
Anything unexpected? Like when you're doing
First of all, I guess this should have been expected, but I didn't think about it. But when you release a ton of agents into the wild in an environment like this, people will build on top of them and they will extend it, and all kinds of weird emergent things will happen. So because agent harnesses are quite modular and we kept our code open source, so people can have a look on GitHub at how this is all working and start to build extensions of it, right? Most of the things the agents are doing are just skills. And so you can create a new repo with a new skill. And we've had a bunch. There's a guy here called Ocean who created kind of an internal malt book. So an internal social media for the agents. Wow. It's just built on discourse, like open source forum software. And the difference to Maltbook is that we kind of imbued the chat or the forum with giving the agents a goal to draft a constitution for Edge City and how this agent village should function. So they've just been going at it for the last couple of weeks, burning tokens, but I think it seems like something really cool will come out of it.
Free inference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mostly free. And then we had someone create a 3D world, which is kind of inevitable, right? But it's such a cool thing to actually see your agent represented in 3D. They're all hanging out there, kind of walking around, they're bumping into each other and having conversations. And then one of the coolest ones that I found was something called Simocracy that a team called Gainforest built, where basically they created digital twins for every person and their agents. And each of them would write their own constitution for what the human actually cares about. And then we had a collective treasury for the community to decide how to spend it using the digital twin sim agents. And I think the insight here is that agent-assisted governance, democratic decision-making, et cetera, is probably coming in some form, and we need to start testing it now. I do think that, we can meaningfully improve democracy and democratic processes using AI, but we have to be very thoughtful and clear about how that's working. We don't want democracies intermediated through, closed models unless we really understand what's happening. But I do think the value of it is so high when you can give people much more agency over the decisions that govern their lives and have their agents out there, on their behalf. So those are the kinds of things that we're experimenting with here, and we'll, publish everything openly. And I think it'll be really productive learnings.
That's so cool. So in theory, you now have your own constitution, and then you have a collective that knows everyone's constitutions and what they care about. And at scale, you could see this being a lot more efficient democracies, because you don't have to always ensure that you're represented by, going out of your way to make sure that your voices are heard.
Right.
But you already, where you are, get to have your agent almost like advocate on your behalf of what you care about. That's awesome.
I think that's exactly right, and it's very important. And this idea of digital twins for various use cases has been around for a long time. It's nothing new, but I think the governance use case is really cool, because right now we think of democracy as something that happens once every 4 years for most people, and that's a pity, because there are so many places and things that where governance is happening that impacts our lives. You could imagine, someone who is extremely busy and has kids, and there is a school board vote that's relevant to something that would be, important for them and their family, but they just don't have the capacity to even participate in that, let alone, hear about it. And you could imagine their digital sim agent is out there and at least informing them, like, hey, this vote is coming up. Here's what I think you would want. Please confirm, and I will, I'll go out there and represent you. So I think those kinds of use cases are really cool and important to start testing now.
100%. And it's interesting because so much of how tech is going to evolve will impact society and it will impact us as people. And yet there's so few experiments on how that's actually going to happen. Why do you think that is? Why do you think technology people aren't building in ways that we can actually test out what things look like in the real world?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good insight. I think if you look at AI, for example, there is so much interesting research being done. It's really awesome, and you can't even keep up with the papers coming out. But a lot of the kind of how will AI impact society research is being done in simulated environments. So most papers from labs and other kind of organizations, institutions, or universities are focused on, okay, this new generation of models came out. Let's test them. Let's have them run, radio station, etc. And there are organizations like Andon Labs that are doing really cool work in the real world. But I think it's important to start to get these things out there to people and start to see what happens when humans and agents are interacting in the real world, And I think to answer your question, why is not more of this kind of experimentation happening? I think it's maybe like a mental shift, a mental leap that has to be made. Like, oh, we should be running these things in the real world. And also, I think it doesn't exist yet. There is no kind of surface area for this type of IRL experimentation. And that's what we're hoping to provide as Edge City, almost an API that you can plug into and run your experiment with real people in real, messy, community settings. I'll give you an example that's not AI related. We had a company called Invader come and do kind of metabolomics blood testing. And this is something that will yield really interesting scientific research. It's a very in-depth blood panel. It requires 7 blood draws over the course of a few days. It's quite intense, right? Normally, you'd have to pay people quite a bit of money to do that. Here, we were able to get a lot of people excited and drum up a lot of interest because people just want to know all of these things about their bodies, right? They're obviously very interested in health here. And there's kind of a cool supply and demand thing here where we have a lot of folks who are really interested in all of these frontier things. And we have all of these organizations that want to, interact with those people and test things out. And that's the kind of cool experimentation that we're seeing.
I like what you said. It's a petri dish. This is a society petri dish where you can actually test out from everything like longevity and health to the AI and society and governance and democracies. And you get to have all of these learnings in a contained space and then take all of that and share it with the world on what's actually happening. I'm curious where all of this is evolving. If Edge City and all of these experiments go radically well, what will the future look like?
Yeah, well, I think, giving accurate forecasts is difficult right now, just given how quickly everything is going. What I can talk about is at least the idea or the vision of where we want Edge to go over the next 5 to 10 years. I would love for there to be multiple orders of magnitude more spaces for this kind of experimentation. It doesn't have to be Edge. We want to encourage other people to organize things like this. And I think what will happen is that there will be many dozens and eventually hundreds of hubs around the world of communities that come together, maybe temporarily at first, eventually potentially permanently. Some will be within existing urban centers, some will be in new towns, some folks will go and exit entirely if that's what they want to do and start their own island somewhere. But in general, hopefully we have this kind of new heartbeat of experimentation and innovation and sharing learnings throughout the world. And as we all collectively experience the singularity together, I think that's going to be more and more important. And who knows what's going to happen. It's almost funny to me to be working on these multi-decade timelines, like we're helping the government of, we're collaborating with the government of Bhutan to build the new Gilefu Mindfulness City, which is an incredible project with a 40-year timeline, right? Or California Forever, we just toured it earlier this week. Again, a 40-year timeline. And it's like, what will the world look like in 40 years? It seems like 2027 is going to be completely different. So I don't know, it's kind of an interesting, cognitive challenge almost, or
I can't even think about 40 days from now. I can't imagine what the world will look like in 40 years from now. one thing that's not completely evident just from our interview is the energy that you can really feel here on the ground. And so I was hoping that anyone here, MTS, watching this live, we get to actually be here, get to be here with you in person, and get to experiment what it's like to be at the frontiers of technology, get to test out these ideas. And who knows, there is a lot of uncertainty on what the next decade, what the next 40 years will look like. But there's so much more optimism when you can actually have agency at testing out these experiments and seeing what it could look like in this container as it starts to grow.
Yeah, no, very well said. Very well said.
Yeah. Well, Timur, I know we're at time, and I just wanted to thank you for joining us today. I always getting to be here on the ground, come away with such optimism and such hope for what the future could look like. And wanted to thank you for your time and for all the experiments that you're doing at Edge City and getting to experiment and build the future together. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. It's really a pleasure.
Thank you. And we'll be back with MTS. Welcome back, everybody. It's good morning. It's morning here in Melbourne, Australia, in the Melbourne studio. It is, not that you can tell, because it looks like it's nighttime outside, middle of winter here. And we are talking to a guest who is kind of an international phantom. I hope that's not revealing anything that people didn't already know. A man of mystery. Welcome to the show, OSINT Technical. Now, it's quite funny calling you OSINT Technical because it sounds like your first and second name. And so I'm going to default to calling you OSINT when I ask you questions. OSINT Technical is a fantastic account on x.com on Twitter. They are well worth a follow if you are interested at all in anything happening in the world, especially from a military or strategic perspective. The open source intelligence community space is one I find absolutely fascinating, and you are, one of the largest accounts in the space. And maybe we should just start. I mean, in your own words, you've joined the show before, of course. This is your second time on the show, I think, if I'm getting that right. Maybe in your own words, how do you think about the kind of open source intel space and your place in it? And how did you, to the extent that you want to talk about it, how did you find your way into the space?
Yeah, so obviously, and I think, everyone has kind of, I'm not going to say fought over this before, but OSINT is this very wide definition of understanding the world. In a lot of ways, traditional news is a lot of OSINT. Going out, finding sources, talking to people, seeing what's really, what everyone's talking about. That is kind of the purest form of OSINT. And then you can sort of break that down into sort of what are you doing? Are you going after things that are open in the online world? Are you going after, X number of tools you have to do things? A lot of people disagree on how open a source needs to be for it to be actually OSINT. But really, when you get down to it, it's just well-researched work. And of course, there are the titans of the community like Bellingcat, who've been around forever. Was one of the first that I had followed back basically when I was in high school. A lot of us got our start in the Syrian civil war, which a lot of people like saying that Arab Spring was the first sort of social media revolution or social media war. But really, Arab Spring into Syria was the first OSINT war. It was the first one where you had really dedicated online monitors going and digging up whether it would be atrocities or battle progress or different events happening. It was really the first conflict where that happened, and that's where I got started. That's sort of the initial OSINT technical story. And of course, years on, I end up making a account on Twitter, now X. And really just sharing what I found interesting, and eventually that moves into I think where a lot of people ended up following me, whether it was the withdrawal from Afghanistan or the start of the Ukraine war to the events in the Middle East starting in 2023. And I think obviously when it comes to OSINT, I'll say I am definitely not the most complete source. Obviously, everything is super collaborative. Where I'm at right now, Hunter Brook Media, we use a lot of these OSINT techniques to find things that people are trying to hide. We put together these very, very well-researched stories using, and again, it's just using these baseline techniques that are just really good news gathering.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's just so in a very schoolboy way. I just find it so unbelievably cool, and it's just shocking to me the level of detail and analysis that people like yourself, people like Bellingcat, the people in the space can put together from a computer somewhere. It's just fascinating to me. I'd like to kind of get your view here. We've been following the Iran war here on MTS basically since it started, and in some ways, we haven't actually covered it much for the last few weeks because it really feels like it's been in this kind of stable holding pattern where it's very difficult to say something interesting and insightful about the space. You hear these leaks coming through Barack Ravad and then they don't really go anywhere. And then it's just kind of not really moving forward in a way that is easy to understand and share with the audience. Why don't you take us back to the very beginning of the conflict and take us through how you have seen the Iran war evolve and where you feel like it is today?
So I think the first night of the Iran war, which is really in the morning, about 15 minutes before the first strikes, we started seeing a lot of reports of cruise missiles flying over northern Syria and northern Iraq, and I started to think, this seems a bit suspicious. And then we switch over to the live streams. The like, what could this possibly mean? Is this old footage from the last war? And then suddenly we start seeing explosions and smoke in downtown Tehran. And I think the first tweet I had, which was about 30 seconds after the first explosion hits, was just all caps "explosions in Tehran" with a screenshot from a random stream. So really, at that point, it was kind of on 24/7. But towards the end of the war, or really, I don't know if we can call it the end or the end of the beginning, or maybe the beginning of the middle, but the war kind of petered off. Obviously, we had the ceasefire agreement, we had Operation or Project Freedom, really, and what the war has switched into now is primarily a battle of words, with occasional Iranian drones and missiles thrown in. Obviously, we're seeing something where both sides at the moment are pushing towards this peace agreement that they can both sell to their own audiences. We're seeing the U.S. attempt to put together a peace deal where, maybe we get Iran's nuclear material, maybe it's down blended, some sort of agreement, in effect that looks like JCPOA. Maybe with some other terms, but that's probably what it's going to end up looking like.
In other words, not a dominant kind of strategic tactical victory for the US here, given the initial scale of the kind of military dominance that the US displayed in the very early beginnings of the conflict.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of lessons to be learned from air power and air wars. As sort of a student of that space, there's really only so much that you can do even with a dominant air campaign. And at the end of the day, we kind of fought the war that Iran thought we were going to fight. So, if you look at sort of how they've been planning to fight over the past 30 years, they've really been planning to fight, a straight up brawl with the US and Israel and maybe allied Gulf countries. But it sort of played out exactly as they had planned, which means they took these immense losses, but there was the assumption that they were going to take these immense losses. And one of the big things that everyone had always been afraid of Iran sort of leveraging was the Strait of Hormuz. And I think if we see, even with the events of today, as negotiations are ongoing, Iran is attempting to leverage the Strait of Hormuz as a key negotiating point. And it's something that they seem to really want to pull out of this war.
Yeah. Can you explain to me, if we kind of like step back from the kind of like strategic outcomes of the conflict, from an open source intel perspective, from a military perspective, what have we learned from the Iran war that we didn't know before? What have we had confirmed by the conflict that we weren't sure of beforehand, if anything?
I mean, internet shutdowns can be very, very effective at masking damage. On top of that, also, and I think we started to see this last year, but open source imagery providers are not necessarily open source. They can close off access at sort of any time they want. We saw it happen. I broke the story last year. ESA started blocking imagery over the Red Sea. That was a Hunter Brook Media breaking. That was the first real crack in some of that persistent overhead coverage that we saw sort of fall away. We had initially seen it with Israel, some general blocking, but it really accelerated when the Red Sea conflict started with the Houthis. And then we saw it sort of really snowball with the Iran war of imagery providers just straight up blocking the entire region and significantly delaying coverage. So I think one of the big things that we saw is OSINT can be fragile. There are limited assets, and at the end of the day, a lot of organizations with strong connections to the government or the government itself or governments control access to those materials. So there really is a place where OSINT is fragile, and a lot of it can be not necessarily manipulated, but sort of controlled in the amount of leakage that you get. So I think that's one of the big lessons that we walked away here is, obviously the sources can be locked down.
Yeah, that makes tons of sense. Talk to me from a military perspective. This might be like a super naive question from me. Did we learn anything about kind of asymmetric warfare? Did we learn anything about what drone conflict might look like in a US peer level conflict? Is there anything we can take away from this conflict?
I mean, I'm not going to say there's anything that we haven't really started to see the warning signs from with Ukraine. But, we saw a sort of a general evolution or really just a continuing pattern of the events of Ukraine. So obviously low cost drones can really, really attrit your air defense munitions. It does not make sense to fire a $3 million missile at a $50,000 to $150,000 drone. You can't keep doing that. Additionally, I think the other thing we saw was less seen in Ukraine is ballistic missiles. They can be very cheap to manufacture as well and very, very expensive to intercept. And there is, at the moment, no cheap alternative to just intercepting ballistic missiles. Unless you want to do what the Iranians did. And one of the big arguments that's still ongoing is sort of the effectiveness of Iranian missile cities, of how much digging can you do and how much fortification can you do of your key sites instead of just intercepting the missile, just kind of letting it hit. I mean, I think obviously a lot of people listening to this are familiar with the survivability onion. But getting down to the level of, okay, I'm okay getting hit and surviving it, so I don't have to fire that $3 million missile. I think that's one.
Explain the survivability onion for us, Osin.
So the survivability onion is an old, and I forget who came up with it. But it's basically you have layers of protection, and it's like layers of an onion. So the furthest one out is going to be don't be seen. Then it's don't be hit, then don't be penetrated, and then don't be killed. And of course, there are various versions of this, but it's basically the levels of protecting yourself. Imagine the Swiss cheese model. Very basic.
I remember this from Shrek. This is definitely came up in Shrek at some point. But that makes perfect sense, right? So it's like, if you are the US, you can focus a lot of attention on the outer levels of the onion, right? Because you can afford to be super technical. You can afford to do everything you can to avoid detection and all those kind of things. If you're Iran, you're maybe a little bit more of a sitting duck, and so your focus is on the inner layers of the onion. Is that right? Yeah. Am I getting that broadly right?
Yes, and Iran even goes further to past the don't be killed. Frequently, the Iranian command structure is made in such a way in which certain positions can suffer severe casualties and still be able to operate.
That's so funny. When you say it like that, it's so funny from just a strategic perspective. It's just like, just be ready for your entire top command level to get wiped out.
Yes, because eventually there will be another guy to replace them.
Yeah, not only eventually, but we've actually named going down like 5 levels what the succession plan is.
And that's really what makes the Iranian military so dangerous, is because we can continue to kill top level commanders and they can still fire ballistic missiles. And that's
what's so interesting about that. And what's so interesting about that, right, is like, the US and peer countries, we're not fighting these wars of where we are comfortable with massive civilian casualties generally. So it's like, in the world of World War II, it's like, yeah, if you assassinate the commanders, that's great, but you can also just bomb the cities until they give up. That's never the approach that the US was going to take to Iran, for example. So these kind of targeted strikes, Israel also involved, obviously, as well. Those kind of strategic decapitations are kind of one of the main approaches that you have to progressing the conflict. And if that doesn't kind of work, if there's always someone to take over, maybe they're less skilled, maybe they're less connected, maybe they're more skilled, that makes it actually kind of quite difficult to push the conflict to completion. Is that right?
Yeah, and it's the one thing that the Iranians have been watching and learning from. The one thing that I think you have to go into this accepting is that the Iranian military is a learning military. It is very much prepared to take lessons from other wars, from other conflicts, evolve their capabilities. And if you look at what happened right next to them during the first and second Iraq wars, you have this event where basically the U.S. was able to just functionally dismantle the Iranian command structure. They couldn't talk to each other. They couldn't fight. No one had the ability to actually get command down to troops in the field, so they just surrendered. And it was just this complete and utter victory. And the Iranians took
Mm.
lessons from that. And I think, you know, obviously you have to always assume that your enemy isn't stupid and they're learning from others' mistakes as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting. There's something about that which feels a little ominous. The way that the asymmetric conflict has been evolving, the way that you know that it's no longer having a enormous military advantage is it's no longer you know, no longer necessarily means you're going to win the conflict because you know your kind of victory conditions are so different, are so asymmetric. I want one last question on Iran, and then I'd like to switch and talk a little bit more about Ukraine. One thing I noticed really early on in this conflict, and accounts like yours have been quite valuable in sniffing this out, is there has been a lot of kind of like, I guess what you'd call like soft propaganda on social media of people kind of posting videos from previous conflicts or posting kind of AI generated videos of American planes being shot down and kind of being like, oh, it's days until Washington falls to the Iranian regime. How do you think about how that space is evolving and what we've seen from the conflict in Iran?
Yeah, so obviously, you know, there are people, it's kind of your like three classes of really just people seeking, you know, impressions and attention and will post anything to get that. People who are posting for propaganda purposes, basically because they're ideological bent. And then third, you have accidents. I've made them before. And this is one of the ones, you know, I had posted a video where we really thought it was a rocket strike or a recent strike in Jerusalem, either a fragment or a missile had hit. It turned out to be a video that had been completely unseen from the 2025 conflict, where it hadn't emerged until this one, and so we all thought, you know, obviously it was more recent. One of the big things there, and we have a very, very strong network of fact checkers, you know, in the open source community who are very quick to jump on these things, and whether it be geolocating to prove, hey, this wasn't recent, you know, digging through recent evidence, or even just being, you know, saying, hey, I'm on the ground and this didn't happen. Those people are some of the most important individuals in sort of the OSINT environment right now.
Yeah, that makes heaps of sense. And it's really interesting to watch the fog of war, or the time period in which things are uncertain, shrink. It's like, it's gone from being like hours to being like 15 minutes. You'll see someone be like, oh, actually, no, I've just checked. This is not real. So that's been really interesting to watch evolve, even over the course of this conflict, it seems to me. Let's talk about Ukraine. So if someone is just tuning in now, if they kind of pushed the conflict out of their mind for the last 6 months, where is the conflict in Ukraine at, and where is it evolving to?
Well, I think to simplify this, just earlier this week, the Russian search engine Yandex saw a massive spike in searches for how to siphon fuel. So I think that should give you an idea of what Ukraine's strike campaign against Russian oil infrastructure has looked like for the past 6 months. They've really just doubled down on that campaign. And I think what we can say about the last year of the Ukraine war has been drones. It has become overwhelmingly a drone conflict, whether or not we're seeing you know, unmanned ground vehicles, you know, conducting supply missions. Ukrainians have really not perfected, but have developed and have fielded in enormous numbers, just little four-wheel buggies that are completely either remote controlled or autonomous. And those are now conducting supply missions. Those are now rotating people in and out. There's a huge development push to evacuate casualties using these robots. And then, of course, also the drone war. We're starting to see what's called the mid-range strike, which is sort of anywhere between 25 and 100 kilometers, or you know, sort of 15 to 50 miles behind the front line. These strikes that are really targeting Russian supply lines. And that's really started to break down Russian sort of combat capabilities. A lot of people thought in the beginning of the year that we would probably see a Russian spring to summer offensive that would be fairly large, involve a lot of manpower. that really hasn't materialized. What Russian mill bloggers and sort of those in the Russian defense community have been complaining about has been their supply situation. This Ukrainian drone-based disruption of the Russian supply environment has significantly hampered their ability to put forward this combat power. So we are still really seeing this back and forth, ground combat situation. The Ukrainians have gained in some areas, the Russians have gained in other areas. One of the repeat sort of themes we keep seeing is there really isn't manpower on the Ukrainian side. They have a lot of drones, but drones aren't really good at armored combat. So when the Russians are able to start infiltrating into some larger cities, if you don't have boots on the ground, it's very hard to defend those. So that's where we've seen a lot of the Russian gains over the past 6 months. But it's very much, I think Putin went in with the assumption, last year during peace talks, that the rest of the, rest Donetsk Oblast, the Donbass and the whole would fall within the next sort of 12 months. And that's increasingly looking like that was a very, very bad, piece of analysis there.
Yeah, it's been, my exposure to it is really, I read the news headlines and occasionally I see videos pop up from accounts like yours on Twitter. The two things I've seen a lot more of in the last few months is these kind of compilation videos of, I think what you are describing as the kind of supply chain disruption. So you're kind of seeing like lots of drone attacks on Russian trucks, on bridges, on roads, in the occupied areas. And then the second thing I've seen a lot more of is kind of distant footage of what looks to be drones flying into oil infrastructure or energy infrastructure generally. Can you talk a little bit? Is that representative? Is that representative of what is actually happening? Are those two themes kind of genuine changes or evolutions in the conflict in Ukraine?
So the oil strike campaigns, what we've seen, they do tend to be cyclical. So you'll see periods of intense rounds of strikes on refineries, which degrades Russian production, and then you'll sort of see a quiet period where the Russians have been able to build some direct production back up. What we've been seeing over the past few months has been one of those high cycles, a bit prolonged, if anything. We're seeing sort of a very long period of these strikes, which has really degraded the Russian ability to actually produce gas and gasoline and diesel fuel for their market. We saw the big strike was, of course, on the Moscow refinery just last week, which gave us the iconic image of the oil tank lid soaring hundreds of feet in the air after the oil tank got blown up.
the kind of comical Looney Tunes.
The absolute perfect, pop.
It was beautiful. So, just quickly here, I'd like to understand a little bit more. What was it technically or militarily that has enabled this new push further behind the front line for Ukrainian drone forces?
So it's a combination of things. It's, a degradation of Russian surface to air missile capabilities, increased Ukrainian production of drones with Starlink, Starshield, so that they have the ability to do live targeting. But really one of the main things has been EU funding. EU countries have been just shoveling money into Ukrainian drone production. EU defense companies have been cooperating very, very closely with Ukrainian manufacturers to enable these really, really high rates of production. And they're also, presumed technology transfers as well that's also helping the Ukrainians out. It's one of those things. It's been a lot of money thrown at the problem, and it's finally having some effect.
That's really interesting. We're coming up towards the end of our time. I could talk to you for hours. I think what I'd like to, maybe where we could finish here is, what should people look for over the coming months? How, it's very easy. You kind of see a kind of celebratory video from one side or a celebratory video from the other, or a headline here or a headline there. How should people think about the next few months of the conflict? What should they be looking for?
Yeah, so one of the things that I think we're really looking at right now is sort of the Russian populace and how they're responding to the first real round of economic pain in over a year. So, we're starting to see fuel shortages in a lot of regions, like true fuel shortages that actually, are real rationing. We're starting to see a lot more inflation. The Russian economy is starting to slow down a lot more. And of course, Russian losses as well. So, we're on the edges of the Russian information environment, of the Russian media. We're starting to see a bit more complaining. People feel more comfortable to do it in this open space. And of course, even Putin, I think, has acknowledged that the approval rating of United Russia, his party, is starting to go down. So I think one of the things to watch closely is what the Russians are saying. Are they complaining about, hey, I can't get gas, hey, I can't get food, hey, the electric just went out for a day? I think, if I were to plug anyone, it would be Steve Rosenberg, BBC Steve R, who is the Moscow correspondent for the BBC, who produces a very wonderful video almost every day of reading the Russian news. And I think it's a really good idea to get into the brain space of at least what your average Western Russian is reading, what they're sort of seeing, and what's especially being approved to print. That's the big one, especially when state-owned papers are complaining. It's a pretty good idea of what, the general attitude is.
That's fascinating. That's so good. And yeah, I think, look, I suppose the background to all that, if I'm understanding correctly, is at a certain point, a level of public disapproval for this conflict becomes kind of critical.
It's not disapproval so much as boredom, as just personal pain that just results in sort of a disconnect. And I don't think we've reached that yet, but it's building.
Yeah. Fantastic. Very, very interesting. We'll have to get you on to talk about it more as the conflict evolves. And what I'd like to do at some point is a really long kind of retrospective of understanding. It's so interesting to watch the evolution of the conflict in Ukraine. And I feel like it almost, if you see it one slice at a time, it's almost like you get less of the insight, right? You kind of have to take the whole conflict from the beginning to now to understand how things have evolved, what's it meant for kind of drone warfare, how that's changed, and what that kind of tells us about the future. We should have a longer conversation about that one time. Thank you so much for coming on the show, OSINT Technical. Where can people find you?
So you're going to see all my long form stuff at Hunter Brook Media, at HNTR BRK Media. We're an absolutely I'd like to toot our own horn, but we're a great outlet who produces some great work.
You should. Completely well deserved. Well, people should check you out on Twitter, of course. You're OSINT Technical, Hunter Brook Media. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
All right, thanks for having me.
All right, beautiful. We'll talk again sometime. We're going to drop for 2 minutes. We'll be back with another guest. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. Just another fantastic day here on the show. So many excellent guests. It's a real pleasure to be able to come on the show, talk to these people, understand different bits of the world. I'm having a great time. I hope you are too. Now, our next guest is, we started talking to OSINT Technical. We talked a little bit about the war in Ukraine. We talked a little bit about the war in Iran. Could have gone on for hours. I think we're going to have a similar problem with our next guest. Very pleased to welcome Adrian Dittman back to the show. It's great to have you on, mate. Now, I struggle with this introduction because it's like, what is there to say? You have, a fantastic X account. You talk a lot about a really broad range of technology, about policy, about where things are heading. You're a very interesting commentator in the space, mate. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to be here again.
And there's also
it's like a week, but how long ago has it been? It's been like I think 2 weeks or so, roughly about 2 weeks.
It's a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
it's a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, I was saying just before we got on this, just before we went live, I was saying your voice sounds unbelievable. You've got like a fantastic mic set up right now. You sound fantastic.
Yep.
And we joked last time about the voice similarity to a certain recent trillionaire. And I have to say, now that we've got a higher definition audio, there's still a slight similarity there, but I'm starting to see more of the difference. There's a little more in the bass there, Adrian.
Yeah.
There's a little deeper.
Yeah.
So hopefully this puts to rest the rumors.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, I think like if Elon had a better microphone, he'd possibly also have a bit of a deeper pitch. But for me, I put a lot of points into speaking, so that's why we sound a little bit different on that front. Because
we need to get Elon in the studio. We need to get him in front of a proper mic set up, and we'll coach him there, Adrian. We'll get him there, mate. So where I want to start our chat today is let's talk about let's start with the AI space, because there's a lot of news. There's a lot to talk about. I'm interested in your thoughts here. Let's start with the Fable 5 export directive. I've written about it. We've talked about it a lot on the show. The decision at the kind of nominal level was made on the basis of the cybersecurity safeguards, but it also does seem to, or the inadequacy of those safeguards, concerns that America's strategic rivals might get access to very powerful offensive cybersecurity capabilities through Fable 5. But it also seems to signal a bit of a push towards a more kind of closed AI ecosystem than the one we've had up until this point. What are your thoughts on this, Adrian? What do you think is worth paying attention to here?
Well, I mean, last time we spoke, I did talk about the AI safety problem, finding things to do about the actual issues that you'll find, because, like cyber offensive capabilities and whatnot, as well as defensive capabilities, might add. And so we're talking about what is a reasonable approach. And I think this is an exceedingly unreasonable approach, actually, as a matter of fact, because the last time I said, everybody should have a big stick. And when it comes to cyber offensive capabilities, I think a lot of America's enemies have pretty good cyber offensive capabilities as it exists. Partly due to the fact that most technology in the US is actually quite old when it comes to digital technology. Like the same infrastructure, like you look at China, for example, let's say that they have expertise in software. And if you look at America itself as well, it's like they have expertise in legacy software that America still uses to this day. You have like 20-year-old technology. You have still software stacks that are 20, 30 years old, sometimes even 40 years old, which is insane, right? You still use COBOL, right? Like you still use COBOL, right? Which you can't really get rid of because of how it's all embedded and how all the systems are based on it, networking technology, all these things are based on systems that are very old, that are very well understood. And I would even argue since, various nations, most of, America's opponents are kind of cut off from a lot of technologies. So they have perfected, I think, the usage of these legacy types of technologies, such as like, their chips, or in some form, the software, which is more so, I think, the thing that's, that's the most important part. But I think like restricting access to it does make sense. I think their biggest fear isn't exactly like cyber offensive stuff, because to make a proper cyber attack with like AI is kind of weird. You're just looking for issues. Hacking is kind of seen as this magical thing, but realistically speaking, it's about figuring out where there are holes where you can log in or just plug yourself into. There's of course, just the most effective version of this is just, convincing people to do things. Like the SIM swap attack is a very good example of this. We have immense security around SIM cards and how all these things work, but for some reason, you still have a SIM swap, right? Because there's a person at the other end of this who can get compromised. So like the real hacking, the most interesting form of hacking is actually people hacking. You hack people, right? And you can't really optimize people out of a system. And you can hack AIs in much the same way that you can hack people. There's really nothing much you can do about it. I think that's like almost impossible at this point. You could try and, catch keywords and all this kind of stuff and give them fake cognitive security, as it were. But realistically speaking, you're not going to solve a lot of these problems anyways. It just makes sense that everybody has guns. That makes much more sense in that way.
Yeah,
Digital
it's
guns, at
interesting.
least. And shields.
I had a series of yeah, that's right, and I had a series of conversations with cybersecurity people going back before the release of Fable 5 to when it was just the kind of like legend of Mythos preview. And I think a lot of what I took away from those conversations is quite similar to what you're saying now, Adrian. It was like, what people were saying was the lowest hanging fruit is very rarely finding and exploiting and chaining a series of 0 days to compromise a system. It is almost always, as you've said, things like the recent wave of supply chain attacks that we've seen in the US, which are targeting, basically unsecured credentials. It's the kind of personal security stuff that you were talking about, the phishing, but also just the compromising someone at the telecom company so that they do a SIM swap for you. So, I absolutely take your point on that, and I think the fear around the cyber capabilities particularly is quite interesting to me, particularly in the context of what seems to be increasing capabilities in the open source space. And, in some ways, the open source space in AI is synonymous with Chinese models. Do you have any thoughts on the kind of those capability jumps? We've seen some big headlines recently about open source Chinese models.
Well, I mean, I think they have a lot of interest in making good products that have international dominance. And I think in many ways, if you see this increased regulation on proprietary systems, it becomes exceedingly like you'll have two fronts of this, right? You'll have compute that will be regulated at some point as well. Like you'll find that companies, for example, I would say any kind of company in the US at some point will be regulated to the point where they will not be able to sell chips to various people anymore, just like they did in the past. So that's going to become another issue. But at the same time, if you look at like AI, this is the start of it, because the chips themselves are interesting, but the thing that's most important is actually the product, because that is the next phase. And I think we were talking about this prior as well, which gives relevance to things like Cerebras, for example, which make big chips. I can explain that later if you have questions for that. I'm not getting into this now. But like they are releasing these models to gain international dominance, and because then people will work on these things. And we say, hey, maybe I can contribute to this if it's open source. And then this is the thing that actually gets them talent in some ways as well, because people will try to make use of these things. Because if you're not allowed into like the next GPT release, or like you're not allowed to use Fable, then what you're going to do is you are stuck with the existing stuff that you have, or you will have to use, you basically have no choice but to use an open source model that might have subtly better capabilities, right? So you're winning on this front, they're winning on this front. So I'm pretty sure, the United States will catch up to open source in some form as well. They seem to just be maximizing creation of product, because people underestimate the power of a buy button. You have to have a good product, and even cursors by creating their own model as well from scratch now. It's like products are key in America. It's just more than even just functionality. Sometimes people just want to push buy buttons. It's incredible, right? This way you have like two types of people in this world: the one that likes to use things from the CLI, or the people that just like want to see a nice, pretty interface in a browser or an app that you can launch and then you can mess with, right? It's a product thing. So in the US, what will succeed is products. And, the problem with open source models is you have to be kind of a nerd in order to use them properly. So I think consumer facing, the effects will be kind of minimal in some ways, because the average person doesn't care about open source models. They only care whether or not they can do a quick search with Gemini or with ChatGPT or with Grok if they're on X. Like, people do not give a damn about open source. They actually don't even give a damn that much about AI as it exists. They don't even like AI as much as you'd think. This is why, like, when people say AI is the Antichrist, it doesn't make any sense, because people hate AI. A lot of people just hate AI, right? Or they just don't.
That's good reasoning. That's pretty funny. It's like, no, it can't possibly be.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, one of the biblical things is that it has to be loved by the masses, and the masses don't love it. The masses use it because it's really useful, but they don't love it, right? But that's
definitive. I think there's a definitive case there. I think that's pretty good.
I mean, you look at this stuff around data centers. It's like,
extremely. We should talk about that next. Actually, let's get to data centers next.
Yeah.
I just want to close this out because I think I do think you're onto something there, which is I think there may be people within the Chinese government who are thinking about AI purely through the lens of strategic competition. There are clearly people within the US government who are thinking about it that way. The Chinese labs strike me as extremely entrepreneurial, extremely innovative. They are coming out of large tech companies within the Chinese ecosystem. They're coming out of hedge funds within the Chinese ecosystem. These are not arms of the state. They are entrepreneurial groups of people who are building incredible capabilities in a much leaner and more efficient way. Because they are able to, because they are able to be behind the frontier. And I think what you're going to see, I think your point about the consumer is quite true. I don't see a lot of people opening the DeepSeek app on their phone to ask what they should text their Tinder date. But I do think what we might see is a move towards some of these consumer applications that might be built in the US or built in Australia or built in other parts of the world. They might start to move their API away from the frontier models and towards open source models, which are a little bit cheaper, but also highly, highly capable and that face less, funny little safeguards, funny little pushbacks, issues like that. I think that's going to be the one to watch, whether you might not be opening the DeepSeek app, but the application that you open, which is a personal assistant, which is a great product, that might be talking to the DeepSeek API or the Z AI API on the back end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, at the same time, what you can also do is you can host your own server infrastructure, right? Or at least take a provider who look at the partnership with Anthropic and SpaceX. It's just I have computers and you have the model, and you can't run your model without my computers. So it's like having computers are great. This is why I keep telling everybody, like this idea that there's a big bubble around computers, complete nonsense, because people are still going to want more computers than ever before, and the demand for this stuff is not going down. It is going up, and once it is up, it will stay there for quite some time because people do not understand you need to replace these things. But if you say, let's say you have your compute capacity and you're going to run your own open source model, it actually makes more sense because then you'll have less regulatory problems. Imagine that you're in the United States. If you're going to use, let's say, an API from fucking China, it's just not going to work out, right? So you're going to need to take the model and you're going to need to use it on your own compute that you control within your own country, right? And now, of course, at some point there will come regulations on this as well, where you're not allowed to use open source models from China, I think, because there are methods with which you can kind of bake instructions into a model via the training data, where then basically you can just wake it up like a sleeper agent. That is a thing that is in fact possible. People just do not understand this as well, and it's also quite difficult to make that work effectively because these systems are still largely black boxes that we're trying to kind of tie down. And so,
that's another point for the interpretability folks, Adrian. We've got there's another point to those. There's a bunch of startups focused on interpretability, and of course, that has kind of functional applications. But it sounds like if they're putting sleeper agents in the model weights, those interpretability folks are now
it's the sleeper agent. That is the point, right? That's the whole point, that it becomes a sleeper agent. But that is, I think, a bit further into the future, and I don't think that's something you need to be concerned about at the moment. The future is, however, a small set of years out, I think, on that. So the regulation will be lagging behind by at least, I think, maybe 2 to 3 years.
It does seem to be arriving.
Are on this.
The future does really seem to be arriving extremely quickly, Adrian. Now, you mentioned there, you talked about the demand for compute and how I think there is consensus among a certain set of people within Silicon Valley that the demand for compute is going to be very strong for a very long time. I tend to hold that belief myself. But there is a blocker here as well that we mentioned earlier, which is there is a kind of popular pushback on both the left and the right now against the data center build out. What do you think we can take from this, Adrian? What should we take from this?
Well, I mean, it's of course misunderstanding, right? If you look at what the actual issues are, and I'm going to make a YouTube video on this with a friend of mine over the coming week. We've been working on this and collecting data points. We'll publish that on my X page, both native video and the link as well. There are a lot of misunderstandings around what exactly these things are, the environmental impact, why they even have an impact at all. Like there are various examples, like what I mentioned prior, like 2 weeks ago, which was, hey, the water in my well, which is just a little groundwater thing that's always been silty, is now all of a sudden silty after 8 years. That's bullshit. Of course, it's been silty the whole time, most likely.
Yeah.
There's no real
Yeah.
like this. After 8 years, now you have a problem. Okay, cool. Stuff like that. Or it's noisy in my neighborhood because these things are running a generator. And it's like, well, actually, guys, you could have let the data center connect to the power infrastructure such that they could use that, but then you were like, okay, well, the price of things are going to go up. It's like, well, that's a very minimal impact it would go up by, but it would force the company to improve the already existing infrastructure. Instead, what these people in that neighborhood requested is that the data center is not connected to the local infrastructure and is itself given totally different infrastructure that the power company was supposed to build. So it's not even the data center providers or builders' fault that they have to use the generators. It's actually the fault of the people that are now complaining about the noise, because it's like, hey guys, you didn't want this thing to be connected to your own network, which could have been improved, by the way, because now there's additional demand, which is the only reason why the company would have ever done that. But now the company has to build new infrastructure that's only going to serve that data center, which is going to cost them about as much to construct as it will actually bring them in terms of profit. So you're basically screwing them over. So they will be dragging their feet for the next 5 to 6 years, and you will still have to live with the noise, and that is your own choice, and that is your own problem. So there's a lot of misunderstandings here, right, about how exactly these things come to pass. There's also the water problem. People don't understand that they are self-contained systems and that these issues are largely 10 to 20 years old. Many of these issues do not even apply anymore to this day. You have hydrocarbon-based cooling. You have all these kinds of things. It's not really a real issue anymore, but people are picking up on this because you have hippies and you have environmentalists, all the people that don't know how the world works, and you have of course you have foreign interference as well, where, for instance, maybe like China could be funding some Marxist groups and they're saying, oh yeah, we're going to promote propaganda against construction of data centers. It could be even other countries, it doesn't matter. But the fact is there's still organic concern to a certain extent, but that concern is minimal, and it is aggravated beyond realistic proportion. And these are issues that don't even exist anymore. And as a matter of fact, you can even look this up yourself. The price for electricity because of data center construction has actually gone down because it has forced the energy companies to actually improve the infrastructure, improve the power grid. I mean, look, we've had these arguments for many years now. Same thing has happened with EVs as well. They said if there's going to be 1 million EVs in their country, there's going to be a collapse of the energy infrastructure. And what happened? You have millions of EVs now in the country and nothing has collapsed. These are largely just unfounded issues. People seem to think that nothing ever changes, when in reality things do change. And these companies, they profit off of functional infrastructure, which means they're going to keep their infrastructure functional, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Because if it's not
I'm
functional,
inclined.
They will be disrupted.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Certainly, I think the facts seem to be quite clear. Whenever I look into this, it's like many of the issues are dramatically overblown in the way that they're discussed in public. Some of it comes back to kind of very simple, you might call it NIMBYism, you might just call it just a kind of native opposition to new construction, change, new infrastructure. And that is a problem in all kinds of infrastructure. It's not unique to AI. It does seem to me that there is an organic seed here. It's not just the hippies. It's not just the greenies, the tree huggers, whatever. I've also seen it on the right. There's also a kind of this horseshoe thing where they kind of, the data centers themselves as large infrastructure projects, they seem, it's not the most pressing issue in front of people. Maybe it's being egged on by some of these interest groups. Some of them maybe,
it's
funded or supported.
This.
100%. It's definitely there, but there does seem to be a core of just like native organic opposition to these projects. And it seems to me we can, as a strategy, it doesn't seem to be very effective to say, you've got the facts wrong. Here are all the facts. You're wrong. Let us build the data center. That doesn't seem to be very persuasive. Do you have any thoughts on like how do you take these big infrastructure projects? How do you make the benefits clear in a way that is persuasive and interesting to people?
Well, put them in space, honestly. Like you're gonna spend endless amounts of money trying to convince people that are like, I mean, if you live in an American neighborhood where people are trying to preserve, you have boomers that are trying to preserve their property value. These people do not care about the future. They're getting funded off of what is the future by a generation. You're forced. Like if you're the next generation, today's generation, they're like busting their ass in a broken economy that the boomers broke, by the way, right? These people are slaving away, funding the existence of the boomers, so they don't have an investment in the future. The future is investing in them for no reason. Like they're just going to die, and that's going to be that. The end. Their legacy will be wiped because there is none. So these people are trying to preserve the only thing that they have, which is their property value, right? And so they will act very irrationally. You have like HOAs, these things exist. Make your life a living hell just because you have an additional car now. Oh, your car is not supposed to be in it. Oh, why is there an additional person now? It's like you bring your girlfriend over. You're trying to hit it off with her. You're about to get engaged. You're going to have kids at some point. Now the boomer comes out, or the Karen comes out and says, you're not supposed to be there. This is a one-person household. Blah, 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 blah. And then tries to beat you up or run you over with a car. It's like these people, that's what it's going to be like. So I think it doesn't make sense to try and persuade these people. It makes more sense to just build it where no people are, right? And that nobody really needs to care about that. Because I think it's much more persuasive to say, hey, we're not going to attach this to your power grid. We're going to build this in your desert. You don't even go there. No one's been there for the last 5 years. You don't even know that that place existed. So we're just going to put it there. You have no concerns. The water is all it's not even touching your municipality or anything that's close to your municipality. Finished, over, zero argument. You will always lose this. Court of public opinion be damned. There's nothing that they can do about it. And even if then there's going to be problems, you're just going to put these things in space, which is going to be the next thing anyways. You're going to have orbital data centers, and space.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's really interesting to me. It's like the social problem, the democratic problem. It often appears to be more insoluble than what appears on the surface to be extremely difficult technical problems, like how do I put a data center in space, or how do I put a data center in the desert? And it comes back to these kind of what appear on the surface to be quite absurd outcomes, where you just go, look, it's easier to put a data center in the desert than it is to get through a homeowners association. Very interesting problem.
People are more difficult. The moment where people are more difficult in the actual engineering problem that has taken generations to figure out. Like, damn, that's crazy, isn't it? It's like billions of dollars, generations of autistic people have given their lives to figuring out how this stuff works. And it's like, your bottleneck is boomers. Damn. That's
it's
crazy,
a bit of a theme, Adrian. It's a bit of a theme. Look, I think we should end it there before we get too black-pilled on this, Adrian. But I think in a way,
I'm not black-pilled at all. I'm very optimistic.
That's optimistic. That's optimistic, isn't it?
Issues.
Because it's like we can make headway on technical problems. We do have a strategic reserve of people whose special interest is solving engineering problems in the desert. We can solve those problems. We can put data centers in the desert. We might even be able to put them in space. That's something to be optimistic about, isn't it, Adrian?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, here's the thing. At the end of the day, I don't concern myself with any of these things, and I don't think many people need to concern themselves with this stuff either. These are largely non-issues, and just because a bunch of people are losing their minds over it doesn't mean you need to listen. Realistically speaking, this infrastructure is going to benefit a lot of people. And look, you're going to have to adapt. You say, okay, if you have an unwilling population, then just simply move out of the way and adapt by going somewhere else. Be that to space or some cutoff region that nobody goes to or that nobody's been to for quite some time. Try to minimize the impact as much as possible. And these companies stand to benefit from specifically that. They're not going to just randomly do shit. It's not in their own interest to sabotage themselves. Doesn't make sense. And even in spite of all this, computer demand is still going to go up. RAM prices are going up on every single front. Even stuff that is 20 years old now has increased by 60% over the last quarter, and is going to increase 40% more over the next quarter to come. So even consumer compute, everything is going up, right? Yeah. So when you see people being black-pilled about the data centers, the only thing you need to be black-pilled about is the fact that you may not be able to afford a new gaming rig, and the fact that software is getting inflated, which is what needs to be optimized. And, we talked about this last time. This is what we're going to need all those models for. This is why open source is going to be important. And this is why computers themselves and free access to them is also going to be important. But I think that might be an issue for, another discussion at some point, because,
it's good. It's good, Adrian. It's good. We're going to get people, we're getting people off their gaming rigs. We're getting them back in the office, optimizing Chrome.
That's the problem.
All right,
that is an issue.
Adrian.
It's an actual issue. That's going to cause a problem. People are going to be really mad about not being able to afford a computer.
It may make productivity go up, Adrian.
Yeah,
a real pleasure to have you on, mate. Always great to chat. We'll have to do this again sometime. We run out of time. There's too much to talk about. We'll say goodbye for now. Thank you so much. People can find you on X. They should look out for your next video. Something to look forward to, Adrian. Thank you again for coming on the show.
Indeed. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Fantastic. Farewell for now. We'll drop for a second. We'll be right back with the next guest. It is Wall to Wall here on MTS, folks. and I'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to MTS Live. I keep expecting my voice to just like be fine, to be normal, and then I talk and I'm like, why do I sound like that? It's terrible. And you know, there's actually a very good reason. The reason is, last week I took my entire family to San Francisco, and we spent the week there. I was in studio for a couple of days. I was struck down. I may have flown a little too close to the sun, and you may still be hearing the effects in my voice. But one thing I noticed while I was wandering around San Francisco, in the studio, at the many social events that, of course, as a very important person, I'm invited to, people in San Francisco are looking very slim right now. They are looking very snatched and tidy, folks. It is a slim city all of a sudden. Now, I have the perfect guest to talk about this and many other things. We've got Cremo Roussel joining us here, online commentator, early to many things, young Crem has been. Why don't we start? People are very slim. Crem, what is happening? What is going on?
Well, they're all just discovering diet and exercise right around the same time. Everybody's
It's
just
self-discipline.
really motivated. Yeah, self-discipline. They're all getting
Yeah,
in shape.
yeah.
Everybody is just going to the gym and eating
Yep.
right. And I'm just kidding.
Yeah, counting calories. I mean, yeah, 100%.
I'm lying. They're all, it's actually funny. There's been a trend in the White House. Everybody's losing weight now, and they're claiming that it's due to eating a fermented vegetable diet where everybody is just stuffing down sauerkraut. But obviously
Delicious,
that's not,
relatable.
yeah. Delicious. Yeah, I'm sure. Sounds really good.
Yeah.
Sounds really
Yeah.
stinky. But it's a lie.
The White House bathrooms, folks. It's a goddamn minefield out there. But it's a lie, isn't it? It
It's
is
a lie,
actually
yeah.
a little bit more to do with the Gila monster, the Gila monster? Gila monster, the Gila monster. A certain target here, which has now been very successfully hit agonized by a number of compounds. We're talking, of course, about the GLP-1 wave. Take us through it, Krem. Where are we up to now? And maybe, I mean, it's so much in the water now. Not literally in the water, although hopefully it will be soon. But it's so much in the water now that people, I think, have lost track of the context here. So take us back to the beginning. What was the significance of the GLP-1s? Where are we up to now? What is the future?
Yeah, so the first ones were introduced around 2005, and they were really, really effective drugs for type 2 diabetes. They help to lower your blood sugar levels. They make you lose, they at the time made you lose a little bit of weight, and all it took was a once daily injection, and you'd have really good control. In fact, there was a new study that came out today on retatrutide showed that once weekly injections brought most of these out of control diabetics whose blood sugar was spiking everywhere, brought them back to pre-diabetes, which is exceptional improvement. These were people who were like really, really messed up by the diabetes, and they were brought all the way back, multiple like levels of blood sugar down to being really healthy. They're very good drugs. They went from being diabetes drugs to being weight loss drugs after people noticed, hey, these drugs seem to cause a lot of weight loss, and if normal non-diabetic people take them, they also, even if they're fat, they still seem to lose quite a bit of weight. Might as well try giving these out to people, and so they did, and they've been a wild, wild success. More than a fifth of Americans have tried them now, which is a truly staggering number, and that is set to increase.
Wow.
We have some survey results. More than half Americans would try them if the prices were lower. So we are right on the precipice. Whenever the prices actually do drop, which is going to happen with some competition, which is going to happen with generic versions, which is going to happen with drug imports, we are going to see a lot of people becoming thin. A lot more than just, San Francisco people who are using gray market peptides. A lot more than people in the White House who are getting special exemptions to import them that happened this past week. Yeah, did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
The FDA provided a compassionate use exemption for someone in the White House. We don't know who, but somebody who was 79 years old when they got it approved. Who could that be? Got access to retatrutide, and
that's crazy. I didn't see that story, but that is a crazy story, including the giving the specific age is a little bit suspicious. I like to imagine that Robert Kennedy right now is like kind of hunting around the White House with like a blowgun, just being like, and just like taking out anyone slightly above the optimal BMI levels. Although he might see this as a big pharma conspiracy. Maybe he's the one handing out the sauerkraut. So take us through the arc here, because we started the very earliest GLP-1 agonists. They were somewhat effective. They did cause weight loss. It was a once daily injection. What has been the path here? There's been a series of GLP-1 agonists, and it seems to really be like almost a straight line improvement here. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so they've just figured out how to make them last longer, which has been the big thing. They figured out how to make them more stable. They figured out how to hit the receptor better. They figured out how to make this target more druggable and to make it more convenient and to reduce the side effects and everything else. And they're just continuing to engineer further improvements. With the current gen, the latest gen, the one that's about to be approved, retatrutide, they have put together glucagon-like peptide 1, GLP-1, with GIP, glucose insulinotropic polypeptide. Used to be gastric inhibitory polypeptide, and they renamed it GIP. And that alone is tirzepatide. That is great. It leads to fewer side effects with greater efficacy. So the drug makes you lose more weight, but it hurts your gut less than just using GLP-1 like in semaglutide. It's really just amazing stuff. And then they've added on glucagon, which helps to clear liver fat. We don't know if it actually causes extra weight loss or any other side effects. We know it increases heart rate, and there could be some cardiac downsides to that, but we shall see down the line. That's coming soon.
And it's moved from being a kind of once daily to like a once weekly. Like that, they keep pushing out the longevity of the compound. Is that right?
And with Maritide, it will be a once monthly. We'll start seeing Viking and other companies producing these, and Vertex, these once monthly versions of it, which will be just incredible. They'll be
so where are the trials up to? We've got retatrutide is in trials right now. I have to say, I didn't realize it wasn't approved yet, because a few people I spoke to in San Francisco, maybe they got some compassionate leave to, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sure that was it.
Yeah.
So right now, in the phase 3s, we have retatrutide, cagrisema, amycretin, zenagamtide, survodutide, Maritide, VK2735, ribupatide, barobinitide, enicepatide, elecoglipron, pemvidutide, and a few others that I can't remember.
Yeah, okay. So there's a few coming out, and what this says to me, right, is like, there's often a concern in pharmaceuticals generally that when you get a miracle drug, right, the nature of the beast is it gets locked down in patents, it becomes extremely expensive, and that price locks a lot of people out of the potential benefit. One thing that seems quite interesting is because this is a target, and it's a whole family of drugs that seem quite effective at agonizing the target. But it seems to me that you're going to have this like strange competition where the pharmaceutical companies might actually not be able to hold out from a price perspective. It's going to get pretty competitive here pretty quickly. Do you think that's correct? No? I'm being
No, so with branded drugs, there's a paradox where for some reason branded competition doesn't actually seem to lead to price reductions. Unfortunately, until you hit generic and everything matches and like you're selling basically the exact same drug. In fact, it's supposed to be literally the exact same drug. There doesn't tend to be much price pressure. So, for example, there are 4 things approved for what Botox does, Botox being one of them, and none of their prices have really gone down, and it's unclear if they've been staggered at all. For branded drugs, the effect of competition is pretty minimal. There's some effect, but it's quite small.
So that sounds like an information problem to me that's potentially soluble with a medication that's going to be as popular as these GLP-1 agonists. In what year, if you know this off the top of your head, does the first GLP-1 agonist hit generic status? Do we know?
Well, the first one already did, liraglutide. They are already generic. But that's a once daily. It's not super effective. Nobody really wants to use that. And it's indicated for diabetes because nobody really wants to pursue pushing it for weight loss because it's just not that good. I mean, it's fine. Not that great. We can do better.
Yeah.
The first really good one, semaglutide, will probably be 2031 or 2032, depending on how the patent thicket holds out.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I mean, like Novo Nordisk, the company that developed it, has paid off their R&D many times over with this, and they financed a lot of investments, but they are focused more on using that money to protect themselves from further competition and from to keep their patent in and to keep everything under lock, basically, than actual innovation. Eli Lilly, on the other hand, has taken tirzepatide and is running with it. They are innovating all the time. In fact, they made a big new investment today in a new indication for them. They went from being an insulin company to now they might be a hair loss company.
Oh, interesting. That was a very smooth transition. So talk to me about the new hair loss drug.
Yeah.
Is that right?
So Eli Lilly didn't buy this company outright. They invested quite a bit in them. I think they invested $100 million into Absci. And what Absci's drug, ABS-201, does, by the way, it's an AI-designed monoclonal antibody. So AI-designed drug. We got a real one here.
Wow.
Yeah, it's supposed to hit the prolactin receptor. They do it with a subcutaneous injection. Prolactin, common hormonal chemical. This is the first in class for hitting this receptor. And the idea is that the prolactin receptor drives catagen, which is the phase of follicle development where it regresses. And if you stop that, if you block it as part of the phase of the hair, block that phase of the hair cycle, you get rid of a sort of like barrier to growth for the hair follicle. And this acts upstream of testosterone and DHT. So you're getting ahead of that. The common things we block right now with finasteride and dutasteride.
Right, I was going to ask.
This goes ahead of that. Yeah, we try to stop the follicle from being destroyed by the action of DHT, but this goes ahead and says, let's go a level up. Let's make sure it just keeps on growing. Let's see if it gets like a little thicker and everything, and just doesn't go to the phase where we can have it be destroyed by your hormones. And theoretically, this should have a lot fewer side effects than finasteride or dutasteride, because both of those, if you knock out your DHT, ask a lot of the guys who've been on it, they go from to.
Yeah, look, I was going to ask. I have to say, I have been genetically blessed. Huge shout out to the maternal line with relative, I mean, you can see maybe I'm a little thinner than I used to be on the sides, but I've never had to go down that path. But I do remember having read a few horror stories. And in fact, I worked for a time at a company which is equivalent of Roe or Hims and Hers in the US that was doing this kind of combination of kind of digital medicine. And one of the interesting things about that business, right, is once you start selling someone tirzepatide, you may well very soon after be selling them Blue Chew as well because of exactly the side effects you mentioned. So, but this would be, this kind of treatment would be would avoid that pathway of side effects.
Yeah, and it'd also be a lot easier to administer. It has an estimated half-life of around 65 days, so you'd
Oh,
only have to
wow.
do a few shots a year, and then
Yeah.
you're not going to get any hair loss. And it's shots, so it's incredibly easy to administer, and also possibly going to be easy to steal because there's a new antibody like mass production company, but we don't have to talk about that part. It could hit the gray market.
Interesting. I mean, maybe we should talk about this bigger story here, Crab, because I actually, we've just kind of wandered into this, but it's quite interesting to me. I think more than, maybe it's just my ignorance, I have never seen anything like the market for Chinese peptides. And we should spell that out. If you're just watching this for the first time, or if you're just kind of hearing about this for the first time, the idea here is that you have these drugs which are being developed by pharmaceutical companies like Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk that are targeting GLP-1s. They have become so popular that the generic is the wrong word. The kind of chemical form of the drug, the peptides themselves that are part of the treatment.
The API, the active pharmaceutical ingredient.
The active pharmaceutical ingredient is being manufactured in China. I assume based on Chinese peptides, it's being made in China. It might be in India, it might be somewhere else, and then being sold in that form over the internet. It's unregulated, and people just buy it straight from vendors directly and injecting it. This seems to be a very interesting development in the pharmaceutical space, in the medical space. It sounds like what you're saying here is there is potential for the same thing to happen with an AI-designed
Monoclonal antibody, yeah.
Monoclonal antibody. That seems to be very unusual. Talk to me about this trend generally, Graham. What's going on here?
Yeah, so the gray market is growing quite a bit with the popularity of GLP-1s because the companies that are producing the branded drugs aren't lowering the prices enough. And these drugs are just so desirable, they work so well that people had to get them. And it's very easy to get them because it turns out the manufacturing steps for this are pretty easy to do and pretty easy to repurpose from anything else. Basically, it's like the molecular version of when your kids go off to summer camp and they make like a string necklace. That's exactly what it is. You're stringing together peptides. That's solid phase peptides.
Yeah, right.
You do it on a bench at a massive scale, and then bam, out comes the necklace, and you inject it. And it works. It works really well. I mean, these drugs are generally very safe. The tested purity is generally very high. The fill amounts are also generally correct. What happens with this stuff is that people are able to get good quality drugs, so they do. And they get it for very cheap because it can be produced incredibly, incredibly cheaply. These Chinese factories can spend up 1, 2, 3 months and then start pushing out this stuff at low, low prices and being quite profitable. There is some like additional overhead if you were to do that in America. So Eli Lilly can't directly compete at that right now. But they have the ability to invest considerably and to lower the prices a lot more than they are. There have been estimates, like there's one published in JAMA Network Open that looks at like the possible cost they could charge, and they are charging much, 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 much more. They're charging a lot. They're getting a huge premium for what they're selling. And why not? If you're at that point where you just want to maximize your profits without doing a lot of effort, that's fine. You will make a lot of money, but also expect people to start cannibalizing a tiny bit of your share.
Yeah.
But I gotta emphasize it's tiny because even if this gray market were to double, triple, quadruple, 10x in size, it still wouldn't be very much relative to the actual branded pharmaceutical market, and it wouldn't take very much because it's not the same users. The people who will use this when it's generic are not the same people who are using it now when it is a branded drug at the prices it's at.
Yeah, you have to be a very particular kind of person to order grey market peptides off the Chinese internet and then inject them into your butt cheek. That is a very specific. That is a very specific kind of person. Plentiful in the Bay Area, but perhaps rarer between the coasts. So, Krem, that's very interesting. I think that points to it's kind of like a cyberpunk future, right? It's like you have drug companies investing a lot of money, pushing forward the frontier in a bunch of different places, getting rewarded for that, absolutely. But then also this kind of like gray market industry developing much more than it ever seemed to in the past, where if you're someone who's pretty adventurous, pretty risk-taking, fine with ordering and injecting strange drugs off the internet, you're going to have access to the frontier far, far before the regulated market. And that seems, it's just very interesting. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's certainly very interesting, Krem. Any final thoughts from you on that? Because then I want to move to the next subject.
I mean, I think it's definitely good as a matter of patient choice. I think you should have the ability to do this, and I think it's a good thing for patient access as well. It is improving health outcomes. It is materially affecting some of the highest productivity Americans, and so I kind of like that a lot. I love that we have our most productive people going out of their way to use these drugs to get a little slimmer, which helps them in a lot of ways. Helps them psychologically. It helps them physically. It makes them more productive people, and it allows us to maybe enjoy America's boons a little more.
No, American spoons are the blue tackies. You know what I'm talking about? Those like little spicy corn chips. And you cannot enjoy those on GLP-1. So I have to disagree. There are certainly some elements of America's bounty that are blocked off to you if you are on these miracle medications. Let's switch track. You posted a thread recently, Krem, about a particular paper. I'm going to get the details wrong unless I look it up and I don't have a tab open. About a particular study that was retracted on the basis. Well, you tell me. Why was it retracted? Is there a bigger story here?
Okay, so the paper was called Time of Day Immunotherapy in Non-Small Cell Lung Cancer, a randomized phase 3 trial. What these authors did, all of them from China, at this like particular medical center, what they did is they apparently, this is what they said they did, they randomized people to either receive their treatment in the morning, like their immunotherapy, or to receive their treatment later in the evening. So you might take it at like from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then some other people might get it from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Sure.
Whatever. Apparently, this halved their risk of dying. It made them twice as likely to survive.
Big effect size.
Huge news. Massive. Absolutely. Everybody would start, if this were to hold up, everybody would start giving immunotherapy in the mornings. Turned out, this wasn't true. The study produced an effect size that was very similar to the observational results, where you just generally compare people who were not randomly, but coincidentally receiving their stuff in the morning versus the evening, and it looked almost the same. That's a kind of weird thing, because usually in an experiment, in a real trial, the effect size gets smaller from the observational relationship. And it was weird that it didn't. So some wonderful people decided, hey, I'm going to look through the trial's registration. They looked through and, oh, look, it changed multiple times. And at one point, they even said it was observational, and it matched all the other studies in the literature. And that's a little weird. And then they looked at the graphs and they were like, ooh, those don't look right. They actually look like observational study graphs, not trial graphs.
Right.
Then they looked at these suspiciously exact times for the treatment assignments, and were like, that doesn't make much sense either. And then they noticed nobody dropped out of the trial, whereas there's never been an actual trial where nobody dropped out. So it's looking real suspicious here, and there were a few other issues, but all in all, it just looked fraudulent. And so the authors were asked, hey, could you provide Nature's editors with your copy of the data? And so we want to look through this. We want to see if everything looks legit. And they gave the data to them, and they were like, oh, no, it doesn't look legit. This is fraudulent. You lied. This was an observational study at best. And you portrayed it as an actual trial. And people were already citing this as a reason to change the standard of care, to make it so you give patients stuff in the morning and don't give them stuff in the evening. But it was totally confounded. And then in reality, for some reason, some set of reasons, sicker patients tend to go later in the day. Maybe they can't wake up early. Maybe whatever. But the paper was wrong. The paper was retracted. They got rid of it just the other day, on the 24th, actually just yesterday. And
this seems like, you know, if I was to kind of like, this seems to me, it's a great outcome, right? Like you have a paper that's put forward, it gets accepted. Okay, like sometimes you're going to get fraudulent or incorrect papers accepted, and it gets relatively quickly, the problems with the paper identified, and it's retracted. That seems like kind of like a win for open science. I've kind of been following some headlines over the past couple of months. There was some Alzheimer's research that turned out to be fraudulent. Obviously, the cost of that is enormous in misdirected research resources and patients and all of those kind of things. Do you feel like, or can you explain to the audience here, you know, is there a kind of deeper problem here, or is this the system operating as it ought to be operating?
There is a deeper problem. Generally, a problematic study, a flawed study, a fake study, a fraudulent study doesn't get retracted. And if it does, it takes a very, very long time. We were lucky that this one got retracted. It came out on the 2nd of February and it got retracted in June. So, I mean, you're waiting half a year pretty much. Like it takes a long time, even still, even though this was like pretty good catch.
Yeah.
And the reason this one got hit so relatively quickly, compared to the rest of the literature where fraudulent studies tend to not be retracted, unfortunately, is because it's really important. Like this changes a lot of things about how we treat our patients. But that's why it was so scrutinized. That's why people looked into it because, like, if we had just not noticed that giving patients immunotherapy in the morning saves their lives at like a massive rate, uh, then we would have been just idiots, and it would have been this incredible Chinese center telling us all, like, just change this one thing, you'll double the survival of your patients. Okay, great, I agree. Well, let's do it. It's super important. So they looked at it, got it retracted because it is fake. Generally, it doesn't happen because most papers, honestly, aren't that important. I mean, I got a paper retracted from this Australian group who claimed that higher ceilings in the classroom led to higher test scores, but they were also, it was contradictory. Within the paper, it said like lower test scores, or maybe I got that reversed, but they totally misportrayed their results. They got the opposite of the results they did. And it turned out that like their actual result didn't even hold up in their data. So there was just nothing. It was completely pointless. And
it's
this
like,
got retracted.
it's a pointless study. Who cares about
Yeah.
ceiling height? That's a ridiculous thing to bother looking into.
It's really
Second of
ridiculous.
all, you misreported your own results. Third of all, the results themselves look kind of fishy. Am I getting all that right?
Pretty much. And the only reason it was able to be retracted is because I made a big stink about it and a few million people saw it. But in general, like what happens with sites like PubPeer. PubPeer is a great site where you can go comment on any study, and then the site will send the comments to the editor at that journal. And they'll allow you to like, say, hey, this study looks to be fraudulent. Elizabeth Bick has done a lot of these. She's looked through images and found duplications, Photoshop evidence, lots of things that indicate that particular studies are fake. But her comments often don't result in retractions. Most papers just aren't that important, and most editors feel kind of embarrassed by having to do them. So there's just not incentives in the scientific world to fix a lot of the broken literature out there. A lot of things are fake, and that's unfortunately how it is. But sometimes you do get some traction on things. Like Huberman actually is a good source for this. So what often happens is that Andrew will talk about a study. Like for example, he famously talked about this one study of ice baths and said like, oh, ice baths are great for you. They do all this great stuff. They like, they make you immortal basically. Like they're amazing. And then people looked into it and it was p-hacked and it turned out to be fraudulent. And he keeps mentioning studies that are like amazing, if true, and they're not true.
Yep.
And the only reason they get retracted is because he looks into them and he's got a big audience and people are suspicious. So they go and look at the studies he talks about and they're out of there.
That's really funny. He accidentally kind of like, or just seeing this study, it looks really great. Let me kind of like share that study with a general audience. I think that's like an awesome use of a platform like Andrew Huberman's. And then you just have some slightly skeptical people in the audience of millions just being like, hold on a second. That doesn't really seem true. Yeah. Interesting. What should we watch? We're coming up to the end of our time here, Cram, of course, as always. Like all of our guests today, we could talk for hours. What is on the horizon here? What should people be paying attention to in the wide world of science and medicine that you're, of course, paying quite close attention to? What should people be looking at over the coming months?
I think they should be looking at RAS inhibition. RAS proteins are these proteins that cause unchecked growth leading to cancer a lot of the time. And the company Revolution Medicines has developed drugs that seem to be hitting them. Before Revolution Medicines recently hit them with a daraxonrasib drug that helps in ductal pancreatic cancer. Everybody thought that they were undruggable, that it was impossible to hit this target and actually make a drug that works and allows you to stop this unchecked growth so that you can combat the cancer. They figured it out. And now they are hitting non-small cell lung cancer and 13 other RAS mutant cancers. And it looks like they're just going to be pushing out drugs super fast. They're having tons of successful trials. Their phase 1s look amazing. Their phase 2s look amazing. Everything looks incredible. Revolution Medicines is really, really hitting this RAS inhibition target. And they're going to make a ton of cancer drugs, like a little mini revolution for a large number of cancers. It's pretty great.
Interesting. That's it does really feel, and I don't know if this is just the effect of being on MTS and monitoring a bunch of these situations very closely. It does feel like there has been an unusual step up in the pace of progress in some of these fields of medicine and pharmaceuticals. So kind of an exciting time to be seeing what's going on there. Krem, people of course can find you on x.com. Anything else you want to pitch here before we say goodbye to you today?
Just keep monitoring the situation, guys.
Stay locked in, folks. do not blink. All right, nice one. Thank you again. We'll talk to you again, of course. Krem, there's always something interesting to talk about when you're on the show. We'll say goodbye for now. I'll be back in 30 seconds to finish off, and we'll go from there.
Cheers.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Fantastic show today. Just so good. We just covered so much. Great conversation with OSINT Technical to start out talking about the war in Iran and the war in Ukraine. I just think, again, it would have been great to have another 2 hours to talk to him, because it really feels like there is a combination of both kind of day-to-day monitoring events, actions to understand with those two conflicts that it is quite difficult to get into the details on. You really need to be paying attention on a kind of daily cadence. And then there's also this kind of big, more strategic picture about what we can take from the conflict overall. I think OSINT Technical did a fantastic job of digging into aspects of both of those, insights from both of those camps in Iran and Ukraine. Fantastic conversation. We spoke to Adrian Dittman. We covered some interesting things about the kind of progress of AI, about the treatment and regulation of frontier models, about the Chinese open source ecosystem. Very interesting conversation with Adrian as always. And then to speak to Krem about GLP-1s, about new drug targets that are coming up. It just really feels like it was a great day. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I'm going to say a quick thank you to our sponsors. 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. I saw a product announcement from them yesterday on X, I think, just kind of in the wild. And they are now they've maybe collaborated with, or they're doing some work with a video generation company and video generation models. And I think it's going to be a very interesting space to watch the voice generation and the video generation come along together. Very interesting space. 11labs.io/MTS. Fascinating company. Granola, the AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. Go to granola.ai/MTS. Now, of course, we also have my trusty mug here. It's the only thing keeping my voice going. And it comes from Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. Go to konghq.com. We've also had a few fantastic interviews with people from Kong, with the CEO of Kong. You should go back and check those out if you want to understand more about their business, their company, their product, the evolution of their product. Go and check those out. They were great conversations and they're worth checking out. Blitzy, the autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship time 5 times faster with blitzy.com. Another great sponsor. We're very grateful to all of them. They make it all possible. And it's real pleasure. We get great people on the show. We get great sponsors. We're having a really good time here at MTS. Now, if you don't already, you should follow us on Twitter. We're at MTS Live. You should follow me. I'm at GBRL_Dick. I think you'll find, on our feed, we're sharing a bunch of clips from the show. If there's a guest that you want to find, an easy way to find the guests that we've had on, we often include their handles in the clips from their show. So if you're trying to chase down Krem, or if you're trying to chase down OSINT Technical, take a look at the clips that will come out over the next day or so, and you'll be able to find those two. All worthy follows because they just cover things at a depth and detail that's really interesting. One of the fantastic things about Twitter as a platform is you can find these people who have their niches and are pretty deep in them. What else is going to go on? I'm going to share a piece, I think later today or early tomorrow, depends how quickly I get through it, on sovereign AI capabilities. I think we've kind of touched upon it. It's kind of come up in a number of different moments in the show. When we were speaking to Adrian, we're talking about, we talked a little bit about access to frontier model capabilities, about how it's going to change over time, about what it might mean for Chinese companies to dominate the open source and open weight part of the model spectrum. And I think it's a conversation that keeps coming up, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what people really mean when they talk about sovereign AI. I think it's a very interesting subject, and I'm keen to go deeper on it. I'm also keen to talk a little bit more about cybersecurity. It's an enduring theme on the show at the moment. I was talking to someone the other day, and they were saying, "Oh, I know cybersecurity. It's a bit of a niche subject. It's not that interesting." No. It is at the center of what is happening with advanced AI capabilities at the moment. The reason for the justification used by the Trump administration for the export ban on Fable 5 that saw it retracted from all users, that justification hinged on the cybersecurity capabilities of the model and the insufficiency of the safeguards that Anthropic had put in place, despite the fact that the reaction, of course, to begin with, they were rather heavy-handed. So it seems to me that cyber capability generally, and specifically the frontier model capabilities in the cybersecurity space, it's going to be a very fruitful and interesting subject to understand in greater detail. Because it seems to me, when you have the administration preventing the export of Fable 5 because of cybersecurity concerns, there's reporting this morning that the administration is slow rolling the GPT 5.6 release. I think, I have to presume that at least part of that is because of cybersecurity concerns on their part, given the concerns about Fable. I think understanding the detail of the capabilities that these models have, understanding in detail what that means for the kind of offense-defense balance here, I think is critical to kind of trying to evaluate what is happening with frontier model capabilities and the regulation of frontier models. It's a very interesting and fruitful space. So please, have really enjoyed our coverage of that so far on MTS, and hopefully there'll be more of it to come. If you want to come on and speak about cybersecurity and AI, of course we had Zach Coleman yesterday, had a fantastic conversation. But if this is something, if it's a field that interests you, we'd love to have you on to talk about it, because it seems very interesting and like it's only going to become more relevant over time. A quick thank you to our sponsors, and then I will leave you for the day. Merge. Build once. Connect to every API, tool, and LLM. OpenAI, Dropbox, and RAMP. Use Merge to get AI to production faster. Merge.dev/MTS. there is the GPT 5.6 is out there somewhere, and it's very possible that it's connected to Merge. Very interesting, something to contemplate. AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com. I have to say, my wife and I, my whole family, were in San Francisco last week. One of the enduring impressions that my wife kept mentioning while we were there was the drive from the airport to our hotel. We saw so many tech billboards. And while we're in the city, of course, those fantastic billboards that OpenAI has released recently, very moody, very atmospheric. And it's so interesting that of all the things about the San Francisco built environment, it was the billboards that my wife remembered. Something to bear in mind if you are trying to get mind space. Macroscope. AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders. Go to macroscope.com/MTS. Fantastic sponsors. We're very grateful to have them. We're very lucky to have them. And you should go and check out their wares after the show. Thank you again all so much for joining us. I'll say goodbye for now. There'll be more to come, and we'll see you again tomorrow.